Hey guys, this is a re-upload to try and have quality consistency. Make sure to like and subscribe, any support from y'all is appreciated. If you want me to post a specific manga or novel, leave a comment and I'll try my best. My current goal is to hit 100 subscribers. Inside a dark room, a young man was playing a virtual game. He was playing the most popular virtual game, Battle World Online. This young man was none other than the greatest player of the game. No one knows his true identity except himself. Many game clubs tried to recruit him, but he rejected them all. He doesn't have any idea that there's approaching danger. Suddenly, a white light covered his entire room as the virtual capsule, which he resided, exploded alongside him. Boom. No one knows what really happened regarding this incident. The people only know that there's a person who died in this incident. His soul got sucked by something powerful and escaped the cycle of reincarnation. The soul arrived into a completely different world with different systems and laws. Arg. A skinny green creature slowly opened his eyes. He felt a pain on his head. It feels like someone just smashed his head with a metal bat. Damn. It hurts. He pushed himself and sat on the ground. Huh? Where is this? He found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around him and saw that he was inside a dark place. There's torches that was placed at the walls that barely lit up the room. Dungeon? He was extremely familiar with dungeons as he went hundreds of times in different dungeons when he was playing Battle World Online. He slowly stood up, then he noticed that his line of sight was somewhat low. He frowned as he looked down and saw his green-colored feet. Huh? What happened to my character? He was confused. The color of his skin turned into a dark green color. His arms and legs were thin. It looked like it doesn't have any flesh. His hair was gone as he found that he became bald. He found out that he became a goblin. What? One of the weakest monsters, a goblin. Damn. How did I become a goblin? It should be a bug. That's right, it's only a bug. He opened the interface and found that there's no GM call function. Damn. What's wrong with this? I can't find the GM call function. He cursed as he looked around the interface. He soon found that there's no logout function. He was stupefied. He stood on his place with a dumbfounded expression. What's happening? Why there's no logout option here? Don't tell me. I'm trapped here inside this game. He fell on his butt with mixed expression. He held his head with both of his hands as he curled up in the corner of the room. Various thoughts came into his mind. He's having a hard time accepting this generic plot. After a few dozen minutes, he regained his clarity. He took a deep breath and slapped his face. Hack. He calmed down and he began to observe his surroundings carefully. That's right. I still have the game interface. With this, there's a high chance that I could survive in this world. He quickly took a look at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. Name, U03 Kunamedu 003E. Race, Goblin. Level, 10100. Class, None. Health, 10/10. Stamina, 3/3. Mana, 2/2. Strength, 3+. Agility, 6+. Dexterity, 4+. Intelligence, 1+. Vitality, 5+. Free attribute points, 3. Skills, dash, stab. Skill points, 1. As expected of a goblin, its basic attributes is too low compared to other race. He sighed when he saw his stats. He saw that he doesn't have a name and decided to name himself. He opened the interface and typed his real name back in Earth. Name, Sota Ayeshi. He nodded when he saw his name on his stats. Next was his race, a goblin. When you think about it, it's not that there's no player who choose goblin as their starting race. There's two type of characters in the game. The monster type, and the human and demi type. Humans and demi are in the same type. Their basic attributes every level were already fixed, but the monsters were not. That's one of the advantage of being a monster type character. A monster type was weak at the version 1 of the game. The players back then bashed the creators why there's a type of character like this. But when the monster type grew in level, they became powerful. A boss-like player. And the answer is, evolution, huh? Sota murmured as he rubbed his chin. This was the advantage of being a monster type character. Every evolution the character stats will increase greatly and the attribute added to each level will also increase. That's why a high-level monster type character was powerful. The only problem was that the requirement for evolution was hard to acquire. Sota closed his eyes and recalled every information about the monster type character. If I'm not wrong, the first evolution is level 10 and the evolution of Goblin is Hobgoblin. There's other hidden evolution, but in his case he need to level up faster to protect himself from other monster here. Also, he would need a lot of time if he focused on the other evolution. He was having a hard time remembering those detailed things from the evolution. Now that he think about it, his memory was hazy. It must be the effect having only one intelligence point. He could only remember the basic things in his past life. There's no function like this in the game. The intelligence stat were supposed to increase his mana. I will see it at that time if I could complete it. He muttered as he looked at his level. The max level of a goblin was 10. He wouldn't be able to level up to level 11 without evolving, so evolution was really important. Level 1 to level 10? If he could find a good farming site for lower level, then it would only take 3 to 5 days to reach the maximum level. Let's move on to the attributes. Soda had 3 free attribute points. He could allocate it to any of his stats. He decided to save it until he met his opponent. Next is the skills. Dash. Level 1. Increase the movement speed by 10% when running on straight line. Stamina cost. 2. Stab. Level 1. Increase the piercing effect by 10%. Stamina cost. 2. Soda looked at the description of his skills while rubbing his chin. He could only use this in combat as he only had 3 stamina. He need the right timing to use this skills as there's only one chance he could use it in a combat. He had 1 skill points. There's 2 ways to level up a skill. One was to repeatedly use the skill to increase its proficiency, and the second one was the use of skill points. 1 skill points could level up any level 1 skill to 2. The higher the level of skill, the higher the skill points need. The skills he had were just a basic skill, so he wouldn't waste his skill points for something like this. I finally know my current strength. Soda stood up as he looked around him. He need a sword to execute the stab skill, so this skill was crossed out in his mind. He already finished checking his stats. He's now going to check the quest function. Quest 1. Survival. Survive for 5 days. Reward 200 XP and 1 app attribute point. 2. Raid. Complete the dungeon. Reward 100 XP, 1 app, and 1 SP skill point. There's only 2 quests in the quest interface. The survival and raid quest. 100 XP were enough to let him level up by 1. Complete the dungeon, huh? Soda decided to check out the monster in this dungeon. It's time to check the level of this monster. He slowly walked ahead while looking carefully at his surrounding. Soon, he found a skeleton soldier walking around. Skeleton soldier, huh? Soda squinted his eyes as he looked at the skeleton, which was armed with weapons. Skeleton soldier was a low-level monster. Its level was between 1 to 10. It has a low defense but high attack damage. Let's do this. He muttered as he picked up a fist-sized rock and then he threw it at the side of the skeleton soldier, creating a loud thud sound. The skeleton soldier turned around when it heard the sound. Soda quickly dashed towards the skeleton soldier when he saw it turned around. He raised his feet and heavily kicked the back of the skeleton soldier. Bang! The skeleton soldier stumbled forward. Soda wouldn't give it a chance to recover. He quickly pulled back his fist and launched a barrage of punches. Bang! 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 He jumped and twisted his body in the mid-air. He launched a powerful kick on the skull of the skeleton. Bang! The skeleton soldier flew 2 meters away from him. Thud! Soda landed on the ground while looking at the skeleton soldier with a grim expression. He was weaker than he imagined. Even after all that, the skeleton soldier was still alive. He felt a numbing sensation on both of his hand. This level of defense, a level 5 skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier at this time managed to recover from his attack. It raised its sword and slashed it at the goblin. Swoosh! Soda shifted his body and avoided the sword. That was close. He once again launched his combo on the skeleton soldier. Bang! 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 After a few minutes of attacking, he heard a familiar sound in his mind. Ding! You've received 52 XP for defeating skeleton soldier. Soda wiped the sweat on his forehead. Just fighting a single skeleton soldier consumed all of his stamina. He looked down at the crumbling skeleton on the ground. He picked up the rusty sword before he sat down. Rusty sword, plus 10 damage. Durability, 2/5. He need to rest now as he was already tired after just 1 battle. After all, he only had 3 stamina. He decided to use his free attribute points right now as he understood from this battle that he wouldn't last long if he doesn't increase his attributes. He looked at his stats and added 1 point on intelligence and 2 points on strength. He had a sword right now so he could execute his skill, stab. This would raise his combat ability to the next level. A sword coupled with the skill, stab, were enough for him to defeat the skeleton soldier easier than before. He added strength because he knew that his attack could barely damage the skeleton soldier from before. Skeleton soldier was supposed to have weak defense, but from his battle before it looks like the skeleton soldier was a tank. With the rise of my intelligence attribute, I would be able to remember all the things in the games. Soda muttered as he slowly stood up. If it's like that, then he wasn't trapped in a game. Instead, he transported in another world as a goblin and the system was given to him as a means to survive. There's also a possibility that he entered the real world inside the game. Well, he wouldn't know it until he see it with his own 2 eyes. Soda checked the XP that he received from killing the skeleton soldier. Level 152 100ths. He only need to kill 1 skeleton soldier before he level up. He stood up and armed himself with a short rusty sword that he got from the skeleton soldier. He looked ahead and saw that there's 2 paths in front of him. He pondered what he should choose. In the end, he decided to go to the left path. He couldn't describe it, but this dungeon was somewhat familiar to him. It feels like he came here before. He walked carefully as he stepped forward and entered the left path. The path was dark and the torches on the walls could barely illuminate the area. He already guessed that this was the dungeon of an undead monster. The boss of this dungeon must be a powerful skeleton knight or mage. If it's a lich, then there's no way that he could conquer this dungeon within 5 days. Lich was a powerful undead and its level hover between 30 to 40. It was a boss-type monster that can be found in high-level dungeon. He still wasn't sure if this was a high-level dungeon just from seeing 1 skeleton soldier. But the system wouldn't give him such a low reward if this was really a high-level dungeon. It must be a low-level dungeon if he would receive such reward. One must know that the higher the reward, the more dangerous the quest. Soda saw a corpse of a goblin laying down in the pool of blood. He had an idea that the group of goblin tried to invade this dungeon but were killed in the process. That must be the reason why his body goblin was inside this dungeon when he woke up. This smell is making me puke. Soda pinched his nose. The goblin smells like a rotten fish. It's not his first time smelling this kind of thing. The virtual reality could make the people feel like they were really in another world. The game could copy a person's 5 senses and Soda would set it to the maximum so that he could really feel that he was in another world. He could smell the blood, feel the wind, and saw the bloody scene inside the game like they were real. The other people would at least turn off their sense of pain or red blood, but he wasn't. When someone cut him in the game, he would feel extreme pain, and when he cut someone in the game, he would also see the bloody scene that he made. He ignored the corpse as he walked ahead of it. Then, he saw a wooden door 5 meters away from him. He slowly approached it while carefully looking if there's any trap. He placed his palm on the door and slowly pushed it. He took a peek inside and saw that there were 3 skeleton soldiers inside the room. 3 at the same time? I could handle it as I have a sword now and could use the skill, stab. Soda muttered while looking at the sword in his hand. He went inside the room without making any sound. He doesn't want to alert the skeleton soldiers yet. He needs to swiftly take out one of the skeleton soldiers to decrease the burden on fighting them. He observed the 3 skeleton soldiers as he clenched his fingers around the handle of the sword. 1, 2, 3. Go. Soda pounced at one of the skeleton soldiers. He quickly raised his sword above his head and swiftly swung it down at the skeleton soldier. Bang. Die. Soda then pulled back his sword and used stab. Swoosh. Bang. The tip of the sword hit the forehead of the skeleton, causing various cracks to appear. The skeleton soldier fell down, but Soda knew that it was still alive. He still haven't heard the system prompt inside his head yet. He raised his feet and heavily stomped the skeleton soldier on the ground. He then once again slashed the sword in his hand on the skeleton. The bones in the neck of the skeleton wasn't sturdy enough to stay till when a metal like a piece of sword crashed into it. The bones cracked and the skull was separated from the body as it rolled on the ground. The cracks on the forehead of the skeleton spread and it crumbled down. All of this happened in just a few seconds. You've received 51 XP from killing skeleton soldier. You've leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. You've received 2 attribute points. You've received 1 skill point. Soda was sure now that he eliminated the first skeleton soldier. He then saw the other 2 skeleton soldiers charged at him. One at his left while the other one was at his right. 2 on 1, huh? The skeleton on his left side slashed its sword. Swoosh, ha! Soda raised his sword and parried the sword of the skeleton soldier. Then, he threw a punch on the ribcage of the skeleton. Bang! He then quickly crouched down as the sword passed above him. That's close. He tripped the skeleton soldier with his foot before he smashed his elbow on its skull. Bang! He doesn't had a time to finish the skeleton soldier as the other skeleton already made its way in front of him. Ha! Soda shouted as he forcefully swung his sword. Clang! Both his and the skeleton soldier's sword collided, causing a metallic sound to echo in the whole area. Soda was forced back by the skeleton soldier's strength. His level was lower than skeleton soldier, so it was natural that the stats of skeleton was higher than him. He knew that his strength was weak, that's why he needed to rely on his sword. The added damage of the sword was enough to cause a crack on the skeleton even if it wasn't a blunt weapon. He gritted his teeth and bent his knees. Swoosh! He used the skill, dash, as he charged straight towards the skeleton while pointing his sword at it. Clang. His sword crashed the few ribs of the skeleton soldier. He then grabbed its spine as he kicked the feet of the skeleton. Bang! The skeleton was smashed on the ground, and when he was about to finish it, he sensed someone behind him. He immediately rolled his body sideways. Clang! He lifted up his head and looked ahead. He saw the other skeleton soldier and he squinted his eyes. He dashed and slid on the ground while slashing his sword on the knee of the skeleton soldier. He then kicked the ground as he flew in the mid-air. Along with the force of gravity, he elbowed the skull of the skeleton soldier, causing it to crack. You've received 54 XP from killing skeleton soldier. He ignored the system prompt as he quickly moved his body and dashed to the other skeleton soldier. This is the end. He smashed his elbow on the skull of the remaining skeleton soldier with all of his might. Bang! You've received 51 XP from killing skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier slowly turned into ashes, fading in the air as it leaves its weapons. Soda breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system. He slumped down on the ground as his tense muscles finally relaxed. He looked at the system interface and saw that he leveled up to 2. He still need to kill 2 skeleton soldiers before he level up to 3. Level 2 105 200. I'm extremely tired. Soda muttered as he looked at the rough ceiling. Let's rest for an hour. Soda moved his body at the corner of the room. He leaned his back on the walls while pondering his next move. He lifted his head and observed the whole room. The whole room was wide and dark. There's only one lantern at the center of the ceiling that could barely illuminate the entire room. He looked around and found that there's other 4 lanterns at the corner of the room, but there's no light coming out of it. This is a secret room. His game sense was tingling right now. He had an idea that this was a secret room. There's no doubt about it. He just need to solve this puzzle. He immediately got up and observed the whole room. He felt a sense of nostalgia. It feels that he was familiar with this room, but he couldn't remember if went here before in the game. After a dozen of minutes, he found something. He was standing in front of the walls while tracing his palm at the cold wall. This is the secret door, but I couldn't open it. He rubbed his chin while looking at the wall in front of him. He then looked back at the 4 lanterns at the corner of the room. An idea came into his mind as this was familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he completed this dungeon. He lit up the 4 lanterns of the room and it illuminated the whole room, but nothing happens. There's still one thing that I need to do. He looked up and extinguished the fire on the lantern on the ceiling, the first lantern that was lighting up the room. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook. Soda looked back and saw that the secret door was slowly opening. As I thought, he walked forward and saw a dark, narrow path. He didn't think twice as he directly stepped forward. He felt the mana here in this room was too dense, making his chest heavy. He tapped the walls and found that this was no ordinary rock. The mana here made the walls harder than the rest, making it a precious stone called mana stone. From the looks of it, it looks like a high-grade mana stone. No, he think that this walls shouldn't be called stone. After walking for 5 minutes, Soda arrived in front of a metal door. He opened it and looked inside the room. There's nothing inside the room except a golden treasure chest on the center of the room. The treasure chest was emitting a golden light. Soda's eyes lit up when he saw the golden treasure chest. He approached it and slowly opened the golden chest. There's a lone silver earring with black orb as its design inside the chest. This? He finally remembered what it is. This earring was one of his equipments in the game. One of his powerful set in the game, the Soul Blood earring. He's lucky that he found this in early game. He picked it up and directly wear it on his ear. He felt an overwhelming power went inside his body. Soul Blood earring, a powerful universal treasure. It could harvest the soul of every creature to increase the wearer's power. Skill 1, Harvester of the Soul. It could collect the soul of every dead creature. Soul collected, 0-100. Skill 2, Locked. Effect, +10 strength, +10 vitality, +10 intelligence. Soda looked at the detailed information of the Soul Blood earring. He still couldn't use the skill 2 as it need the other pair of earrings. The Harvester of the Soul was a skill to collect the soul of every dead creatures. He couldn't directly collect the soul of a living creature. He need the soul of a newly killed creature that haven't left its body. If he collected 100 souls, he could use it to increase one of his attributes by 10, but every time he use it the soul requirement get higher. This earring feels nostalgic, Soda said with a smirk on his face. It's time to harvest the soul inside this dungeon. Soda was much more powerful now than before. A single piece of universal treasure gave him the power up above his level. Universal treasures were the highest grade treasure that can be found in the whole cosmos. He stood up and picked up his sword. With the stats he had right now, he could probably conquer this dungeon in just a single day. Well, it all depends on the size of the dungeon. I should get the other skills for now to increase my battle prowess. He rubbed his chin as he looked at the sword on his hand. First, I would try to acquire the sword mastery skill. To acquire it, I need to swing a sword 1,000 times in a proper form, he said as he fixed his posture. This was the same in game. Swoosh. He began to swing his sword. 1, 2, 3, 4. After a few hours, Sota finished swinging his sword and he successfully acquired the sword mastery skill. He sat on the ground as he tried to catch his breath. The muscles on his arm were sore and he could barely move it. This will boost my fighting power. He felt that this was really out of this world. When he acquired the skill, he felt he already became well versed in using swords. In the game, it will only increase the player's damage when using a sword. Also, some of the sword skills require the sword mastery skill. Sword mastery. Level 1, the most basic level of the swordsman. At this level, a person could be truly set a swordsman. Effect, plus 20% damage when using a sword. Sota picked up the sword and played with it. He really felt that he was a real swordsman right now. With this, he could accurately pinpoint his stab to the bones of the skeleton. He wouldn't need to worry about not hitting the bones when he used stab. Before he was reluctant to use the skill stab, as he was worried that his sword would pass through the body of the skeleton, so he mostly used his fist and elbow. But now, he doesn't need to worry as he had the sword mastery skill. The combination of sword mastery and stab was great. The added damage of the sword mastery and stab was enough to pierce an iron, not to say the bones of the skeleton. Am I really in the game or not? He said with a sigh. He don't have any information. All he had was the soul blood earring. This was the proof that he was inside the game world. What if he died? Gamers never died, right? They only spawn. He doesn't have the guts to try this. He still doesn't want to die and he had many things that he wanted to do. He wasn't afraid of dying. The thing that he was most afraid is the unknown. No one knew what will happen if someone die. And one of that is to finish this game, he said with a smirk on his face. This was a super difficult game as he would finish it without dying. This was not the same as virtual game. When he died, the system will only give him a penalty. He couldn't help but tremble while thinking about this. He could dominate the game at that time because of his powerful set, unique skill, and his super high level. If he was really inside the game, he wanted to know the date right now. He wanted to know what version he started. He could already recall most of the things in the game, must be because of the added 10 intelligence of the soul blood earring. But the problem was that he couldn't remember anything outside the game except his real name. Sota saw something while he was looking on his stats. He found that his XP increased while he was practicing. So training can also increase a person's level here. It must be because this body wasn't an avatar anymore but my real body. The increase in XP was low compared to what he get from killing the skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, he felt his stomach growling. He still haven't eaten a single meat ever since he transmigrated into the body of the goblin. He forgot that he had to eat to survive. His head was only filled with leveling up and forgot one of the most important thing, the food. The monster here in the dungeon were only undead. I couldn't eat something like that, plus when the undead died their body withers. He said in a low voice, there's no animals here or other monster. Monster? There's a corpse of the goblin inside this dungeon. He exited the room and went to the corpse of the goblin that he found before. He looked at it with a frown on his face. I'm going to eat this. I don't have a choice but to eat this to survive. I still want to finish this story. He carried the corpse inside the room. He felt nausea just from the thought of eating this goblin. His face contorted in disgust. He suddenly recalled that there's torches everywhere inside this dungeon. He would at least cook the meat of this goblin before he eat it. He chopped the meat of the goblin and roasted it to the point that he couldn't recognize that it was a goblin meat. Chomp. Sota directly bit the meat and quickly gulped it. He felt that he was going to puke the meat. He closed his eyes and erased those thoughts inside his mind. Sota, eat. If you don't eat you won't survive, he said to himself. He felt that he was about to cry just thinking that he would eat this every day. Sota thought that he should find a way back home. He doesn't want to stay here in this place living like this. Sota rested for a few hours before he exited the room. He was going to conquer this dungeon. He tried to collect the soul of the dead goblin, but as he expected, the soul already left its body. The soul will leave the body after 3 hours when they died. It means that the goblin died more than 3 hours from now. Huh? He just remembered that he practiced sword for a few hours and that took most of his time. Still, there's those skeleton soldier. Those skeleton soldiers still had their soul on their bodies, that's why they could still move like a living creature. A necromancer had that kind of skill. They could call the soul from the hell back to the living world to serve them. But he couldn't collect the soul of those skeleton if he haven't defeated them. He still need to defeat them to weaken the link of soul and body, so it makes easier to collect their soul. Okay, it's time to finish this, Soda said in a low voice as he played the sword in his hand. After getting the sword mastery skill, he really felt that he was an experienced swordsman. He exited the room and went to conquer the dungeon. He met a lot of skeleton soldiers on his way, but with his current stats those skeletons were not a problem. He could defeat them easily with his 16 points of strength, plus his 20% added damage when wielding a sword. 10 points of strength was a big gain for a goblin like him. Every time a goblin level up, its attributes only increased by 1 point, so 10 points were equals to 10 level up. The skeleton soldiers weren't his match at all. They became his expat to further increase his level. By the time he arrived in front of the boss room, he's already level 6. At this point, it's already hard to level up as he already need a large amount of exp. It took him 1 day before he managed to arrive in front of the boss room. Since fighting for a whole day left him tired, he's going to take some rest. Soda slowly closed his eyes and took a little nap. He woke up exactly 4 hours before he fell asleep. He yawned as he looked around his surroundings. He didn't think that he would fall asleep. He only planned to rest for a few minutes before going to fight the boss of this dungeon. He looked at his stats. Name, Soda Ayeshi. Race, Goblin. Level, 6, 453 1300. Class, None. Health, 40/40. Stamina, 20/20. Mana, 34/34. Strength, 20, 10+10+. Agility, 11+. Dexterity, 8+. Intelligence, 17, 7+10+. Vitality, 20, 10+10+. Free attribute points, 8. Skills, dash, stab, sword mastery. Equipment skills, harvester of the soul collected, 31/100ths. Skill points, 6. It's enough. Soda nodded while looking at his stats. His stats was enough for this boss battle. He also managed to collect the souls of those skeletons. He collected a total of 31 souls from those skeletons. He still need a lot of soul before he could use the skill to increase his attributes. Okay, let's do this. Soda took a deep breath while closing his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes with a will to fight. It need a party of players to take down a dungeon boss. But Soda always fought alone in the game. He doesn't have any party members at all. All he need is himself. He raised his hand and put his palm on the cold metal door. He pushed it open and took a peek inside the boss room. Whoosh. A cold wind brushed his face. Soda took a step forward and entered the room without hesitation. He couldn't see anything as it was too dark. Suddenly, the torches around the walls lit up and it illuminated the entire room. The room was circular. It doesn't have the 4 corners of a normal room. At opposite of his direction, there, a skeleton wearing a black robe. The skeleton was 2 meters in height and it's emitting a very ominous aura. On its left hand, there's a black staff with a black orb at its tip. With one look, Soda immediately know what it is. Undead Skeleton Mage. Undead Skeleton Mage. Soda looked at the skeleton which was standing on the center of the room. Seeing this, he finally remembered where he was. At first, he wasn't sure where he found the soul blood earring, but now that he saw the Undead Skeleton Mage, memories of this dungeon came into his mind. He remembered that this dungeon was called Undead Sanctuary. Undead Sanctuary was a very large dungeon. It consists of 12 low-level dungeons, 6 mid-level dungeons, and 3 high-level dungeons. The ruler of this place was the powerful undead inside the high-level dungeon. He's currently inside one of the low-level dungeon. People didn't know that this place was hiding a universal treasure because they don't expect that one of the low-level dungeon here was hiding the real treasure of this sanctuary. They thought that all the good items were inside the high-level dungeons. At that time, the players already cleared all the low-level and mid-level dungeons and they were preparing to clear the high-level dungeon when Soda accidentally opened the secret door. They wouldn't expect something like that inside the low-level dungeon. The one in front of him was the Undead Skeleton Mage, one of the bosses of the low-level dungeons here in the sanctuary. If he wasn't wrong, this undead level was between 15 to 20, a powerful opponent for the current him. A cold wind strongly blew over him. Not good. Soda quickly turned around and found the door closed on its own. Looks like I'm trapped here. A wry smile appeared on his face while looking at the Undead Skeleton Mage. The Undead Skeleton Mage's eye socket flashed with red light and its aura grew stronger. It's coming, Soda murmured as he braced himself. He quickly checked his equipment. He had a sword and leather armor. These were the only equipment he found in this dungeon. This fits his current body. Some of the skeleton soldier dropped a gauntlet, helm, and boots, but those things were too large for him. It would make him uncomfortable if he forced himself to wear those equipments. This was not like in-game that he could just click the word equip and it would fit him nicely. Let's do this. The undead skeleton mage lifted up its staff and the black orb emitted a strange white light. A fireball at the size of human head formed on its left side and it quickly threw the fireball at Soda. Swoosh. Soda moved his body and avoided the fireball. He then charged at the undead skeleton mage. When the undead skeleton mage saw Soda avoided its attack, it raised its staff higher. 2 fireball formed on its side. Soda increased his speed as he moved in a zigzag pattern so that the undead skeleton mage couldn't easily aim the fireball on him. Swoosh. Soda moved swiftly and in just a few seconds, he arrived in front of the undead skeleton mage. He knew that this undead was weak in close combat battle. Tap. The undead skeleton mage quickly tapped its staff on the ground. A barrier formed around the undead and it quickly expanded like a balloon. Soda saw this and he quickly stopped on his track. He jumped backwards while slashing his sword against the barrier. Clang. It finally used a skill. Soda said in a low voice as he observed the undead. The undead pointed its staff at Soda. Several fireballs appeared around the undead and it quickly flew towards Soda. Fireball dance. Soda moved his body swiftly as he jumped side to side to avoid the fireballs raining down on him. Bang. He got hit by one of the fireballs. It pushed him back by 1 meter. His HP decreased by 10 points in getting hit by one fireball. He had a total of 40 health points and it's pretty low compared to his HP when his avatar was Demi. Monster type avatar was really weak at first. If he doesn't have the soul blood earring, then his health points would decrease by half, leaving him only 20 points. In other words, if he doesn't have the universal treasure with him, the skeleton in front of him could 2-hit kill him. There's so many fireballs shooting on his direction. No matter what, he had to avoid getting hit. He would undoubtedly die when 3 more fireballs hit him. Swoosh. Swoosh. Shit. Soda ran as fast as he could around the room. He pulled back his arm and threw his sword on the skeleton mage. Swoosh. Clang. The sword flew at a high speed and crashed on the barrier around the skeleton. It fell on the ground without damaging the skeleton. The fireballs stopped shooting and he knew why. The undead skeleton mage could only use one skill at a time. It couldn't use flame barrier and fireball dance at the same time. Soda wouldn't let this chance go. With a stomp of his feet, he dashed towards the skeleton mage using the skill dash. He picked up his sword and smashed it on the barrier. Clang. He didn't give up as he continued to slash his sword, producing a loud sound. Clang. 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 After a few slash, he noticed the crack formed on the barrier. He smiled widely as he increased his pace in slashing his sword. Clang. 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 The skeleton mage tapped its staff on the ground. The barrier flashed dimly and it expanded. Ah! Soda shouted as he used the skill stab. His sword pierced through the barrier and he slashed it downwards. The barrier was shattered like a fragile glass. Red light glowed in the eye socket of the skeleton mage when the barrier broke. It raised its staff in the air and dozen fireballs slowly formed. Soda quickly moved his body and dashed towards the skeleton mage. Once again, he threw his sword on the skeleton. It's different this time. Clang. The sword hit the skeleton, causing it to lose its focus. The red light on its eye socket glowed brighter. It caused a change in the fireballs forming in the air. The fireballs spin faster and it grew bigger. Ah! With a boom, Soda jumped and kicked the skeleton mage. Soda noticed the fireballs was going wildly. He immediately ducked down and grabbed his sword. Boom! Dozens of fireballs exploded in the air. It produced a powerful shockwave that swept the area around it. Soda was knocked back 2 meters away because of the shockwave. He gritted his teeth as he stood up. That shockwave costed 5 health points. If he was directly hit by that, then he would lose most of his health points. He used the skill dash and arrived in front of the skeleton mage in just a second. He launched a barrage of attacks on his opponent. Stab. Stab. The skeleton mage swung its staff. Soda saw this and he grabbed the arm of the skeleton. He couldn't afford to get knocked back once again as there's already fireball forming above the skeleton. He lifted up his sword and used it to block the staff. Bang! Although the skeleton mage was weak in frontal combat, its level was still higher than him. The damage he took were 7 points. Arg! He groaned in pain as he felt that his arm was going numb from taking that hit. His health points were less than 20 and 2 more hits were enough to take him down. He lifted up his feet and kicked the skeleton sideways. Bang! You wouldn't get away from me, he shouted as he tightened his grip on the arm of the skeleton. Once he left the front of the skeleton, those fireballs in the air would start bombarding him. Stab! He swung his sword like a madman trying to butcher his enemy. Clang! 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 He engaged the skeleton in frontal combat. He dodged and attacked at the same time trying to maximize his damage. Clang! Clang, clang. Arg. He was hit on the head and it caused him to loosen his grip on the arm of the skeleton. The skeleton mage waved its arm and jumped backwards. Soda wouldn't let it go easily just like that. He quickly stood up and used dash to chase the skeleton mage. The speed of the skeleton was slow compared to him who's using a skill to increase his speed. Swoosh. He grabbed the robe of the skeleton and once again use stab. He only have 1/4 of his total stamina. He couldn't carelessly use his skill anymore. Just die, he shouted as he madly waved his sword. Clang. After a few slash, the sword broke into pieces. Soda tightened his fist and launched a barrage of punches on the ribcage of the skeleton. Bang. 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 He added 5 free attribute points to his strength attribute. Strength, 25, 15 plus 10 plus. He pulled back his fist and shot a powerful punch on the skeleton. Bang. The ribcage of the skeleton was shattered. Bang. Soda didn't stop his punch and he threw another powerful punch one after another. He didn't stop until he heard the system prompts inside his head. You've received 1972 XP from defeating the undead skeleton mage. You've leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. You've received 1 skill point. You've received 2 free attribute points. Congratulations for completing the raid mission. You've received 100 XP. You've received 1 attribute point. You've received 1 skill point. He sighed in relief when he heard the system prompts in his head. He fell down on the ground as he was too tired from fighting the boss of this dungeon. He lay down on his back as he looked at the prompts. He received a lot from conquering this dungeon. He was now a level 7 goblin and a few more levels were enough for him to evolve. Goblins had a lot of evolution path. The most basic one were Hobgoblin and High Goblin. He already crossed out these two from his evolution path. If he doesn't have the Soul Blood Earring, he would be forced to choose between these two, but now it's different. He recalled one hidden evolution of the goblin from the forum. A powerful and extremely well-versed goblin. The requirements for this evolution was that one of his stats must have reached 50. With Soul Blood Earring in his arsenal, he doesn't need to worry about 50 stat points. The high-end goblin, its evolution depends on the stat that you choose. Soda couldn't help but smirk thinking about his future growth. Soda stood up and walked towards the undead skeleton mage. The skeleton was slowly crumbling and withering, vanishing into the air like a bubble. There's still light in the eye socket of the skeleton. It still have its will this time. Why? Soda frowned when he heard a voice directly in his head. It was a language that he didn't recognize, but he still could understand it as the skeleton was directly talking to his mind. We didn't do anything. Why invade us? It was then that the skeleton vanished and disappeared into thin air. Why? Soda muttered in a low voice. He understood that this was different from game. The boss was not a mindless monster just like in game. They had their own will and thoughts. They weren't a 2D character anymore. From their perspective, Soda was a monster that invade their home and kill their brethren without reason. They were just living here peacefully and he killed them. More like, he massacred them. I should be careful from now on, he said in a low voice as he squatted down and harvested the soul of the boss using the skill, Harvester of the Soul. He then closed his eyes and said, "Thank you for your patronage. The only thing I could do is I will always remember your help in increasing my strength. But I will not stop. I will conquer this whole dungeon." He really couldn't help it. At first, he was seriously treating this as game. He fought and killed them for the sake of becoming stronger. It seems that he need to think through his every action now. He rubbed his chin and started to think about this whole dungeon. Undead Sanctuary. There's a total of 12 low-level dungeon here in the upper floor of the sanctuary. 6 of them were occupied by undead and the other 6 were occupied by monsters. He saw a corpse of a goblin inside this dungeon. It seems that the other dungeon which were occupied by goblins were going around here in the upper floor trying to conquer every dungeon. It was different in the game. The monster here didn't spawn out of nowhere. The monster increased their numbers through breeding, and that's what happened to the dungeon which were occupied by monster. There's nothing that could restrict them here so they could go out of their respective dungeon. That's also the reason why Soda fought the boss with a 50% chance of winning. He couldn't grind in the same dungeon as the monster didn't spawn like it did in the game. Their numbers grew exponentially, and at the same time the bosses of the dungeon grew ambitious. They started to fight on their own and fought each other trying to conquer each other's dungeon. Once they know about his situation, they will target this dungeon. Well, it doesn't matter to him, as this will give him a reason to kill them. Once they attack him, he will not hold back at all and retaliate with his full strength. Speaking of killing, he haven't feel anything at all when he defeated those skeletons. It just like when humans kill ants or insects. They wouldn't treat it as killing. Human would only treat someone as murderer when someone killed their own species. Still, it doesn't feel anything like that when fighting the skeleton. It only feels like he's fighting a dummy. But it's not the same as fighting humanoid monster. Those monster have the vibe of humans, and it was entirely different compared to skeletons. Soda then shook his head, hardly putting those gloomy thoughts in the back of his head. Stop thinking about things like this. I will do what I do normally and nothing will change. If someone help me, I repay them. Soda smirked and turned his attention to the staff on the ground. There's also the black robe of the undead skeleton mage. What a nice reward. A yellow equipment. He smiled widely as he checked the details of the staff. He held the staff in his hand. Staff of undead yellow. It's a staff made negative energy. Plus 20 mana, plus 10 magical damage, plus 5 intelligence. Durability, 8/10. Undead's robe yellow. A robe formed when the dead rises from the grave. Plus 10% magical resistance, plus 5% physical resistance, plus 5 intelligence. Durability, 8/10. He had a satisfied smile on his face when he saw the equipment. With its durability, it was enough to last until he went to the surface. Yellow equipments were enough for the current him. There's different grade of equipment, artifact, and treasure. The lowest grade was colorless and the highest was universal. The grade of the sword that he was using before was colorless. Colorless, yellow, blue, purple, orange, red, dark, and lastly the universal were the grade of equipment from weakest to strongest. In the game, all of his equipment were universal grade treasure. The most powerful one at that. Because of this that he became the most dominant player around the world. He conquered countless dungeons at that time to complete his set of equipment. Soda stood up and wheeled the staff in his hand. He played with it for a while before he staff. The robe was too large for his current 1 meter size, so he couldn't wear it this time. He still need to evolve first before he could wear it. Staff, huh? He looked at the staff in his hand. Back then, he was a powerful battle mage. His class was versatile to all ranges, be it melee or long range. He doesn't plan to change it. He will also become a great battle mage in this lifetime. This class was a powerful class that he used before when he was still blood. A goblin becoming a great battle mage was certainly the things he's looking forward in the future. For now, he still wouldn't be able to get a class as the requirements for getting the mage class could only be found in the surface. He shook his head and went to the back of the room. When he saw nothing there, he sighed in disappointment. It's impossible for a chest containing gold coins to appear out of nowhere. He should be content by what he received. There's only a door leading down to the middle floor here. The middle floor was impossible for him right now. The mob there were only slightly weaker than the boss here. The boss in downstairs were level 35 to 40. They were too powerful that even if he finishes his evolution he wouldn't stand a chance. He could barely kill a level 15 to 20 monster, so he shouldn't think about the middle floor for now. Okay, let's sleep for now, he said as he sat down and leaned his back on the walls. He fall asleep quickly as he was too tired from fighting the boss. Soda woke up exactly 6 hours after he sleep. He stood up and checked his surroundings. I'm still here. I thought that was a dream. He yawned and stretched his body for a while. Picking up the staff and robe, he went out of the dungeon. He stood outside and looked at the bright ceiling. The place outside the dungeon was like forest in the surface. Trees scattered around and there's river silently flowing. There's crystal that emitting a light in the whole place. So much for the name Undead Sanctuary. He muttered as he turned around and looked at the tunnel behind him. This was where he came from. For him this was the same as the newbie village or town in the game. This place was truly beautiful. A person wouldn't associated this place to undead if they don't know its name. It's true that only 6 out of 12 dungeons were undead, but that's not the same for the dungeons below. The dungeons below were truly dark and composed of powerful undead. He walked ahead and squatted down in the riverside. He drank a mouthful of water to satiate his thirst. He haven't tasted water since yesterday. It's too good. Words of satisfaction escaped from his mouth. It feels like he hadn't tasted any water for a very long time. I already miss going into hot spring. Ah, Earth-chan, I miss you. He stepped in and he slowly submerged his body in the water. This time he fully intended to relax. If his memory was right, there's only fish in this river. There's no monster here, so he could peacefully relax here. Oh right, there's fish here. I also need to stack food in my stomach. He went to the surface and looked at the water. He observed and watched silently before he found his target. Swoosh. In an instant, he jumped down towards his target like a lion hunting their prey. With his current stats, it was easy for him to catch it in bare hands. Gotcha. He raised his hand and looked at the fish that he caught. Ha ha ha. This wasn't enough. I still need more. He once again dived down and caught fish with his own 2 hands. It's not that bad to relax before he meet the monster here in the sanctuary. Although I've just arrived here yesterday, it feels like I haven't eaten seafoods for a long time. Soda muttered as he bit the roasted fish in his hand. He still have a general idea how to make fire without using magic. I've already increased my intelligence attribute, but I still couldn't remember my past. He looked at his stats while eating. He could only remember that he came from Earth and played the most popular game, Battle World Online. When he first came here, his memory was hazy. He slowly remembered things from the past every time he increases intelligence attribute. It sucks being a monster with low intelligence. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming behind him. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. He saw 5 kobolds coming out of the bushes. They were armed with sword and spear. Shing! The kobolds pointed their weapons on his back. Oi! Oi! Why are you pointing that on me? Do you really want to die that much? One of the kobolds opened its mouth and said something that he couldn't understand. #HDJ379 at 9. This humanoid dogs? I couldn't understand what they are saying. Soda frowned hearing this. There's no subtitles or speech balloon in his vision like in the game. If that's really the case, then he wouldn't understand a single thing in this world. No, there's an exception. And that's the undead skeleton mage he fought before. But, it's different as the undead mage talked to his mind directly like some sort of telepathy. Well, he couldn't understand the logic behind it. It seems that he need to learn the language of this world first in the surface. He just hoped that he still have time to learn that. It's important to learn it because he wouldn't be able to converse to other race without learning language. There's an item that will greatly help him. He recalled one of the most powerful and advanced country in the world, the Mechanic Country. The Mechanic Country had that technology. A technology where he could freely converse to other people even without knowing their language. That technology could translate thousands of language around the world. I'll just get it at that time. He muttered as he slowly stood up and faced the kobolds. The kobolds were still saying things that he couldn't understand. The kobolds got fed up with him as he didn't even reply to their question. They raised their weapon and swung it downwards, aiming on his head. Soda saw this and moved his body sideways, dodging the sharp weapons. He then picked up the Staff of Undead and drew a little distance to the kobolds. It's fight, right? Okay, I will give you what you want. Saying this, he charged straight on the 5 kobolds in front of him. Clang! 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 Metallic sounds echoed in the area near the river. Soda ducked down and used his feet to kick the knee of the kobold. He then moved his hand and swung the staff. Clang! One of the kobolds protected its comrades by blocking his staff. Swoosh! The remaining 3 kobolds rushed at him and stabbed their spear on his direction. Seeing this, Soda rolled backwards, avoiding the sharp end of the spears. They have good combination and I praise that, but that's all he used, and quickly zoomed the distance between him and the kobolds. He swung his staff with greater force than before. Bang! One of the kobolds tried to block him but was pushed backwards by his strength. The kobolds was pushed backwards to its comrades. Soda smirked and he once again used swoosh. He arrived in front of them in an instant and it caught the kobolds off guard. He raised his feet and swept the kobold in front sideways. Bang! The kobold flew and crashed in the tree, causing the leaves to fall. Soda followed up by swinging his staff to the kobolds. Bang! The kobolds was hit in the head. It loosened its grip on the sword. Then a heavy foot bent its body before flying a few meters away. He moved his body as he threw his staff on the other kobolds. He then kicked the sword to the air before he jumped and caught it. Putchie! Blood spurted out from the neck of the kobold. It was so fast that the other 2 kobolds didn't saw it clearly. They were shocked that one of them got slain by a mere goblin. There were 5 of them, but they couldn't even handle a single goblin. 2 of them were down and 1 was dead. Only 2 kobolds were left. Soda landed on the ground and looked at the remaining 2 kobolds with a smirk on his face. When he caught the sword in the air, he quickly used the skill, stab, and slain the kobold. You've received 63 XP for defeating a kobold. There's only 1 system prompts in his head. It means that the other 2 were still alive. They were unconscious. It's time to finish this. Soda waved the sword and dashed towards the 2 kobolds. You've received 67 XP for defeating a kobold. You've received 49 XP for defeating a kobold. You've received 54 XP for defeating a kobold. You've received 55 XP for defeating a kobold. Series of prompts ringed inside his head. Soda cleaned the bloodstains on his body in the river. He also cleaned the sword that he will use. He just recalled that this river was near the dungeon of kobolds. It's not that surprising that he met them here, as he already guessed it before. If this was the same as the game, then it's really shocking to see the monster inside the dungeon walking out of it. Should I go there? He rubbed his chin and looked at his reflection on the water. Probably not. The monsters inside the low-level dungeon were 30 to 50. But it's different now. The kobolds could increase their numbers by breeding. So the monsters inside the dungeon were higher than 50. He wouldn't be able to conquer it with his condition. It's possible if he finishes first evolution. That's it. He decided that he will increase his level first by conquering the other 6 dungeon where undead lives. No, it's 5 now as he already conquered the first one. He rubbed his chin as he tried to recall with dungeon have a loot that could bring him benefits. After a few minutes of thinking, he decided that he would go to the dungeon where ghouls reside. By the looks of it, it seems that he doesn't need to go to the surface to get the basic class needs. There's no other treasure inside the dungeon before because there's a secret room there where one could find the universal treasure, Soul Blood Earring. But it's different from other dungeon. He could find skill books and knowledge there. Back then, some players even found spirit fruit. Speaking of loots, the upper floor couldn't be compared to what's in the middle floor. The loots there were abundant and all of this were free to take. He doesn't have any competitor here cause he's the only one here beside the monsters. Oh. He's also a monster. Soda stood up and hanged the undead's robe on his shoulder. On his left hand there's the sword and the staff was on his right hand. Okay, let's conquer and evolve as fast as we can. Soda shouted even though he's the only one here. Poochie. A dog head flew in the air and sprayed blood on the area below. I forgot that I'm close to the kobold's dungeon. Soda sighed and gripped his weapon tightly. He used dash and crashed the enemies in front of him, giving him a bunch of exp. He didn't show any mercy to these kobolds that want to take his life. He killed them as if he was harvesting exp just like in the game. Blood flown on the ground and it turned the green grasses into crimson blood color. Today, the kobolds lost 10 men. Who it really leaves bad taste in my mouth. Soda said as he turned around and left the scene. Sinking a sharp blade into the flesh of a living being made him feel nausea. This was not a game anymore that he could ignore killing them. It's a different feeling when he's killing the undead as those were originally dead. He rested the staff on his shoulder as he walked leisurely towards the direction of the ghoul's dungeon. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived in front of a dark cave. The dark cave was releasing a very dark aura. It was like he was back inside the skeleton's dungeon. The only difference was this dungeon was releasing a stinky smell. It stink here. Soda frowned as he pinched his nose. The ghouls were rotten creatures. It's different from skeleton soldiers that doesn't have any piece of flesh. These ghouls' smell was really bad as its flesh were rotten and there's even a worm crawling inside their body. That's what he remembered inside the game. His knowledge on game was really helpful to him. Well, let's go inside now. Soda took a step forward and entered the cave. Good. Soda looked at his stats and nodded. His health, mana and stamina were full. He loses too much health and stamina in the battle yesterday. When someone was not resting, a player's ordinary recovery rate was 1 per hour, but when they're sleeping their recovery would increase by 5 times. In other words, it would become 5 per hour. He only had 42 health, so 8 hours of sleep were enough to get his health back to full. It's also the reason why some of the players will choose to go to an inn before they log out. Players wouldn't be able to move once they choose to activate the function sleep in the game, that's why they have to log out. Well, let's enter. Soda shook his head and stepped inside the cave. This dungeon was different from the last dungeon. The floor, walls, and the ceiling were made of stone bricks. It looks like an abandoned underground base or labyrinth. The torches on the wall were organized neatly so Soda could see more clearly in this place. Soda looked 10 meters away from him. 5 ghouls were standing there without doing anything. He could clearly see their rotten flesh. He brandished his sword and dashed forward. Swoosh. Die, he roared as he waved his sword. The head of the ghouls flew and crashed in the ceiling. Thick blood scattered everywhere. Soda ignored this and he kicked the body of the ghoul that he beheaded. Bang! The headless ghoul crashed on the 2 ghouls on the left side. It immobilized the 2 ghouls. The other 2 ghouls roared as they charged at him. Soda pulled back his sword and used the skill, stab. Poochie. The sword pierced through the body of the ghoul. He lifted up his feet and kicked the ghoul, at the same time pulling out his sword. He then moved his other hand and swung the staff. Bang! He didn't stop as he swung his sword again. Die. It took him a minute before he defeated the 5 ghouls. With his current stats, he could defeat these monsters without any problem. Soda looked at the paths in front of him. He frowned as he tried to recall where's the boss room. Ah! I remember now. It's in the front. Since the boss was in the path ahead, he decided to finish the left path first. He's saving the boss for the last. That's really the way. He would get the other good things here before fighting the boss. The things in the left path were a treasure containing skill books that he need to get a class. While the right path was a room full of more than 20 ghouls. Even though he knew that the right path was a room full of ghouls, he would still enter it as he needed Expensol the most right now. He wouldn't let it escape his grasp. Those Expensol were all his possession. Not now, maybe later after he killed them. The basic requirements to get the class. He moved forward and killed some of the ghouls on his way until he reached a sealed metal door. He was familiar with this door. A sealed door where treasure chest lies behind it. Characters were neatly carved in the metal door. Below the characters were things that he knew. A coin, book, fish, and a bed. He couldn't understand the meaning of these characters. I really need to learn how to read and write in this world, Sota muttered with a sigh. If he wasn't familiar with this dungeon, then he wouldn't be able to get the treasure inside this sealed door. If he was in the game, the system would translate these words for him. He sighed with a helpless expression. He then rubbed his chin as he began to delve back into his memories. Some part of his memories were fuzzy, covered with thick fog. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and looked at the characters. If I'm not wrong, these characters, it means it wears a coat to keep its skins in working order. Transport you to other realms without magic portal. That's what he found in his memories. It's strange that he could look back in his memories like a book. If I were to answer this back on Earth, then I would answer virtual capsule, but it's not in the choices below. Well, I know the answer because I already tried this back then. He stepped forward and pressed the book on the door. He then took a step backwards as he waited for the door to open. After a few seconds, he heard a metallic sound stirring inside the door before it slowly opened. It revealed a dark room without any torches. Sota smirked as he looked inside the dark room. If he picked the wrong answer, then it would activate a trap to kill him. He died many times because of the trap back in the game. He took a step inside the dark room. A golden treasure chest was laying in the middle of the room. The darkness couldn't hide the golden treasure chest completely. He squatted down and slowly opened the golden treasure chest. Inside the chest were 2 black books. These 2 black books were the skill books that he wanted to acquire. He could also get these books in the academy in the surface or some mysterious guy that sells skill books. Well, there were many ways to get the basic skill required for basic class, and going into dungeon were one of this. Sota held it in his hands. Row of words appeared in his vision as soon as he touched the books. Do you want to learn mana manipulation skill for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Do you want to learn fireball spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? He had 8 skill points, and learning these 2 skills would leave him 4 skill points. He received 1 skill point every time he level up, and 4 skill points weren't a lose to him if he could learn this 2 skills. Yes, Sota said mentally. He then saw his skill points decreased by 4. Knowledge about the 2 skills were poured inside his head. It made him slightly lose his balance. You've learned mana manipulation skill. You've learned fireball spell. Sota took a deep breath when he read the words. He's 1 step closer before he could get a class. The requirements for the mage class were simple. A player need to learn the skill, mana manipulation, and 5 magic spell for the class mage. He already learned 1 magic spell. He just need to learn 4 more spell to complete the requirements to mage class. But that wasn't important now. What bothered him was the strange feeling when he learned the skills. The knowledge of the skills that were poured in his head. Sota raised his hand and it emitted a dim bluish light. He could somehow control the mana inside his body. There's no function like this in the game. The players thought that mana manipulation skill were useless. For them, and him, this skill were only a requirement to get the class mage and learn other spells. The feeling of this strange energy inside his body made him felt like nothing could defeat him. He could freely control the mana inside his body. He could use it to coat his fist, legs, or his whole body when fighting an opponent. Really, this is making me excited, he said with a grin on his face. He's looking forward to go to the surface. After he finished settling his things, he went back and go to the crossing paths before. He finished the left path in time to exterminate the ghouls in the right path. First he looked at his newly acquired skills. Mana manipulation. Level 1, a skill that will let you control your mana. No cost. Fireball. Level 1, creates a fireball that attacks the enemy. Mana cost. 5. These were enough for him. Undead was weak against fire, light, and holy type skills. This lessened the difficulty of this dungeon. No, the boss. He wouldn't use the fireball against ordinary ghouls as he only had 36 mana. He would save it to finish the boss easier. At the very least, he wouldn't suffer like when he fought the undead skeleton mage before. He had a higher chance of beating a boss with additional fire type skill. He hummed as he walked forward. He was in a good mood right now. There's no doubt about this, but the other dungeons contain skill books. He would plunder them later and get the mage class. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived in the center of a wide room. Bang! The only exit behind him was closed and the walls slowly opened, revealing a large number of ghouls inside. Gura. The ghouls looked at him with bloodshot eyes. They revealed their sharp nails and teeth. Xianxia. Sota brandished his sword as he slowly turned around to face the ghouls. He smirked and said, "Don't disappoint me. Just give me a lot of exp." Soda turned his body in the air while slashing his sword. Putchie. The heads of the ghouls fell on the ground with a loud thud sound. Soda landed and he quickly moved his body around the wide room. He didn't get too close to the walls as he know that there's a trap there. If he get 1 meter close to the walls he will activate the trap. The walls, ceiling, and floors will sprout metallic spike that could kill him easily. Soda swiftly moved his body as he avoided the ghouls from all sides. Swish. He cut the arms the ghouls in front of him before he swept it with his staff. Bang. 10 down. With every wave of his hand, parts of ghouls flew in the air. He cleanly cut their bodies into 2 before smashing it with his staff. He crushed the ghouls brutally without a hint of mercy. He slash, and slashed his sword until he cut them down. In just 10 minutes, he finished all the 28 ghouls. He sat down on the ground while panting heavily. Fighting almost 30 ghouls costed him large amount of stamina. He even took some scratches on his body. I'll rest for an hour, Soda muttered as he lied down on his back. He looked at the ceiling with a blank expression. Grr. The door slowly opened as the ground shook slightly. It revealed a path to go back to the entrance. Huff. Just 20 more souls and I will be able to use the effect of Soul Blood Earring, Soda muttered while looking at the interface in front of him. Just a little bit more and he will be able to increase one of his attributes using the effect of his earring. The effect of Soul Blood Earring was permanent, so even if he unequip it his stats will stay the same. When you're a goblin it doesn't matter if you level up or not, what matters was the evolution. The attributes only increased by 1 and it didn't even make a difference in powers. Soda wiped his sweat using the Undead's robe. He doesn't have an inventory so he couldn't store the equipment he found in this dungeon. I will be fighting the boss soon. He recalled that the boss here was the Great Undead Summoner, a boss-type ghoul that could summon tens of ghouls in an instant. He guessed that this will be enough for his Soul Blood Earring. He will also level up to 8 if he could kill 5 or more ghouls. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He dreamed that he was blood fighting hundreds of enemies in the near Great War. He woke up after 3 hours of sleeping. He sat on the ground and rubbed his eyes. I fell asleep. He looked at his surroundings and found that he was still in the dungeon. How careless of him to sleep in a dungeon full of ghouls. He stood up while grabbing his weapons, the staff and sword. He then exited the room after he finished checking his condition. He arrived in the intersection and went to the path where the boss lies. He just checked his stats and this was enough for him. Soon, he met 5 ghouls. He didn't hesitate as he directly charged ahead while brandishing his sword. Finished the battle in an instant. Do not waste stamina. Putchie. The heads of the ghouls flew in the air as their bodies stopped moving. Soda turned his head and looked at the body of the ghouls. He then waved his sword and the blood on it splattered on the ground. Just a little bit more and I will level up. He walked ahead and found a huge metal door. A boss room? Huh? He placed his palm on the door, feeling the cold metallic surface of the door. He put more force in his hand and pushed the door open. Swoosh. Cold wind burst out of the room. It brushed his face and felt a chill on his body. It's cold here, he muttered and looked at the robe that was hanging on his shoulder. Placing down the staff, he grabbed the robe and wrapped it on his body. Okay, let's do this. Soda took a deep breath and said to himself. He unconsciously emitted a faint killing intent as he stepped inside the room. The room was so wide. It's circular like the room of the undead skeleton mage. There's no torches on the walls as it was covered in ice. On the ceiling, there's a crystal gives off light. Soda saw the figure of a 2.5 meter ghoul in the center of the room. Below its feet, a large magic circle was drawn on the ground. The magic circle was emitting a faint white light. It was the boss of this dungeon, the Great Undead Summoner. Another long-range boss. He muttered while looking on the gigantic ghoul. He could feel the dense mana in this room. After learning the mana manipulation skill, he became sensitive to the mana in his surrounding. The boss moved its head and looked at him deeply. It then roared loudly that shook the entire room. Roar. Soda smirked as he saw 7 ordinary ghouls emerge from the ground. An expot, huh? He bent his knees and threw himself on the ghouls. Boom. In just a second, he arrived in front of the ghouls. He used stab and pierced the body of the ghoul. He didn't stop as he headed to the next ghoul and smashed it using his staff. Bang. The boss took a deep breath and Soda noticed it. Soda quickly rolled sideways as the boss used its own skill. Air wave. Powerful gust of wind that could tear Soda's flesh shot out from the mouth of the boss. The wind didn't hit anything before it crashed in the walls, causing it to shake a few times. What a powerful skill, Soda said in a low voice while looking at the damage it caused. He then turned his head and looked at the boss with a smile on his face. Ding. Quest triggered. Boss fight. Defeat the dungeon boss and conquer the dungeon. Rewards, 400 exp, 1 attribute point, and 1 skill point. Soda read the quest with a smile on his face. He turned to the ordinary ghouls and used dash. He quickly killed one of the ghouls before jumping in the air. He could see that there's another 7 ghouls emerging from the ground. He opened his palm and shoot. Fireball. Bang. You're not the only one who have skills. Saying this, Soda aimed his sword downwards as he fell down while piercing the head of the ghoul. He quickly stood up as the rest of the ghouls were rushing at him. This was the strategy of this boss. While the boss was charging the air wave, the ordinary ghouls were going to rush at its enemy. Summoning, air wave, and berserk ice shot were the skills of this boss. Once a player grasped the boss fighting style, they could eliminate it easily. He ran in circle while slashing the ghouls. He kept moving his arms as he just slashed and smashed everything in front of him. Then, he heard a familiar sound in his head. Ding. You've leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. You've received 1 skill points. You've received 2 free attribute points. Level 8, huh? He thought as he jumped in the air and barely avoided the air wave. He used the head of the ghouls to run before jumping towards the boss. He slashed his sword on the back of the boss. Swish. The boss grew angrier as it threw him rapid punches. Soda jumped side to side, barely dodging the punches of the boss. He shot fireball once again and it hit the face of the boss. Soda turned around and left the boss. He proceeded to kill the ordinary ghouls. Ding. You've collected 100 souls. He heard a system prompts on his head. He looked and saw that he collected 100 souls. When he was about to use the souls he collected, the boss used the most powerful skills in its arsenal. Berserk ice shot. Ice blocks with the size of a human head kept coming straight at him. Bang. 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 Soda got hit on his shoulder and stomach. Arg. He gritted his teeth as he used the 100 souls to increase his agility attribute by 10. Ding. You've used the soul you've collected. Agility increased by 10. Soda felt cold energy entered his body and it increased his ability. Agility, 23. This will be enough. He took a deep breath while checking his attribute and swoosh. He disappeared from his position and appeared 10 meters away. He moved so fast that the ghouls couldn't even see him. He turned around and used stab repeatedly, piercing all the bodies of the ghouls. The boss grew angrier at this. It once again casted air wave as berserk ice shot was cooling down. Powerful gust of wind went straight forward on Soda. Soda turned his head and looked at the incoming powerful wind. When the powerful wind was about to hit him, he once again vanished. The boss was stunned at this. It then noticed that Soda was running. Dash. Soda increased his speed with the skill dash. When he was 10 meters away from the boss, he jumped in the air and used stab on the face of the boss. Roar. The boss roared and waved its hand. Soda maneuvered himself in the air and landed in the ghoul's hand. Fireball. The fireball exploded in the face of the boss. Soda followed up by stabbing his sword. Stab. Ding. Proficiency reached. Your skill stab level up to 2. Soda was surprised when he saw the system prompts. He didn't think that he would be able to level up his skill in just 2 days. Normally, it would take a week or 2 to level up a level 1 skill to 2 without using skill points. Luck is on my side. He smirked as he used the strengthened stab. Puchy. Dark red blood gushed out from the neck of the boss. Die. Soda roared as he used fireball until he ran out of mana. Bang. 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 All of the fireballs hit the head of the boss. The head of the boss was covered in thick gray smoke. Thud. Soda landed in front of the boss and waved his sword and staff. Ah. Just die. He waved the 2 weapons in his hands trying to kill the boss. In just a minute, he threw more than 100 blows. For the final phase, Soda pulled back his sword before stabbing it madly. Stab. Ding. You've received 1,830 XP for defeating the great undead summoner. Soda breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system prompt. Then, he was filled with bewilderment. He hadn't finished the mission. He already killed the boss. Soon, he found the answer as he heard a low growl behind him. The ghouls were still here. He wouldn't be able to complete the mission until he killed all of them. He turned around with a tired expression as he faced the ghouls. I need to make it quick. I want to rest. Congratulations for completing the boss fight mission. You've received 400 XP. You've received 1 attribute point. You've received 1 skill point. Soda lied down after he heard the system prompts. Fighting the boss and ghouls at the same time took almost all of his stamina. Plus, he also drained his mana pool. He only had 1 mana reserved in his mana pool. Well, he also gained a lot this time. Unfortunately, the ghouls weren't wearing any sort of armor, so he couldn't pick any decent items from their body. Well played, Soda, he said to himself as he looked at his stats. Name, Soda Ayeshi. Race, Goblin. Level, 8-2, 725 thirds, 500. Class, none. Health, 2944. Stamina, 322. Mana, 138. Strength, 2717 plus 10, plus. Agility, 23 plus. Dexterity, 10 plus. Intelligence, 99 plus 10, plus. Vitality, 2212 plus 10, plus. Free attribute points, 8. Skills, dash, stab, sword mastery, mana manipulation. Spells, fireball. Equipment skills, harvester of the soul. Soul collected, 18,200. Skill points, 6. He used the souls he collected to increase his agility attribute. Right now, all of his stats were balanced except the dexterity. Dexterity and agility were somehow connected as he wouldn't be able to control his speed properly without raising his dexterity. Harvester of the soul. This skill was a cheat. It's one of the reasons that he got stronger in the past. The souls that he need to use the effect of the skill got higher. Currently, 200 souls was what he need. To get this amount, he need to at least conquer 1 or 2 dungeons. There's many opportunities to obtain souls in this world. There's no shortage of war in this world. Just by standing in the middle of a battlefield he could get thousands of souls in just a few seconds. A small war was participated by 2 countries. And the battlefield of this war was enough for him to increase his stats by a few times. Hundreds of thousands of people participated in a war of this scale. Back then, the players gave him a nickname Wanderer of War. It was because he always appeared in different battlefields around the world plundering the souls of the dead people. It was especially in the Great War where all countries joined the battle. There's at least billions of souls there. He walked throughout the whole continents. Nothing could stop him at that time. Sota put those memories in the back of his head. He then looked at his stats once again. Just a little bit exp and he's going to level up once again. He's slowly reaching the level cap before evolution and his stats weren't enough for the requirements. It seems that he need to use his free attribute points to raise his stats. Sota closed his eyes and pondered what he should do next. After getting out in this sanctuary, he will try to determine what version he's currently. There's a probability that the future he know was different. There's a reason for that, and that's because of the existence of players. Every day millions of players were doing an ordinary quest and some of them were doing hidden quest or main quest. Sometimes, it could determine the future of a kingdom. There was once a war between 2 countries and 5 of the top 10 guild joined one side. The outcome was inevitable. The side that the player joined won the war. While thinking this, Sota fell asleep because of tiredness. Sota woke up after sleeping for almost 8 hours. He yawned and stretched his body before he got up. He, the legendary player of Battle World Online, start his day in another world. I want to wash my body. He looked at himself full of dirt. He exited the dungeon and sneakily went to the river to wash himself. On his way, he met the corpses of both kobolds and goblins. He sat down and checked the body of the goblin. It seems that they were killed recently. Sota muttered as he stood up. The souls were still here, so they didn't die that long. The souls will leave the body after 3 hours, so he could guess what happened here. It only means that the kobolds and goblins engaged in a battle based on their wounds and the surrounding. The battle were not small at all. At least it involves half of the force of a whole dungeon. He could see it because there's 15 dead bodies here, not including the kobolds. If he added it, then there's a total of 26 dead bodies here. I want to relax for a while, but it seems that I don't have the time, Sota said in a low voice as he turned his head to look at his left side. This was the direction of the dungeons where goblin and kobold lives. He collected the souls of the kobolds and goblins before he left. Clang! Clang! The kobolds and goblins were fighting. It was a large-scale battle involving 20 monsters. It looks like the battle already started half an hour ago because of the corpse scattered on the ground. Sota was looking down on the battle on top of the tree. He could predict the outcome of this battle. The kobolds were pushing the goblins. He waved his hand and collected the souls of the dead. He easily collected more than 50 souls this time. He guessed that it's time to increase his exp. He couldn't just watch everything while collecting souls leisurely. He also need the exp to level up. He opened his stats and looked over. His health, stamina, and mana were full. He would use a little bit of his stamina to kill all the kobolds this time. He didn't hesitate anymore as he directly jumped in the air towards the battle. He brandished his sword and stabbed it on one of the kobolds. The kobolds and goblins were startled at his sudden appearance. You've received 46 exp for defeating a kobold. Sota smirked and threw himself towards the kobolds. He didn't give them the time to regain their composure as he sliced one of the kobolds in half. Pucci! The leading kobold roared angrily and shouted on its comrades. The rest of the kobolds came back to their senses. Sota slashed his sword on the leading kobold. The leading kobold held its spear tightly and blocked the sword aiming on its neck. The two exchanged blows causing sparks to flew around them. Clang! 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 Soda took a step back as he was quite surprised at the spear skill of the kobold in front of him. At least level 2 mastery, huh? He thought. The kobold in front of him had a higher mastery of weapon than him. He once again clashed against the leading kobold. Clang! 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 Soda waved his sword faster than before. He also out more strength. He would dominate the kobold in front of him with his high stats. Clang! 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 In just a few seconds, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Cracked. Soda's sword was shattered and the leading kobold smiled at this. Soda opened his palm and the handle of the sword slipped off. The kobold felt something was wrong but it couldn't figure out what's wrong. Soda slightly opened his mouth and said, "Fireball." Flame burst out of his palm and exploded in the face of the kobold. Boom. The kobold couldn't dodge it as their distance to each other was 1 feet. It was impossible to dodge with its stats. Soda already knew that the sword was on the verge of the collapse before the battle. He could see the details of his equipment he register in his system as equipped so he could that the durability of the weapon he use. Soda clenched his fist tightly and threw a powerful punch on the stomach of the kobold. Bang! He threw another punch on the face and hurriedly picked a sword on the ground. Stab! The sword pierced the neck of the kobold. It quickly drained its life and drew its last breath before falling on the ground. You've received 118 XP for defeating a kobold warrior. Soda was surprised when he saw the words kobold warrior. So this kobold was an ordinary kobold. That's why it could exchange blows with him for a long time. The level 2, spear mastery, was great. It could suppress his skills like that. If not for his scheme he wouldn't be able to kill it with just his level 1, sword mastery. Soda hurriedly shook his head. It's not the time to think about that. There's still kobolds left here and he need to kill them first. Soda killed the rest of the kobolds easily. He waved his hand and collected the souls of the dead. He then turned his head to the goblin in front of him. The goblin was saying something he couldn't understand. What the hell? I don't understand what this guy's saying. Soda thought while looking on the goblin that kept blabbering something he don't understand. Should he kill them? No, they're important to reduce the numbers of the kobolds and the other inhabitants of the dungeon here. The numbers of the living creature here were greater than it was in the game. The kobolds that died this time were greater than 50. He recalled that he collected only 30 souls back in the first dungeon, the Dungeon of Skeletons. If he was chased by huge numbers of monster with his current state then he could only flee in the surface. Soda frowned and looked at the goblin in front of him. He will let them fight the kobolds until the kobolds took heavy casualties. It was then that he will strike. He guessed that it happened because he killed those 10 kobolds yesterday. Since he couldn't converse with them, Soda with leave now. There's no point in staying here. He turned around and leave the place quickly with his skill, dash. He was going to check the situation of the other dungeons, especially the orcs. They were the one with the most power here in the upper floor of Sanctuary. In just a few minutes, Soda arrived in area near the orcs dungeon. The orcs were the most powerful monsters here in the upper floor of the Sanctuary. Their stats were naturally higher than the other monsters of the same level. Pure strength. They only use their brute strength in a fight. They don't have any skill at all. But it's different to an evolve orc. The evolve orc have higher stats and could use skills. The combat power of the boss of this dungeon was higher than anything else in upper floor. Even he wouldn't dare to enter the dungeon with his current stats. Soda was hiding on the top of a tree. He was observing the dungeon carefully. 3 orcs came out of the cave. The orcs had huge bodies. They were 3 meters tall and have bodies full of fat. They were armed with a huge butcher knife. They were literally what people called pighead. Soda felt that they were oozing out power greater than kobolds and goblins. 1 orc could fight 3 goblins on the same level. Still, hunting in pack, huh? He thought as he saw the 3 orcs enter the woods. They were probably going to hunt foods here. The orcs weren't moving suspiciously and it seemed that they only hunt the wolves from the other dungeon. There's no war going on in this place and they didn't try to invade the other dungeons. Good boy, Soda muttered and then continued observing for half an hour. When he confirmed that there's nothing wrong, he turned around and left. He also checked the other dungeons this time. The Hornet and Slime's dungeon were still silent. They didn't even came out of their base. After that, he came back to the kobold's dungeon. He waited in the tree and half an hour later 5 kobold came out of the dungeon. Soda silently moved his body and he followed behind the 5 kobolds. 10 minutes later, he saw an opportunity. He quickly jumped out of the bushes and sliced the neck of the kobold. You've received 61 XP for defeating a kobold. 1 down. Soda smirked and turned his head to the remaining 4 kobolds. They kobolds clenched their weapon and charged straight. TCH. Soda faced them as he moved the sword in his hand faster than anyone present here. Stab. Stab. Pucci. Pucci. The 4 kobolds stopped charging. They stood silently and looked on their chest. They saw a small hole on their left chest. Spat. Blood flowed down in their mouth and they fell on their ground without any signs of life. You've received 48 exp for defeating a kobold. You've received 55 exp for defeating a kobold. You've received 66 exp for defeating a kobold. You've received 53 exp for defeating a kobold. Soda made a hole in their chest using his skill. Now that, stab, reached level 2, it was now more faster and stronger than before. A single, stab, could kill 2 kobolds easily. The only problem was that it consumed 2 stamina per use. He checked his exp percentage and found that he was about to level up once again. If he could conquer the kobold's dungeon, then he would reach the level requirements of the first evolution. He would also gain enough souls to increase his stats. Evolution, huh? He quite interested in his evolution and he wasn't going to deny it. After all, his character in the game was a demi. A demi doesn't have any evolution like monsters. They were already born stronger than the monster like Goblin, kobolds, slimes, etc. If his character was demi or human, then he already cleaned up the upper floor in this sanctuary. He wanted to experience the effect of evolution. According to the players, the effect of evolution was great. Their powers wouldn't increase twice but thrice. It's not simple increased in stats. With a wave of his hand, he collected the souls of the kobolds and left the scene. One day had passed quickly. The battle between kobolds and goblins were heating up. The casualties on 2 sides could amount to 100 men. Soda collected all the souls and increased his strength attribute. He killed some of the kobolds that left the dungeon. This let him reach level 9 easier. Now, he need 5,600 exp to level up to 10. Kobolds were not enough. He also needs the goblin here or the other monsters. He needs the soul of the goblins and kobolds to reach the requirements in evolution. He was quite surprised at the numbers of the kobolds. He estimated that their total number were higher than 200. This number gave him a surprise. This surpassed the numbers of what a low-level dungeon could hold. But what surprised him the most were the goblins. The number of goblins exceeded the amount of kobolds. As expected of a goblin, their fertility rate was higher than any normal monster. The only problem was they were not that of a great fighter. Right now, the forces of kobolds and goblins were fighting in front of him. More than 100 monsters participated in this battle. Clang! 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 Sounds of swords clashing echoed in the whole area. The numbers of goblins were greater than the kobolds, but the kobolds' fighting abilities were higher. What a great battle! Soda observed the surrounding while fighting some kobolds. He's taking it easy. He didn't reveal his abilities here as he just want to plunder the souls here. Sometimes he would kill goblins and kobolds sneakily. He's slowly increasing his exp souls here. Clang! 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 Soda crossed swords in one of the kobolds. He then looked around before he slashed the neck of the kobold. Pucci! You've received 67 exp for defeating a kobold. He moved to another kobold and killed it. You've received 52 exp for defeating a kobold. It's enough. Soda muttered as he silently left the battlefield without anyone knowing. It's time to visit the kobold's dungeon. Soda run past in the woods and arrived in front of the kobold's dungeon. He saw 20 kobolds leaving the dungeon. They were armed with sharp weapons. What caught his attention were the 4 kobolds in front of the group. The 4 kobolds were emitting a very extraordinary aura that no ordinary kobolds could emit. An evolved kobolds. Soda muttered under his breath. The 4 were evolved kobolds. They were much difficult opponents than ordinary kobolds. But they were still at early stage of first evolution. Soda squinted his eyes. If he could see their levels, they were probably between 11 and 14. 15 and 20 were the levels of the low-level dungeon. Huff. Soda took a deep breath and gripped his sword tightly. He also took out his staff and he slowly bent his knees. He was going to take out 1 or 2 in an instant to decrease his burden in fighting them all at the same time. Boom. Soda's speed was so fast that he arrived in front of the group in an instant. He moved his hand and his sword flew, slicing the neck of the evolved kobold. Pucci! You've received 174 exp for defeating a high kobold. The kobolds were surprised. They couldn't react at all as Soda's sword sliced one of their comrades. He then smashed his sword on the kobold on his left side. Before they could regain their composure, Soda killed another kobold. Roar! One of the evolved kobold roared angrily at him. It slashed its sword on him. Clang! Soda blocked it using the staff. He felt the force of the kobold behind the attack. He was surprised that they were equals in strength. Damn! He jumped backwards as he saw that the other 2 evolved kobolds rushed at him. Swish! He threw his staff in the mid-air and opened his palm widely. He fired 3 fireballs consecutively. Bang! 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 The fireballs exploded in front of the 2 evolved kobolds. Soda used this chance and killed 2 ordinary kobolds swiftly. He ignored the system prompts in his mind as he turned around and left. Grr. The 3 evolved kobolds growled angrily and started to chase him. Soda entered the woods faster using dash. He then hid his body on the top of the tree. It was hard to spot him in the tree because of the color of his skin. The XP received from killing a high kobold was high. He would get more than 500 XP if he killed the remaining 3 high kobolds. Swoosh. Swoosh. Soda turned his head when he heard the sound of moving fast like a wind. He saw the kobolds went straight to the direction of the battlefield. Hey! He raised his sword above his head and threw it towards the kobolds. Swish. A kobold turned its head and it felt a strange sensation in its chest. A sword pierced its chest. The kobold looked up and saw Soda charging straight. Good. Soda grabbed the handle of the sword and kicked the body of the kobold, pulling out the sword from its chest. He then turned around and used dash. The ordinary kobolds couldn't follow him. Only the 3 evolved kobolds could react to his speed. Before they could stop him, Soda already sliced the neck of the ordinary kobolds. He a series of sound in his head. Gra. The 3 kobolds threw their self at him and slashed their weapon. Soda slightly shifted his body as a spear passed beside him. He then waved his sword to the attacks of the 2 evolved kobolds. Clang. Come. Soda moved his faster and clashed against the evolved kobolds. Clang. 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 Soda didn't back down at all, even he took some deep cuts on his body. He fought all with all of his strength. He forced the 2 evolved kobolds away and grabbed the sword of the other evolved kobold which was aimed on his head. Arg. Blood flow out of his hand when he grabbed the blade of the sword. Soda smirked and said, Gotcha. He then used stab 2 times and made a hole on the body of the evolved kobolds. You've received 181 XP for defeating a high kobold. Before he could turn to look at the other kobold, a spear pierced his left shoulder. Arg. Soda groaned from the pain he felt. Lifting up his left hand, he forcefully grabbed the spear on his shoulder before he threw his sword on the other kobold. He then turned his head to the kobold who stabbed his shoulder. He grabbed tightly the spear and didn't let it go even when the kobold pulled it away. Soda opened his palm widely and grabbed the face of the kobold. He casted fireball consecutively until he heard the system prompts. He then released his grip on the face of the kobold. He pulled out the spear on his shoulder and jumped in the mid-air. Swoosh. He looked down and saw the remaining kobold looking at him with fear. Once you start to feel it, you're bound to lose, Soda said before putting his strength on his arm before forcefully throwing the spear. The spear traveled in the air going straight towards the kobold. Swoosh. The spear nailed the kobold on the ground. It drew its last brew looking at Soda. You've received 192 XP from defeating a high kobold. Soda sat down on the grass. He lost 1/4 of his health from this battle. He could actually end it faster if he used stab, but he wanted to reserve it because he was going to fight the boss today. He rested for a few minutes and left after collecting the souls. Soda went back to the battlefield. The battle was still ongoing and the goblins gained the advantage. They were pushing back the kobolds. He knew why they could push back the kobolds. He just killed the reinforcement of the kobolds. A powerful reinforcement at that. If that group of evolved kobolds arrived here, then it's going to be hell for the goblins. New souls went towards his earring. Just a little bit more and he would be able to increase his stats. His expulso was 90%. A few kobolds or goblins were enough to level up to 10. Today. He's going to evolve today. Soda felt his blood boiling thinking about evolution. Feeling the excitement building up, he charged to the battle while brandishing his sword. He ignored his wounds as he used stab 3 times. Bang. 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 The force behind his skill was powerful. He had killed several kobolds. Some of the goblins got caught up and died. The kobolds and goblins were startled when several of their comrades died easily. They took a look and saw a little goblin armed with a sword. The skin of this goblin was darker than normal goblin. The posture and aura was overwhelming to be called amateur in battles. They know one thing for sure. This goblin was a veteran fighter, and a very powerful one at that. Soda followed it up by raising his other hand. He fired fireball until he drained most of his mana. One fireball wasn't enough to kill a kobold or goblin. Boom. 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 Several explosions appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It slightly shook the ground. The kobolds and goblins were shocked. They didn't understand how a fireball suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The fireballs were not that powerful, but with several of fireballs it could threaten their life. Soda heard a notification in his mind saying that the soul he collected reached the limit. 300 souls was the maximum he could collect. It was impossible for him to exceed this limit until he used it. Harvester of the soul. Soul collected, 300. He didn't hesitate and used the souls to increase his strength attribute. Cold soul flow in his body transforming into an energy, and it increased his strength. He felt his muscle building up solidly. His muscle was densely packed and it was filled with strength. The strength he could exert was greater than before. He turned his head on the kobolds and goblins with a smile on his face. Now, it's time to grind some exp. He dashed forward, killing any monster he met. The battle continued and he killed the kobolds and goblins without mercy. The goblin were shocked when they saw him killing their comrades. They thought that he's gone insane, killing everyone in the middle of a war. Slash. 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 His killing continued for half an hour until the kobolds and goblins showed their fear. They were different from the undead who doesn't fear death. They were a living creature that could feel the word death. It was different when they were fighting someone on their level. They could see that they had a chance of winning, but Soda was different. They know that everyone who approached him died. The kobolds and goblins started to run. They tried to escape as Soda chased after them. The battlefield was turned into blood red color. It got dyed completely. The corpses of goblins and kobolds were scattered across the whole area. The whole area was devoid of any sound. The kobolds and goblins that managed to survive escaped this place. So, right now, there's no one here except for him. Well, they will come back later after they calm down. They will realize that he's exhausted and easy to kill right now. I thought that I will need to explode the boss to level up. Soda was covered in blood, looking on the crystal attached on ceiling. Actually, he was looking at the interface in his vision. You've leveled up. You've reached level 10. Opening up evolution path. Processing information. Ding. 3 evolution path detected. Hi Goblin. Hobgoblin. High-end Goblin. Pick one of the evolution path. Soda didn't hesitate and picked the high-end Goblin. Ding. Strength reached 50. It will take 1 minute to finish the evolution. A white light appeared and it covered his body like a cocoon. Soda felt a warm energy covered him. It felt comfortable contrary to his convulsing muscles. He didn't felt pain at all. When he was about to fall asleep, he heard the system prompts. Ding. Evolution completed. High-end Goblin, a very rare species of goblin that lived since ancient times. They were powerful and extremely versed in all kind of fighting style. Ding. All stats increased by 15. Health increased by 50. Stamina increased by 50. You've received 2 free attribute points. You've received 1 skill point. Ding. From now on your agility, dexterity, vitality, and intelligence attributes will increase by 5 every level, while your strength attribute will increase by 8. You've learned the inherent goblin's language. All skills level up. Ding. Traits detected. Extraordinary body. Night vision. Alloy body. You can pick one of the traits. Soda read the notification one by one. The increased in his stats and powers were great. The increased in his stats every level were higher. Also, all of his skills level up to 2 and the stab reached level 3 in advance. The benefits of the evolution of a monster type character was really great, just like what they said in the forum. Then, he looked at the traits. He pondered while looking at the 3 traits. He could only choose one of the 3. Extraordinary body. Were focused on his strength and recovery rate. Night vision. As the name it says, he could see clearly in the dark with this trait. It was important as most of the dungeon doesn't have any light. Alloy body. Were most focused on the defensive abilities of his body. All the 3 traits were great, but sadly he could only choose one. In the end he chose the extraordinary body. Extraordinary body. Increased the recovery rate by 2 times. Plus 10 strength. Once again, he felt his strength increased by a notch. He then quickly opened his stats. Name, Soda Ayeshi. Race, high-end Goblin. Level, 10, 09100. Class, none. Health, 126. Stamina, 88. Mana, 70. Strength, 65 plus 10, plus. Agility, 39 plus. Dexterity, 26 plus. Intelligence, 35 plus 10, plus. Vitality, 38 plus 10, plus. Free attribute points, 9. Skills, dash, stab, sword mastery, mana manipulation. Spells, fireball. Traits, extraordinary body. Equipment skills, harvester of the soul. Soul collected, 0400. Skill points, 7. He looked on his stats with a satisfied expression. This will do for now. He picked the strength attribute because he know when he got the class's other attributes will caught up to his strength attribute quickly. First, he will balance the dexterity attribute to agility attribute using the effect of harvester of the soul. It's easy to level up with his current level, but once he passed 20 it will become harder. Soda moved his eyes and looked on the left side of the interface. He could see his figure standing there. The figure of a little goblin before became taller and grew a short black hair. His build wasn't huge, it's perfectly balanced. His pupils changed into gold color after he evolved. His skin also became darker. His face was slightly similar to his face before. He looked like a goblin with the blood of an Asian. Arg. Suddenly, he felt his head hurt slightly. When he recalled his past face, his head felt like it was about to split. I still couldn't remember anything, he said with frown on his face. He could only recall the basic things, but his family and his social stature, he couldn't remember those things at all. He couldn't even remember if he have a friend back in Earth. Why? My intelligence is higher, but why I can't remember it at all, he muttered in a low voice. His breathing became ragged as he clenched his fist tightly. His power was boiling up like it was about to explode. Hack! A loud sound echoed. Soda slapped himself on the face to calm himself. He then took a deep breath and he closed his eyes. Inhale. Exhale. After repeating this cycle for a few times, Soda opened his eyes. His eyes was clear and his heart rate became normal again. He was calm as water now. Let's worry about something like that later. He wanted to do something after evolving. And that was conquering the dungeon like what he always did in the game. He's going to try his newly gained abilities to the boss there. After evolution, his health, stamina, and mana recovered. Be prepared, dungeon boss, as I was going to raid your precious home. But before that, he collected the souls of the dead first. The evolution prevented him from taking the souls as it was blocked by the white light before. Now, he could see the souls increasing from the interface. He then walked to the direction of the kobold's dungeon. Tack. Tack. Footsteps echoed inside the dark cave. The area was silent and the footsteps could be heard clearly. Soda was walking straight to the direction of the dungeon boss. He then stopped on his track and looked ahead with a smile on his face. Group of kobolds came out of the shadow. They were holding sharp weapons such as sword and spear. Soda gripped his sword tightly. He fixed his posture and he raised his sword at the level of his eyes. His muscle bulged out as he stabbed his sword in front of him. Stab. It was so fast that the kobolds only felt a gust of wind. They couldn't follow his movements at all. Drip. The kobolds looked down and saw a hole in their chest. The kobolds on the back were also caught in the attack. The only one who were safe were the ones that on the left side. Blood flowed out of the mouth of the kobolds as they fell on their knees and drew their last breath. One by one those kobolds who took lethal damage fell down. Dang. 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 The other kobolds were frozen in fear. They didn't know what happened just now. Fear was slowly spreading in their heart. All of them gulped at the same time. Soda lowered his sword and looked at the kobolds 5 meters away from him. A simple basic skill, stab, grew this powerful. The skill could create a powerful force that traveled in the air. It was powerful that it could even pierce a metal bar. He could attack anyone within 10 meters from him. A level 3 skill was really different. It was the major realm of every skill. Once a skill reached the level 3, a great upgrade will occur and the effect and power of the skill will greatly enhance not just by 2 times but by 5 times. Crack. Soda noticed something in his interface. The durability of the sword decreased by 1. The sword of this level couldn't handle it when someone used a skill at the level of 3. If Soda want a weapon that wouldn't break easily, then he should find a yellow or blue grade equipments. Most of the weapons here in the low-level dungeon were just a colorless grade equipments. Well, there's so many swords scattered in this place, Soda said as he glanced on the swords scattered on the ground. These were the weapons of the dead kobolds. He turned his attention back on the remaining kobolds. He once again did the same posture and executed the skill, stab, swoosh. Holes appeared on the bodies of the kobolds at the same time. The kobolds couldn't even react on his skill. Crack. The sword in his hand cracked. The crack quickly spread and it crumbled down. Who? Soda closed his eyes as he heard a series of sound in his head. Before his attributes were 1 digit at that time. His intelligence attribute merely 1 at that time. But now his attributes reached 30 or more. His attributes increased by 1 every level up when he was a simply normal goblin. Well then, let's go to the boss room, he said, and he picked 1 good sword on the ground. He then walked ahead and stopped in front of a metal door. The metal door was huge, depicting the boss of this dungeon. This is the boss room where the kobold's leader reside. Soda muttered as he raised his hand and slowly pushed open the metal door. Inside the wide room, a kobold wearing a full body equipment was sitting on a throne. A leather armor, pair of gauntlet, leather pants, and a black gloves. The kobold was holding a spear in its right hand. Beside the kobold were another 4 kobold kneeling on the ground. It has the same pose when someone was kneeling or seeing a king. Well, that kobold was the king of this dungeon. Soda's eyes twinkled when he saw this. A yellow grade equipments. It has the same level of the robe and staff that he looted from the undead skeleton mage. He directly walked inside the room while he's stretching his body. He said with a smirk, "I'm getting excited over a set of yellow equipment." Then, a notification ringed inside his head, stopping him from moving. Ding. You've entered the boss room. Quest triggered. Boss battle. Defeat the boss and conquer the dungeon. Rewards, 400 exp, 1 attribute point, and 1 skill point. Soda accept the mission without hesitation. Actually, he could decline a quest like this. A quest of this type will only appear in a given situation. There's also the other type of quest that came from the NPC. That type of quest has penalty. The penalty will be either somebody was dying or some will be put in jail. It depends on the quest a player pick. When a quest was about a medicine bringing in time, it means that the player needs to deliver the medicine or else the NPC who had a sickness will die. The 4 kobold guardians stood up and pulled out their sword while the leader just watched them with interest. "You know, these 4 aren't enough," Soda said as he slowly walked towards the 4 kobolds. One of the kobold charged with a sword in its hand. It swung its sword powerfully. Soda slightly shifted his body and he tightened his fist before he threw a punch on the stomach of the kobold. Bang! The punch was strong and fast that the kobold flew away and crashed in the wall behind the boss. The power behind 75 strength attribute was so strong that it could crush normal monster. Soda quickly turned around and faced the 3 kobolds. The 3 kobolds were rushing straight at him. They reacted fast when they saw their comrade crashed in the wall. Swoosh! 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 Soda avoided the sharp weapons aiming to cut him. He stepped backwards while dodging the attacks and he slowly raised his sword. Bang! 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 The 3 kobolds was pushed backwards as hole appeared in their bodies. Soda just used stab consecutively and it easily killed the 3 kobolds. Thud. The kobolds fell with a loud sound. Blood slowly formed beneath their bodies. Several notifications ringed in Soda's head. Soda then looked towards the boss of the dungeon. This boss was a high kobold, just like kobolds he killed before. But this kobold was stronger than those newly evolved kobolds. The boss monster was naturally stronger than the other monster even if they were in the same species. The boss was 3 to 5 times stronger and its health was higher than the rest. A boss wasn't called a boss for nothing. "I've already killed 2 dungeon boss," Soda muttered while looking on the boss. He could already kill a dungeon boss when he was still an ordinary goblin. This boss was not much different from the other boss. He was much stronger now and he could handle a boss easier with his stats. The boss slowly stood up and grabbed the spear on its side. It exuded an aura of a veteran warrior that undergo hundreds of battles. Soda sighed and dashed towards the boss. In just a second, he arrived in front of the boss. Gripping the handle tightly, he slashed his sword. The boss the spear and parried the sword. Then, it quickly stabbed its spear. Fast stab. Soda tightened his muscles and swiftly moved his hand, blocking every attack of the boss. Clang. 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 Level 2, Spear Mastery, huh? Soda thought while blocking every stab of spear. He focused his eyes on the moving spear of the boss. Swoosh. He moved his hand and grabbed the spear. Caught it. He smirked and used his strength to raise the spear in the air. The boss didn't let go the spear as it was pulled in the air. Ah! Soda shouted and he smashed the boss in the ground. Bang! Spider web-like cracks appeared in the floor. Soda raised his sword and slashed it down. The boss learned from before, so it let go the spear and rolled sideways, avoiding the slash. Swoosh. The boss pulled himself up and jumped backwards. It saw Soda rushing with a fast speed. This is the end. Soda raised his sword and used stab consecutively. Bang. 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 He made several holes on the body of the kobolds. Some of the attack was blocked by the leather armor. Somewhere in the neck, shoulders, and arms. He always wanted to try this but he couldn't before as it needs a lot of stamina. He would only used stab 3 to 5 times in a battle. But now, he could freely try it with as he had a lot of stamina. Soda purposely attacked the part that weren't covered in armor, still some of his attack hit the armor. He still couldn't control the level 3, stab, when using it consecutively with his level 2, sword mastery. Soda only stopped his movements when he heard the notification in his head. You've received 1,598 exp from defeating a high kobold. Congratulations for completing the mission boss battle. You've received 400 exp. You've received 1 skill point. You've received 1 attribute point. The health of this boss was much higher than he expected. He consumed more than half of his stamina in using level 3, stab. It was much sturdier than the 2 boss he fought before. At least he killed this boss faster than the rest. Let's stop thinking about. Soda shook his head and he squatted down in front of the corpse of the boss. He placed down his sword and started to loot the dead body. Bear's glove. Yellow. A gloves made from the hide of a giant bear. Effect, plus 5 dexterity, plus 20 health. Durability, 14-15. Rock Gauntlet, yellow, a gauntlet made from the pure rock and high mana. Effect, plus 5 vitality, plus 20 health, plus 10 mana. Durability, 12-15. Kobold's armor, yellow, an armor made from the hide of a high kobold. Effect, plus 20 health, plus 20 stamina, plus 5% physical resistance. Durability, 8-15. Kobold's pants, yellow, a pants made from the hide of a high kobold. Effect, plus 20 health, plus 5 agility, plus 5 damage resistance. Durability, 9-15. Soda wear the gloves, gauntlets, and pants. The armor was huge for him and it was uncomfortable to move. If he wasn't feeling uncomfortable he would wear it even if it was loose on him. He was afraid that it would hinder his movements or bother him in a battle. The pants was also huge on him, but after he made an adjustment it fitted him. What should I do now? I should finish all the dungeon here in the upper floor before leaving the sanctuary. 1 week had passed since Soda's evolution to high-end Goblin. He completed the survival mission which he needs to survive for 5 days. Well, if he failed in completing the mission it means that he died. He already expected it to complete this mission easily. If he was in the middle floor then he would die without even killing a single monster. After becoming a high-end Goblin, it became easy for him to complete the rest of the dungeons here in the upper floor. He spent his week in conquering all the remaining 9 low-level dungeons. Although he leveled up quite a lot this time and increased his stats higher, he still wouldn't dare to go down in the middle floor. The monsters there were completely different from the monster in the upper floor. A person will truly know why this place was called Undead Sanctuary once he or she go down there. The Undead Lich, Death Knight, Greater Ghouls, Bone Tiger, etc. were a monster that can be found in the middle floor. Their levels were completely higher than the monster here in the upper floor. If he wasn't wrong, the highest level of monster here was 19, and that level was average in the middle floor. If all the undead here got out of the sanctuary, the undead would be able to destroy a few weak countries out there in the surface. He became level 16 after conquering the whole upper floor of the Undead Sanctuary. His status became quite pleasing in his eyes, especially his strength attribute. His strength attribute was now over 100. He could now literally punch a hole through iron without taking any damage. He also collected enough souls to use the effect of the Harvester of the Soul. He used it twice and increased his dexterity and intelligence. He finally balanced his agility and dexterity. This made him more faster. He used the souls in his intelligence because he got himself another spells. He got himself 2 spell book from the dungeons that he raid. He learned Ice Shot and Light Heal by using 4 skill points. In truth, he found 3 skill books, but the other one was also Light Heal. Unfortunately, the Light Heal cannot be used in oneself. In total, he already learned 3 spells. He only need to learn 2 spells and he would reach the requirements to get a class. Currently, Soda was bathing in the river. He was cleaning the wounds on his body that received from invading the orcs' dungeon. The power of orcs wasn't something he couldn't take lightly. I will go out of this place tomorrow, he muttered with a satisfied expression. He already cleared all the dungeon here, so it's normal for him to go out. His stats weren't enough to go down in the middle floor, so he will get himself a class first. A mid-level dungeon where housing 200 level 20 plus monster. He would stood a chance if he have a class and some powerful skill, but unfortunately for him he still don't have any class even if he's already level 16 and his skill were pretty much the basic ones. It sucks here, he said as he looked up on the ceiling. He then stood up and went to the shore. He picked his equipments and wore it. He hanged his sword on his waist while the staff was on his back. Let's exercise first, Soda said as he did some exercise. Based on his experience, he knew that training or practicing could increase his exp. He then practiced swordsmanship to increase his proficiency. He did not only train sword skill, he also trained his other skill to increase the proficiency. The system didn't have a function to see the proficiency of skills. It was the same in the game. After training, he roasted a fish and then ate it. He was happy that he learned the fireball spell. Using this spell he could create a fire or cook his meal. He doesn't want to eat any raw meat at all. It tastes bad. Ha ha ha. It tastes great, he said as he bit a mouthful of roasted fish. It didn't have any seasonings, but for him it was good compared to the raw meat of Goblin and Kobold. This is the only time that I could truly relax my tense muscle. He could relax as he know that there's no other monster here in the upper floor except himself. He doesn't need to worry about monster attacking him when he was sleeping. For the past week, he was tense and couldn't relax properly. He was serious in keeping himself alive. If I could get some alcohol then it would be perfect. Thinking about alcohol really made me want to rush in the city. After enjoying his meal, Soda fell asleep. He could finally sleep comfortably. Soda woke up exactly after 8 hours. He'd do some maintenance on his equipment before he packed up his belongings. Well, he only have equipments as his belongings and the skill books. He would sell these skill books in the city. In the game, after a player learned a skill, the skill book or spell book would vanish into the air. Let's go. He went to the center of the upper level. It was in the middle of the woods. There's no trees anymore as it was replaced by a huge flat rock. The surface of the rock was smooth and it contains a bit of magical power. He went around and found a stairs leading to the top. He walked to the top and found a huge magic circle on the ground. The magic circle were carved in the surface of the rock. It was a high-level teleportation spell. I wonder what will those people do once they knew that I've arrived in the real world of Battle Worlds Online. Soda smirked as he extended his feet and stepped inside the magic circle. He waited for a while but nothing happens. Huh? Why didn't a prompt appear asking if I want to exit this place? Soda muttered with a dumbfounded expression. He thought that it would work once he stepped inside the magic circle. Well, that's only in the game. It was completely different in real fantasy world. He then rubbed his chin, pondering what he should do. He lifted up his head and looked on the ceiling. He could burst out the ceiling if he was level 60 plus, but with his level he couldn't do that. A level 60 plus character could destroy landmass. An idea came into his mind. He recalled that he have the mana manipulation skill. He squatted down and placed his palm on the surface of the rock. He closed his eyes and felt the mana inside the rock. He controlled his mana and he floated to the magic circle. Shiving. The magic circle emitted a dim. The more mana he poured in the magic circle, the more brightly it become. Then, he felt the ground shook slightly. It was then that he opened his eyes and saw the magic circle glowing in red light. Shiving. The light got stronger and it swallowed him. When the light disappeared, he was also gone. Soda opened his eyes. He saw the magic circle beneath. It was glowing with red light. After a few moments, the magic circle turned back into ordinary magic circle. It was covered in soil and grass, so he couldn't clearly see the magic circle anymore. He could only see the rough outline before because it was emitting a red light. It was the secret path to go down in the undead sanctuary. The player accidentally discovered it back then. But now there's no player to discover the place anymore. It would become his farm site in the near future. He stood up and looked around him. This place was full of graveyards. He could even see some zombies around him. Cursed Cemetery? Huh? The place above the undead sanctuary was called Cursed Cemetery. It was also a place full of undead and one of the Forbidden Zone. It was located near the edge of the Giza continent. It was daylight now, so the zombies were quite weak. Powerful monster over level 50 would only appear at midnight. Luckily, it's morning, Soda said as he turned his head. On the other side of this place, he saw a sea, a bodies of water, the Great East Sea. Over there was another huge continent, the Gods Continent. Players also called it Earth Continent. They called it Earth Continent because of the living being there. The mythology of Earth were living there. The Norse mythology, Greek mythology, gods of Egypt, Japanese Shinto, Chinese mythology, etc. All of them were in the Gods Continent. He recalled that he became a hero of Athena back then. He became part of her hero when he was trying to capture his mount. But Soda's destination wasn't there. It'd take a lot of time to go there without any preparation. He also doesn't have any boats or ship, so he will go to the nearest city to acquire a class. He would also study the language of this world. I wonder what version it is right now. Soda muttered in a low voice. Soda placed his left hand on his and felt the bag he made. Inside it were the precious stones that he looted in the sanctuary. Mana stone, gold, silver, platinum, etc. were all inside the bag. He will use this stone as currency to enter the city. Even though some of the countries in this continent were quite advanced, they still haven't changed the currency system. The currency system were arranged based on the magical value. It was arranged like this: copper coin, gold coin, silver coin, platinum coin. Copper and gold have low magic conductivity, so their value were lower than silver and platinum. In this world, where magic reigns, the value of gold dropped. A piece of silver and gold is enough for the city guards to let me pass, Soda said with a smile on his face. Then, he saw 4 zombies ahead of him. It seems that I need to exit this place first before I could relax. Soda dashed towards the 4 zombies while brandishing his sword. Grah! The 4 zombies noticed him as they growl with a coarse voice. Soda imbued his mana on his sword and slashed it. Pucci! You've received 57 XP for defeating a zombie. 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 Soda heard several sound in his head as the 4 zombies were cut in half. Their upper body slowly fell on the ground. Still, this is good, Soda said while looking at the sword in his hand. Since leveling up the mana manipulation skill, he could now use his mana to strengthen his sword. There's no features like this in the game. It's pretty convenient if he was to say it. Boom. The ground shook heavily. It felt like someone was approaching. The air became heavy and turned cold. Sota turned his head and saw a 3-meter-tall undead. He frowned and muttered, "A gigantic zombie? Huh?" A gigantic zombie was an evolved form of an ordinary zombie. It has a huge body and powerful strength. But its speed was still slow as the ordinary zombie. If it's midnight, then I would meet an undead more powerful than this, Sota said as he poured his mana on his sword. The cursed cemetery was more terrifying when the darkness covered the sky. Terrifying undead would start appearing one by one. Compared to those undead, this undead here was too weak. It's like comparing an ant to an elephant. Thud. Thud. The loud footsteps of the gigantic zombie shook the ground. Sota fixed his posture and he poured his mana in his sword. The sword glowed dimly as it contained his mana. "I will finish this easily," he said before he used dash, appearing in front of the gigantic zombie in just a few seconds. He then executed the stab skill. The gigantic zombie lifted up its arm and tried to block Sota's attack. Boom. The power behind stab pierced the palm of the gigantic zombie. The force continued and made a huge hole on the chest of the zombie. The skill stab, added with mana, was much stronger than before. It could even pierce the tough defense of the gigantic zombie. Sota stopped in front of the gigantic zombie before pulling back his sword. Pouring his mana, he thrust his sword forward. Swish. It was a normal stab without a usage of skill. He could stab his sword without a skill, but if he used the skill, its firepower and penetration was stronger than normal stab. Swivish. Swish. Swish. Stabbing his sword like a madman made the gigantic zombie fell backwards. Bang. For the finishing touch, Sota kicked the ground and once again executed the skill stab. Bang. The force behind the skill burst the head of the gigantic zombie. It staggered backwards before it fell on the ground. You've received 198 XP for defeating a gigantic zombie. The soul inside the undead went straight to the soul blood earring. He just need to activate the skill and all the souls of the undead that he defeated would come inside his earring. No, he's already activating it ever since he wore the item. Sota looked around and saw a few zombies wandering aimlessly. I need to get out of this place before it gets dark. Saying this, he dashed forward to the direction of the woods. He wouldn't survive this place if it gets dark. It wasn't a forbidden place for nothing. After a few hours of running, Sota finally stopped. He was exhausted and there's only a few mana left in his mana pool. Even with dash skill, he still haven't left the cursed cemetery. The skill consumed almost all of his mana as he was using it non-stop. I need to rest for a few minutes, he said while gasping. He was close to the woods. Once he entered the woods, he wouldn't met any undead there. The cursed cemetery was a very large place. It was like a city of undead. This place was 600 kilometers in diameter. That's why no person would dare to enter this place if they weren't sure that they could get out before it gets dark. Thousands of undead will swarm those people when the night falls. Back then, the top 10 guilds formed an alliance and invade this place. It was a grand battle between the players and undead. Thousands of players fought the countless army of undead here in the night. That battle promoted thousands of players to a higher level. It was at that time that they discovered the undead sanctuary. There's a lot of good item and skill book here. There's also a curse weapon here. But Sota didn't have a time to find those things. He had a limited stamina and couldn't fight for a long time. He couldn't afford to fight the undead here with his current stats and equipments. Sota looked at his stamina and said, I think this is enough to get out of here. He then stood up and started running. Using dash to increase his running speed. After a few dozens of minutes, he made a decision to use his free attribute points. He had 31 free attribute points. These were enough to increase a few of his stats by 10. He added 10 points to his vitality attribute. Vitality was connected to his health and stamina. So by increasing vitality he could increase his stamina. Vitality, 6858 plus 10, plus. He tapped the plus in his mind to add 10 points. Vitality, 7868 plus 10, plus. He felt a warm energy entered his body. It decreased his tiredness by a little amount. Sota took a long breath before he continued adding free attribute points in his stats. He added 10 free attribute points in his agility attribute. His agility became agility, 79 plus. Before it was 69 but now it became 79. He only had 11 free attribute points and he doesn't have any plan to use it for now. With a boom he dashed faster than before. Swoosh. He met some zombies that tried to block his way. He sliced those fools without hesitation, but he avoided the evolved zombies as it would take him some time to kill those evolved zombies. Luckily, it was daylight and he could everything around him. So he could differentiate those zombies even if it was far. He already met ordinary zombie, gigantic zombie, slick, and toxic ghoul. He naturally avoided the gigantic zombie, especially the slick and toxic ghoul. Those two undead were much more powerful than gigantic zombie. Their level was between 30 to 40. An instant death would await him if he went to their direction. He was already running for an hour now. Then he saw the woods ahead of him. I can see it. Soda smiled burst out from the ground. He controlled his mana and imbued it in his feet. This increased his speed once again, but the consumption was high. He was using mana in dash already. Soda stopped as soon as he entered the woods. He leaned his back on the tree and took a deep breath. That was tiring. He lifted up his head and looked at the trees around him. If there's some fruit, then he would take it. Unfortunately, he doesn't found anything. Well, fruit was not the only edible things here in the woods. There's also those wild animals and monsters. He lifted up his head and looked at the sky. The sun was setting down, and in just an hour darkness will cover this entire place. Let's go. He doesn't have the time to rest. He need to find a place to stay for a night and some food. Suddenly, a snake thrust forward trying to bite him. It revealed its sharp poisonous fangs. Soda reacted by grabbing his sword on his waist and slashing it on the snake. The snake was sliced in half. The snake didn't even feel the pain in its death. You've received 39 XP for defeating a toxic snake. A toxic snake, huh? Soda muttered while looking at the carcass of the snake. The poison of the snake could paralyze a level 20 monster. He crouched down and picked it up. This was going to be his dinner for tonight. Soda was hiding in the bush thinking about what he should do. There's a cave in front of him. He could stay inside there comfortably. But there's one problem, and that was the wild boss. There's a red fur bear that was living in that cave. It was one of the powerful monster in the forest. In the game its level was between 20-40. Okay, I will check its level first, Soda muttered as he stood up and walked towards the cave. He brandished his sword and gripped it tightly. He looked in his stats and saw that he still have 20 mana and 18 stamina left. This is enough as long as I do it swiftly. He thought. Roar. A powerful and loud roar shook the entire cave. A skill, huh? Soda's brows knitted tightly and he started to circulate his mana inside his body. He poured it in his sword as he prepared himself. Boom. A 3-meter-tall figure came out of the cave. The red fur bear looks dominating. It deserves the title one of the powerful monster here. Swiftly, without any sound, Soda dashed towards the red fur bear. In just a second he was beside the bear. He pulled back his sword and used stab. Bang. The sword pierced the thick hide of the bear. Blood flowed out and dyed the soil. This attack surprised the bear. It didn't think that Soda would attack immediately. Soda turned around as he poured mana in his feet. Bang. He kicked the wound he gave to the bear. Roar. The bear roared in pain and it swept out its arms towards the perpetrator. Soda raised his arm and guard against the attack. Bang. Soda gritted his teeth as he felt the shock of the attack. Cracks formed in his gauntlet. His health decreased by 20 points in just a single attack. Its firepower was greater than anything he fought before. Once again, Soda jumped and poured his mana in his sword. He then noticed that the arm of the bear was heading towards him. He grind his teeth and executed. Stab. Pucci. Bang. His sword pierced the eye of the bear. Blood dripped on the ground while Soda was smashed on the ground, creating a small crater. Roar. The red fur bear roared angrily as the sword was stuck in its eye. Arg. Soda spat a mouthful of blood before turning his head to look at the red fur bear. It was shallow. If he put more force in his attack he would have reached the brain of the bear. Swoosh. He ignored the pain and charged towards the bear. He could only use 2 spell with his remaining mana. Ice shot. A block of ice smashed the wound on the feet of the bear. He then jumped in the mid-air and shoot, fireball, towards the roaring bear. Bang. Just die, Soda roared, and when he was about to push the sword deeper a system prompt ringed in his mind. Ding. The red fur bear conceded. Congratulations for acquiring your first pet. Congratulations, you've acquired your first pet. Soda stopped his and twisted his body in the mid-air before he landed on the ground. He looked at the system prompts that he received. He didn't expect that he would acquire a pet this time. Now that the bear was registered in the system he could see the details of the bear. Pet/mount 11 equals red fur bear level 21 equals a powerful bear with blood red fur that live deep in the forest. An evolved species of mountain bear. Like to eat fruits and honey. A level 21, huh? Soda thought while looking at the interface. It means that this bear just evolved recently. He actually got himself a pet on his way to the Hebrew kingdom. He had a plan to level up first before getting his pet in the God's continent. His pet in the game was a powerful dragon that was sealed a long time ago. She's Hydra, a 9-head Hydra. He got that pet when he was doing a quest for Athena back then. Sota shook his head and turned around to face the bear. He looked at the bear who was groaning in pain. Is this really my pet? He stepped forward and placed his palm on the head of the bear. He said, stay still, it will hurt for a few seconds. He then grabbed the handle of the sword that was stuck in the eye of the bear. He forcefully pulled it out as blood spurted out from the eye of the bear. Light heal. Sota immediately casted, light heal, to stop the bleeding. He once again casted it until the bear stopped groaning in pain. The bear looked at him with fearful eyes as she lowered her head. She carefully stuck her tongue out and licked his hand. From now your name will be Yuko, Sota said as he caressed her red fur. While caressing her red fur his thoughts were flying. He recalled the pets he had in the game. Those were powerful monsters that could destroy a city. All of them could put up a fight with top players. They could even kill those players in one-on-one battle. There's one player whose class was Divine Tamer. That player have a monster ranch of different powerful monster. That player contacted him and wanted to buy his pets. Unfortunately, he declined as he had a hard time getting those pets. He wouldn't exchange them for anything. Sota shook his head and looked at the dark cave. Let's go. Saying this he walked forward and entered the cave. Yuko lifted up her head and looked at her master. She followed behind as both of them entered the cave. The cave was quite deep so he didn't explore it anymore. He was tired, the muscles on his legs was aching because of running non-stop. It was morning when he left the undead sanctuary but now it's already dark. It took him more than 9 hours before he managed to exit the cursed cemetery. He leaned his back on the walls and closed his eyes. He quickly fell asleep as both tiredness and exhaustion hit him. Yuko quietly looked at him. She was still fearful of him because of what he did to her. She slowly moved her huge body and went beside Sota. She kept him warm with her thick fur as she also fell asleep. Pet/Mount 11 equals Yuko level 21 red fur bear equals. Battle Worlds Online was the most popular game that millions of people played this game. It was a mix of fantasy and futuristic world. The game didn't only move around a single world but it moves around the whole cosmos. A world with different cultures were all around for the player to explore. Sword, gun, magic, mecha, etc. were inside this game. The players could pick from hundreds of race and job to start from. That's the Battle Worlds Online. There's a legendary player called Blood in the game. He was called the most powerful player in the Battle Worlds Online. He doesn't have any guild or join any party. His skill combination, precise intuition, and his perfect control over his character skills were all above the other players. A man wearing a black sleeveless long coat with red linings. The front part of his collar was extended on his back fluttering in the wind. His left arm was covered in crimson-colored armor while on his right arm was the same armor. He wore a black pants with the same design as his coat. On his hand, he was holding a huge scythe. The scythe looks ominous with its design as there's eyes on the blade of the scythe. The man jumped down from the top of a tall building and waved the scythe to the huge army in front. Every time he waved his scythe people would die. The souls of the dead went to his earring and the corpses would also disappeared. It was the cause of his powerful weapon, the flesh-eating scythe. He was called the most brutal person as he didn't even let a corpse and soul leave easily. He was standing on the top ranking ever since the launch of the game. The only thing that limited him was the level cap of each version. Sota opened his eyes and it was already morning. A dream. He looked around and saw that Yuko was cuddling him. He stood up and patted her. He still haven't fully recovered all the stamina and mana that he lost yesterday. The basic recovery rate of health, stamina, and mana was 1 per hour. When sleeping it would increase by 5 times. Sleeping for a few hours was enough if he was still a goblin with low health, stamina, and mana, but now it wasn't enough as he had more than 100. It seems that he will stay here in the woods this time. Sota turned his head as he felt Yuko moved. He looked at her as Yuko also looked at him. Yuko stood up and went deep inside the cave. Sota looked at her with a curious gaze. He doesn't know what she intend to do. After a few moments, Yuko came back and she presented a bunch of fruits in front of him. You're giving this to me? Sota looked at the fruits. This fruits could help him recover his stamina as it have that effect. But there's something that caught his attention. He reached out his hand and picked up a green fruit with white dots. This is green mana fruit? Sota looked at the fruit on his hand. He didn't think that Yuko have this kind of fruit. Oh? She loves fruit as it was written in the description. Green mana fruit was a fruit that could increase a person's mana. Yes, increase, not recover. It means that it could increase his mana pool. Sota looked at Yuko and said, alright, I will take this. He then bit the green mana fruit in his hand. Ding. Your mana have increased by 20. It was hard to find a fruit like this in this world. It was also hard to cultivate this kind of fruit and only a few people have this kind of skill. Even he only ate a few back in the game. Yuko looked at him with teary eye. She really doesn't want to give him those fruits as it was her treasure. She felt pain as she saw Sota eating the fruits she collected for a long time. Sota looked at Yuko and said, "You can have the rest." Yuko tilted her head as she couldn't understand what he was saying. "You can have the rest," Sota repeated and pushed the fruits to her. This time, Yuko vaguely understood his words thanks to the master and pet contract in the system. She moved her big hands and grabbed the fruits. She then stood up and went deep in the cave. Sota guessed that she hid the fruits back. He stretched his body and exited the cave. The sun rays hit his body and he felt a warm energy coursing through his body. At most, it will take me a month before I arrive in the Hebrei kingdom. If he could fly or have that airship of Mechanic Country, it would be easy for him. The distance between Hebrei Kingdom and Curse Cemetery was large. Without any sort of transportation, it would take him a long time to travel between kingdom. Actually, there's a few villages nearby but he don't know their language, so it will be hard to communicate. Only large kingdoms such as Hebrei Kingdom sell the technology of Mechanic Country. He would buy the communicator there first and find a way to learn the other spell. He wouldn't be able to receive a quest if he couldn't understand their language. He would also know what version if he go there and gathered some news about the powerful countries. Sota rest for a whole day. He just stay inside the cave and he let Yuko hunt the food for the two of them. Yuko was one of the powerful monster here, so he don't need to worry about her getting in trouble. "Let's continue our journey," Sota said as he stood up and stretched his body. It was morning and the weather was nice. It's perfect for traveling. He turned around and looked at Yuko. "Yuko, come on. Let's go." Yuko followed behind him quietly. Sota have a plan. He recalled that there's valuable things in this forest. Every place of this world have something that's valuable. Especially with his current strength, he need those things as long as it could help him a little. Sota followed his memories and walked for about 1 hour before he stopped. Yuko also stopped and looked at him with a confused expression. She was wondering why did he stop all of a sudden. Sota ignored her and carefully looked at his surrounding. Towering trees were around them and it's still the same as before. Okay, I get it. He then ducked down and pressed his palm on the grass. He then felt a stone hiding beneath the grass. This stone was different from normal stone as characters that he couldn't understand were carved in the surface of the stone. There's a red dot protruding in the center of the carvings. Sota smiled and looked around him. He noticed a flickering light hiding in the tree 15 meters away from him. He pressed the red dot and slowly raised his hand. He showed the stone to the flickering light. The flickering light vanished from his side and he felt someone appeared behind him. Sota slowly turned his head and saw a strange creature behind him. It has the same height as him when he was still an ordinary goblin. It was a humanoid creature that has a furry lower body and 2 goat horns on its head. It was a great lum, a special type of monster that can only be found in forest. It didn't have great combat skills but it had great magical powers. In the game, if a player encounter this creature they will receive a special quest. Those special quests were easy to do and have high reward. The great lum opened its palm. Sota understood what it meant, so he placed the stone on top of its palm. It then turned around and started to walk. Sota followed the great lum without hesitation. He gestured from behind and Yuko started to walk. She was confused and didn't know what's happening. Swoosh. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. Sota looked around and found that they were in front of a beautiful lake. He then heard a system prompt in his head. Ding. You've entered the secret ground of the great lum. Quest triggered. Give me, the great lum wants you to give him your treasure. Rewards? Sota read the quest that he received. He just need to give the great lum his treasure. Just like what the forum said. The quest was easy but the reward was still unknown. He picked up the bag that was hanging on his waist. He opened it and revealed the precious stones that he got from the undead sanctuary. These stones were valuable. It has a high price in the market. He gave all the stones to the great lum. But he still haven't heard that he completed the quest. It means that it wasn't enough. He took out the 3 skill books and also gave it, but it wasn't enough. I could get this anywhere. The most important is to complete the quest, Sota said in a low voice as he grabbed the staff on his back. He gave it to the great lum. Ding. Congratulations for completing the mission. Give me. You've received a skill blessing of the great. Sota sighed in relief when he heard the notification. He doesn't know what to give if it still wasn't enough. No, he would give his leather armor or his pants. Thinking about this, he read the notification. He was surprised as he received a skill from this quest. This simple quest gave him a skill? So that's why it called a special quest. The only downside of this quest was he could only do it once. Well, he couldn't learn the same skill twice. There's no other player here. So he was thinking that he could monopolize all the special and hidden quest here. 7G#Q0026 number 5. Sota looked up as he heard the great lum saying something he couldn't understand. It felt like it was important. The great lum stopped speaking and it quietly waved its hand. Suddenly, he was back in the middle of the forest with Yuko. He looked around and saw that everything was still the same. It felt like that meeting the Great Lamb was a dream. Who? He shook his head and checked the details of the skill that he received. Blessing of the Great, the power of the Great Lum. It enhance all the abilities of the user. Effect, +5 all stats, +20 mana. It's equal to 1 level up in high-end Goblin. Well, this was enough for him. It could also help him. Let's go, Yuko, Sota said as he started to walk. Yuko quietly followed behind him. The Great Lum looked in the sky and said quietly, the great change will start just like in the prophecy. I don't know whether it's good or bad that they brought you here in this world. The flames of destruction will slowly consume the whole world. Even the gods will not be able to escape it. So what will you do, Ayashi's savior? The two traveled in a very slow pace as Sota get the other things that he could sell. They ate together and sleep together. They would also hunt together. Even though he couldn't understand what she was saying, it was enough for him. Traveling with someone was better than traveling alone. It's not boring to begin with. In the game he preferred to travel alone as he knew that it was only a game. He could vaguely recall that he had friends outside the game. And he would help those friends of his sometimes in the quest in Battle Worlds Online. A week had passed before they managed to get out of the forest. They experienced many things together in this week. Finally, Sota exclaimed as he looked at the vast grassland in front of him. He was riding on the back of Yuko and he could see far away. Good. Yuko, go ahead, Sota said as he patted Yuko's head. Roar. Yuko roared in response to Sota. She then charged ahead at full speed. Her speed was slower than him, but it was enough for him. She could only vaguely understand his words, but this was enough for him. Sota saw a small village. He squinted his eyes and patted Yuko. Yuko, stop. Yuko stopped and she lifted up her head and looked at him with a confused expression. Sota got down and caressed her fur. It's okay, it's just a village. Sota said and observed the village. The distance between him and the village was far. If he walked it would take him a few minutes. Yuko looked at Sota and followed behind him. Every time that Sota took a step forward she would also step forward quietly behind him. The village was quite lively. There's a reason for that. A merchant arrived here and were selling things from large city and kingdom. The villagers always look forward to when a merchant caravan would arrive. They were looking forward to the things that the merchant brought. A merchant, huh? Sota turned around and faced Yuko. He caressed her head and said, no matter what happens, don't attack anyone. Yuko tilted her head in confusion, so he repeated his words. After he repeatedly said the same words, it was only then that Yuko understood what that means. Good girl. Sota smiled and patted her head. He then turned around and walked towards the village with Yuko. Ah! Monster! A monster is attacking us! The villagers shouted at the same time. Their voices echoed in the whole village. The villagers started panicking, especially the women. The men quickly went to their house and armed themselves with sharp weapon. The merchant raised his eyebrows when he heard those words. He stood up and called his guards. Hey! Can we check it? The female guard nodded and called her comrades. Soon 3 more guards approached the merchant. A man wearing an armor stepped forward and said, Sir, a red fur bear was in the entrance of the village. A red fur bear? Let's check it. If we can kill it we could get some money by selling it. The merchant said. They arrived in the entrance and saw a huge bear with red fur. It looks dominating as it has a scar on its left eye. In front of the bear was man with dark green colored skin. He was wearing a pair of gauntlets and leather armor. On his low body was a pants made from high kobold's hide. A demi? The merchant said when he saw Sota. He turned his head and shouted on the villagers. Shut up. Is this your first time seeing a demi? As a merchant that traveled from one place to another he have seen a lot of different races. It not his first time seeing other races. The merchant walked forward and took out something from his neck and put it in his ear. It looks like an earphone. Sota widened his eyes when he saw this. This was the communicator that would let him converse to other races even if he couldn't understand their language. Good. Sota smiled inwardly when he saw the communicator from the merchant. The merchant was a fat man wearing a luxurious clothes. Although the merchant was looking like that, Sota knew that he was as strong as him. With the merchant wearing the communicator, he would be able to converse with them. Okay, let's ask if he's selling a communicator. Sota thought as he walked forward to the merchant. Yuko followed behind him quietly. She glared at the people around them, but she still followed Sota's order, so she could only glare at these people. The merchant looked at the female guard beside him and said, Brianna, lend him your communicator. Brianna, the female guard, nodded and removed the communicator on her neck. She then threw it towards Sota. Sota caught it and placed it on his neck. The merchant saw Sota walking towards him. He checked if the communicator was running before he opened his mouth and asked, I'm Jimmy of the Lanny Corporation, and who are you, sir? The merchant called himself Jimmy. Jimmy asked Sota with a polite tone. A demi who could tame a red fur bear was hard to find. Sota was extraordinary in his opinion and worth befriending. I'm Sota Ayeshi and this is my partner Yuko. Sota introduced himself and Yuko to the merchant named Jimmy. He then goes straight to the point. Do you have other communicator? I can pay it. Oh? Jimmy was surprised but he didn't show it on his face. The fact that Sota knew the existence of communicator means that Sota came from large city or kingdom. A rural village could hardly get news from those countries. It didn't have any access to advanced technology. Airship, communicator, automatic vehicle, etc. couldn't be found in rural village like this. People of this village didn't even know what's airship. I'm sorry, the only thing I brought were the items that were approved by the mechanic country. Jimmy shook his head in regret. Is that so? Sota could understand that. The mechanic country and the other powerful countries doesn't want to sell their technology to rural villages and small countries. A weak country should stay a weak country was what they say. Those who violated this would be completely destroyed. There was once an ambitious merchant that sell their technology here and there. That merchant and the place he sell the technology vanished in one night. Sir Ayeshi, do you mind if I ask where you came from? Jimmy walked beside Sota and asked. He waved his hand to his guards and nodded. The guards helped the crowd calm down. Sota turned his head and saw a beautiful female wearing a silver-colored breastplate. He felt his blood rising from his body. He gulped unconsciously. Sir Ayeshi? Jimmy called him as he saw Sota was in daze. Huh? Sota turned to look at Jimmy. The instinct of a goblin was something he couldn't imagine. The instinct to engage in sexual intercourse to a beautiful female. This was something he didn't expect. He haven't met a single female ever since he came here. No, actually he met a female kobolds, goblins, and other monsters. He just couldn't differentiate with their appearance. Also, Yuko was a female bear. Biting his tongue slightly to calm down his nerves, Sota asked Jimmy, what is it? Where do you came from? Jimmy repeated his question while looking at his female guard. It seemed that he guessed what Sota was thinking. I just came out of the deep woods and luckily I managed to tame a red fur bear. Sota came while looking around the village. This village was much worse than a newbie village. Oh? Jimmy turned to look at the red fur bear behind Sota. He then turned back his gaze to Sota and asked, where do you plan to go now? Border city of Hebrei Kingdom, Ladro City. I plan to enroll in the Ladro Institute. Sota said. Carriage? I'm sorry, since you know the communicator, you must have seen the automatic vehicles. I'm just an ordinary merchant so I don't have the luxury to buy those things, Jimmy said with an apologetic tone. It's okay. Sota nodded in understanding. The three great countries were far away here so they have no influence here. Jimmy glanced at Sota. He was sure that this Demi really know the things inside the huge kingdom and countries. To even know the Institute of Ladro City. The two talked for a while. Jimmy offered Sota to join them as they were also going to the Hebrei Kingdom. Sota agreed to him. This will slow down his journey but it's worth befriending a merchant. He could get inside the city without much inspection with a merchant backing him up. At night, Sota, Jimmy, and the guards were around a bonfire. They were roasting some meat that they hunted this afternoon. Good, Sota exclaimed as bit a mouthful of meat in his hand. He reached his hand towards Yuko. Yuko looked at the meat in his hand before she opened her mouth and bit the meat. Eat well. Sota smiled and patted Yuko's head. You really treat your pet well, Jimmy said while looking at their interaction. It's not that bad, Sota answered with a smile. He recalled the time he met Yuko. Both of them tried to kill each other at that time. It's really rare for someone to be a tamer. It's rare for someone to become a tamer. The fact that finding some monster were dangerous so no one would take a tamer lightly. The tamer also need to provide his/her pet its meal. What course do you plan to take in Institute? Mage. Sota replied without hesitation. He could learn a lot of basic spell in the Institute. He would become a full-fledged mage once he learned 2 more spell. He wouldn't change his class no matter what. He was the most familiar with this class. He would become just like what he was in the game or maybe stronger. Then, I would congratulate you in advance that you passed the entrance examination, Jimmy said. Ha ha ha, thank you, Sota laughed and asked while looking at the guards, by the way, what rank are they? Jimmy looked at his guards before he answered. They were the rank D adventurers that accepted my quest. Rank D, huh? Sota observed the guards or the hired guards. The Adventurers Guild was a very influential faction. In terms of influence, the guild had more influence than the 3 great countries. The main base was situated in the Nivari Kingdom. And adventurers were divided into 8 ranks. S rank was the strongest and F rank was a newbie. The power of a D rank adventurer was much stronger than the current Sota. So they are powerful, huh? Sota said in a low voice while looking at the 5 of them. 2 of them were female and 3 were men. The woman that has a honey-colored hair was the leader. She has a long silky hair that draped down to her back. Wearing a silver-colored armor was the proof that they weren't ordinary adventurers. An adventurers would be called a veteran once they became a rank D. Ha ha ha, of course, I wouldn't hire them if they weren't powerful. Jimmy laughed at Soda's words. He then turned at the female guard and said, Brianna, this is Soda. He will join us in our journey, so get to know each other. Hello, I'm Brianna, leader of the Gale group. The leader introduced herself as Brianna. I'm Soda, an aspiring mage, Soda said while looking at her honey-colored eyes. Then, the rest of the Gale group introduced themselves. By the way, Gale group was the name of their party. I'm Titer. Oh? An aspiring mage? Huh? You can ask our mage some questions if you like, right Tim? Titer was a huge man wearing full plate armor. He's almost 2 meters in height. Black hair, black eyes, and his sharp feature makes him popular in women. Ah. I don't know, Tim said with a lazy tone. He was a short man wearing a red robe with blue linings. His black hair almost covered his brown eyes. I'm John, a man with a cat ears introduced himself. He was wearing a leather armor and black pants. There's a dagger hanging on his waist. It seemed that he was a rogue. Hello, I'm Jane. She had a shoulder-length black hair and was wearing glasses. She had a beautiful face. Unfortunately, the scar on her left cheek ruined it. You were lucky that you found a young red fur bear. The ones I know was 5 meters tall. Yeah, that must be a level 39 adult red fur bear. Level 39? Nothing, forget about that. Ha ha ha, you're quite funny guy Soda. They talked for a whole night and got to know each other. Soda woke up early in the morning before the sun rises. He stood up and did some morning exercise to warm himself. He found that the hired guards were awake. It seemed that they were used to this lifestyle. As expected of an adventurers, he woke Yuko and went to hunt food. She wasn't included to the food that Jimmy provided. After all, she was just a pet and her master should be the one taking care of her. If Soda became a tamer rather than a mage, then he would be able to open up the inner world to store his pet. But sadly, he doesn't have any plan to become a tamer. I might neglect you once we go to the city, Soda said as he caressed Yuko's head. Moo. Yuko looked at Soda with her one eye. It seemed that she understood what he said. After they finished hunting food for Yuko, they went back to the village. Come on, let's go Soda. Jimmy shouted. All right, Soda sighed and smiled. Today was the day that they will leave this village and will go to the Hebrei kingdom. It will took 2 weeks to go there using carriage. And so 2 weeks had passed and they arrived at their destination. Battle Worlds Online was the most played game in world. There's a legendary player called Blood. The players and NPC called him in many titles. The solo player, Mysterious Gamer, One-Man Guild, Perfect Armory, Commander of Mechanic Country, Athena's Most Loved Hero, Demon Annihilator, Pioneer Player of the Mars Archipelago, and Master of Nine-Headed Hydra were the nicknames that players and NPC gave him. Solo player, as he prefers to raid a dungeon alone. He doesn't join a party nor join a guild, even the guilds of his friends. He even created his own guild with him the only member. Mysterious Gamer, as no one knew his true identity except his friends. Even the various game clubs tried to recruit but to no avail, they failed. One-Man Guild because he's the only member of the guild that he created. He even won a guild war with just him alone. Perfect Armory was because all of his equipments were universal treasure. All his equipments were skill holder. Commander Mechanic Country was because he became a commander of the most powerful country in the continent. No other player managed to raise in rank in this country. Athena's Most Loved Hero was because he's the first one that maxed a goddess affection rate. He received the most gentle affection from a goddess of Greek mythology that caused many players to hung their jaw. Demon Annihilator was because in the war against the demons, he once fought a single army on his own and annihilated the demons. Pioneer Player of the Mars Archipelago was because he's the first player that stepped foot in the unknown lands. He explored the unknown lands as the commander of Mechanic Country. The Master of Nine-Headed Hydra was because he managed to make the famous Hydra to become his pet. His deeds was something that no other players could do. He was the player that stood on the top of the rankings. He was recognized as the #1 player in the Battle Worlds Online. And now the legendary player transmigrated into the real world of Battle Worlds Online. He somewhat became a goblin much to his dismay. Even then, the legendary player was like the other players. He suffered getting killed in high difficult quest. He even failed some of those. Now that he came to this world, he would his best to survive this brutal world full of danger. We're here. Soda opened his eyes at Jimmy's voice. He took a peek outside and saw the 30-meter walls of Ladros City. It was just a border city, but the looks of it could be compared to the capital. Don't worry about it, I will handle the procedure, Jimmy said to him with a wink. Thanks for the trouble. Soda smiled wryly. He was thankful to Jimmy for this. He then glanced at the line and sighed. The line was long and it will take a long time before they could enter the city. Many people enter and exit the city every day. Different races coming from different places. After half an hour, Soda, Jimmy, and the rest managed to enter the city. We will part ways here, Jimmy said to him. Yeah, I'm very thankful for your help. Soda thanked Jimmy as he slightly bowed his head. No need to mind it, I also received something good from you. Don't forget to come to me if you've got something good, I'm always in the Lanny group. Don't forget that, Jimmy said with a laugh. It's true, that he received goods from Soda. Soda gave him something that he found in the deep woods. It was pretty valuable. I know, I'll go now, Soda said to the Gale group. He then gave back the communicator to Brianna, which she lent him back then. Thanks, yeah, good luck. Brianna, the leader of the Gale group, said. Tider and the rest of the Gale group also bid farewell to him. They got closer to each other in their 2 weeks of journey. Then, they parted ways just as planned. Yuko, we will find a shop and buy a communicator first, Soda said to Yuko who was following behind him. Yuko as a red fur bear gathered some attention to the folks here. It's rare for someone to be a tamer, so some people paid attention to him. The tamer of a red fur bear. Soda ignored those eyes as he looked around the city. The Ladros city was the same back in the game. It was a bustling city that looks like it came out of medieval periods. Houses made of bricks were built side by side. People of different race were walking around the city. This city was divided in 5 districts. The District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He was currently in the District 1 and this place were full of different kinds of shops. The weapon, armor, potion, clothes, foods, etc. were all around the place. Soon, Soda found a shop. He turned to look at Yuko and patted her head. Stay here for a while, I'll just buy something inside. Soda turned around and entered the shop. He quickly go to the counter and asked, do you have a communicator here? The salesman couldn't understand him. He tapped his neck to activate the communicator. I'm sorry sir, what is it again? Soda pointed on the communicator that was attached on the neck of the salesman and asked, do you have communicator here? Ah, yes sir, we have 2 types of communicator here, the non-magical and magical one. The salesman said with a smile. Okay, give me one of magical. Soda nodded and took out a silver coin from his pocket. He sell some of his items to Jimmy before so his wallet was filled with coins. Please wait for a moment sir. Saying that, the salesman went to get the product. After a few moments, he came back with a palm-sized box in his hand. Here, sir. Soda opened the box and saw a black palm-sized object with white button. Attached to it was a black circular wire. It was different from Jimmy's communicator that had an earphone. This communicator was using a magic to send the information in his head. He just need to insert his own mana and it will activate on its own. Good, I will take it. Thanks for buying, sir. Sorry for the wait, Yuko. Soda came out of the shop and looked at Yuko. Moo. Yuko lowered her head and looked at him. Soda looked back at her with a questioning gaze. It took him a while to understand her. Ah, you really like it when I pat your head. Soda patted her head and Yuko released a blissful sound. Well, let's go. I'll let you eat anything you want. The two continued their tour around the city. Soda went to the inn that have a ranch so Yuko could stay with him. He checked in for 200 copper coins for 1 night. He paid for a whole month of stay using the coins he got from Jimmy. Leaving Yuko in the ranch, Soda went to the Adventurers Guild to register as an adventurer. He needs to have a way to get an income for enrollment in the Ladro Institute. Arriving in front of the wooden door of a large building. This was the Ladro City Adventurers Guild branch. As a continental faction, Adventurers Guild had many branches in different cities throughout the whole continent. From the door, Soda could hear the noises inside the building. Stepping forward, he entered the building. The first thing he saw was a wide hall that were full of different people laughing and chatting at a round table. There were also in the corner who seemed to be waiting for their party members. Some people looked at him and some didn't bother looking at him as they know that different kinds of people always enter the guild every day. Soda looked around and didn't saw the Gale group. It seemed that they were not here in the guild. After confirming that, he went in front of the receptionist. The receptionist was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She had a porcelain skin, brown eyes, and her brown hair was tied in a bun. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The receptionist asked him in a polite tone. I want to register as an adventurer. Soda replied to her question. Wait for a moment, sir, the receptionist said before she opened up the drawer below and took out a piece of paper. She placed it in front of him and said, please fill up this first. Soda glanced at the paper and frowned. He couldn't understand what's written on it. He looked at the receptionist and embarrassedly said, I couldn't understand it. With the help of the receptionist, Soda managed to fill the paper. He already planned before what he should write in his information. The receptionist patiently told him every rules of the adventurers. She explained every important part of being an adventurer to him. Sota listened to her as he knew that it was her job to explain that to every newly joined adventurer. It was late at night when he came back to the inn. He was in the ranch feeding Yuko some meat that she likes. While doing that, he arranged the information that he gathered in his head. He was sure that it was the version 1. There's nothing huge that happened in the world based on the information that he gathered. Version 1 was a version that every player would explore the continent. They would do anything they want and do some quest on their way. It was also called free to explore. Nothing big happened in this version. The beginning of chaos was the opening of version 2. It will start with the demon invasion, rise of the mechanic country, age of exploration, war of titans and giants, the death plague etc. All of these were big event that shook the entire continent. The power balance will shift many times and war will spread. Even the 3 great countries were forced to move. It will start with small-scale war and then it will gradually spread, and before anyone become aware of it, the whole continent were already in war. Sota was only familiar to the quest that he did. He didn't know the full details of the other events as he was busy gathering his equipments at that time. After this, should I try to find the pair of soul blood earring, so that I could unlock its other skill? Sota woke up and he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself being covered by red fluffy fur. It was none other than Yuko. Good morning, Yuko, Sota said, and he stretched his body. Yuko lifted up her head and licked his cheek. Lately, she came to like licking him on his cheek. Ah, stop that, Sota said as he patted her head to make her stop. Yuko stopped as soon as he patted her head. She closed her eyes and enjoyed his patting. He looked around and found himself in the ranch, in one of the room of the supposedly pet. It seems that he fell asleep here yesterday while thinking about what will happen in the future. He didn't even went to his room inside the inn. I will feed you later, just stay here for a while, Sota said to Yuko. He already had a plan for today. He need to go to library and get some books about the languages of this world. He need to learn to write so that he wouldn't failed in the entrance exam of the academy. Ooh. Yuko looked at him with teary eyes. It seemed that she didn't want to stay here where she couldn't even move her huge body. After all, this place was too small for her. Okay, I won't forget to bring you the meat that you like, Sota said as he forced himself to smile. He then stood up and went inside the inn. The middle-aged woman wearing a simple clothes looked at him with weird eyes. She was the owner of the inn. Sota looked at her and smiled wryly. He could guess what she was thinking. He, after all, slept in the ranch with his pet. He sat down and ordered a breakfast. While waiting for the breakfast to arrive, he took out a card from his pocket. This was his adventurer's ID. A simple identification card that confirmed him being an adventurer. A picture of him was in the upper left part of the card. Beside it was his information and his rank. He was a rank F adventurer as he just joined the guild yesterday. He needs to complete various quests to accumulate merits and raised his rank. After a while the waitress brought his order. He placed his card back and focused his attention on the food. Here's your order, sir, the waitress said as she placed down the meals that he ordered on the table. Thank you. Sota thanked the waitress and turned his attention to the meals before him. It's really good compared to those things that I've eaten in the undead sanctuary, Sota muttered as he recalled that he needed to eat the raw meat of a goblin before just to survive. The first few days were a nightmare for him. I'm really glad that I've survived. Sota left Yuko in the ranch and he went in the library. He paid the entrance fee and entered inside the library. In this place, a person needs money to get an access to information. Only in country like this have a library. Among all the countries in the continent, only the 3 great countries and mechanic country were advanced enough that they don't need a library. All the information were digitalized. Sota looked around the countless books inside this huge library. All sort of information were in this place. The books were arranged neatly. It seems the owner always took care of the books in the library. He then found the book that he wanted. Raising his hand and picking up the book, he opened the book and read the first few pages of it. Suddenly, a familiar sound ringed in his mind. Ding. Do you want to learn nWhen language for 1 skill point? Yes/no? A? Sota was surprised when he saw the words written in the interface. Learning a language for a skill point? This wasn't in the function. In the game, all the languages were automatically translated by the system so the players could use their system points for something like this. It's really different now. He doesn't what other function the system hide. At first, he couldn't see the level of other creatures and also the inventory. He couldn't use the most convenient inventory. Then, he could earn XP by practicing or training. It's really a wonder how the system changed after he came here. He couldn't use the most convenient inventory. Then, he could earn XP by practicing or training. It's really a wonder how the system changed after he came here. Sota calmed down and he rubbed his chin. He pondered the pros and cons of using skill points to learn the nWhen language. nWhen language was the universal language of this world. A lot of races knew how to speak nWhen language. Learning this, he could quickly go to the Lodro Institute and take the entrance examination. The examination consists of 2 types of exam. The written exam and practical exam. He doesn't need to worry about practical exam as he already knew how to cast a spell. The only problem was the written exam. He doesn't know how any language of this world except the language of the Goblin. He doubted that those people would understand him if he used the Goblin's language. The humans and Demi only killed the monsters, they wouldn't try to communicate to them. Only those strong monsters have the right to do so. Otherwise, they would kill any monsters. Luckily, he looked like a Demi, so there's nothing to worry. There's hundreds of humanoid races here in the continent, and there's also those halflings, so people guess that he was a halfling of some unusual race. Yes. Soda mentally said, and he used 1 skill point to learn the nWhen language. Knowledge about the nWhen language was poured in his mind. After a few seconds, Soda opened his eyes. He really wondered how can he learn something just by using a skill point. Soda smirked and said, I'm out here. He will speed up his plan now that he learned the nWhen language. Since he doesn't have any business here, he left the library. The librarian looked at him with suspicious eyes. Well, he just entered the place and quickly leave. Who wouldn't find it weird? Soda exited the library and went straight to the Adventurers Guild. He would take a quest now to earn some money before taking the entrance examination of the Lodro Institute. He walked to the quest board and looked at the quest that he could take. He was a rank F adventurer, so he could only take the rank F quest. The guild wouldn't permit it if he took a quest beyond his rank. Soda saw a lot of quests in the board. Monster subjugation, escort, herb picking, finding the missing person, investigation, etc. For now, I'm still a rank F adventurer, so I couldn't take some good quest. Soda took the herb gathering quest. He placed it in the counter and the receptionist registered the quest he took in an object that looks like a computer. Okay, good luck in your first quest, sir, the receptionist said with a smile on her face. Soda nodded and heard a sound in his mind. Ding. Quest triggered. Herb gathering. Pick up 5 green silk grass. Rewards, 100 exp. Soda looked at the system with a surprised expression. To think that he would receive a quest like this. It must be triggered because he accepted the quest from the guild. Other than that, he couldn't think of any reason. Getting the rewards from the guild and the system was a happy thing for him. He would earn money and exp at the same time. What is it, sir? The receptionist asked as she slightly tilted her head. Soda came back to his senses when he heard her voice. He shook his head and turned to look at her. When he turned to look at her, he saw the deep valley between her chest. He unconsciously gulped because of this. His instinct was once again rising. Sir? Ah, nothing. Soda quickly turned around. This body of his were too eager. He quickly left as he doesn't want to become a pervert. It seemed that he need to visit the red light district this night to calm himself. Soda walked back to the ranch and let Yuko out. Come, we have a quest, Soda said while opening the gate. Yuko came out of the ranch and she quickly licked his cheek as soon as she saw him. Stop that, Soda patted her head before he closed the gate and tell the owner that he will leave to do some quest. Soda and Yuko leave the city using the east gate of the city. The city have 4 gates. The north gate was located in District 2, the south gate was located in District 3, the west gate was located in District 4, and lastly the east gate was located in District 1. After falling in line for a few dozen minutes, Soda and Yuko walked out of the gate. He just showed his adventurer's ID and the guards let him leave the city. Let's go, Yuko. I will let you play this time, Soda said to her and he started to walk forward. Yuko looked at him for a while before she followed him. The quest was simple herb gathering. He doesn't need to fight any monster. In the game, this type of quest was called repeated quest. It was because a player could complete this quest over and over again. He just need to find a green silk grass. It was a basic ingredients needed in concocting health recovery potion. Soda and Yuko walked 1 kilometers away from the city. They were in a grassland. The scene here was very beautiful and the air was fresh. In this place, he could find the green silk grass. Okay Yuko, you can play around here. Just don't wander too far, Soda said as he crouched down and began looking for the grass. Moo. Yuko looked at him as she tilted her head. She walked beside him and copied him. Oi. What are you doing? Soda turned his head and asked. Yuko looked back at him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Hey. Soda sighed and he ignored her as he continued looking for the grass. Soda received his reward in the guild for completing the quest. At the same time he heard the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations for completing the herb gathering quest. You've received 100 exp. Right now, 100 exp was too little for him. Well, he couldn't do much as he only accepted a rank F quest. If he accepted a higher rank quest, then the reward would be higher. Thank you for your effort, the receptionist said with a smile to him. That's nothing, Soda replied as he turned around and went to the quest board. He looked at the request there and pondered what he should do. In the end, he picked the monster subjugation quest before turning back to the receptionist. You want this quest, sir? The receptionist looked at him with doubtful eyes. Yeah. Soda nodded. He just placed the quest in hunting the slime in the outskirt of the city. You know, sir, it's hard to kill a slime without magic, the receptionist said worriedly. It's her job to give advice to the adventurers that took a quest here. Yes, I know that. Soda nodded at her words. He knew that a slime was hard to kill without magic. But he could use 3 spells. The Fireball, Ice Shot, and Light Heal. His spells were enough to kill a slime. Also, he doesn't need to use spells to slay a slime. He knew the weakness of the slimes. With his passive skill, Sword Mastery, he would be able to destroy the core of the slime. A slime would instantly die if its core was destroyed. It's not a secret as many people know this already. It's not his first time hunting a slime. Back in the Undead Sanctuary, he conquered a dungeon full of slime and even took down an evolved slime. Okay, sir, but be careful, the receptionist said before she recorded the quest that he took. I know that. Soda smiled wryly as this woman was too worried about him. Ding. Quest triggered. Monster subjugation. Kill 10 slimes and retrieve its core. Rewards, 300 exp. Oh? The rewards was much higher than before, as expected of a monster subjugation quest. After that, he exited the Adventurers Guild and patted Yuko. Let's go, we have another quest. Moo. Ha ha ha. Soda laughed at her voice. It lacks enthusiasm. It was like she forced herself. Well, you know that we will be able to rank up after we completed 9 rank F quests including this, Soda said while holding the monster subjugation quest paper. A rank F adventurer needed to complete 10 rank F quests before they rank up to rank E, then the rank E needed to complete 15 rank E quest. Above that, the rank D was much different than lower ranks. A rank D adventurers was already a veteran adventurers. To increase their rank, people needed strength and merits. Completing various quests wasn't enough to rose up in rank. Moo. Yuko tilted her head at his words. Well, I'll tell you more while we walk, Soda said as he began to walk. He noticed that the people around were looking at him with weird gaze. It's strange that he was talking to a monster that couldn't understand him. How can they understand the connection between Yuko and me? Soda thought. Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. What if he let Yuko wear a communicator? Wouldn't she able to talk that way? Yuko, let's go. Soda laughed before he quickened his pace. Yuko dragged her huge body as she followed him behind. Soda removed the communicator on his neck. Come here, he said to Yuko as he lifted up his hand and made a gesture to come. Yuko looked at him with confusion before she stretched her neck to him. Damn, your neck is too thick. I couldn't even put the communicator. Soda cursed as he sighed. It seems that he need to add some wire to that it could fit her size. Moo. Yuko looked at him sadly. She thought that Soda was angry at her. Soda ignored her and rubbed his chin. He muttered, anything is good as long as it could fit her neck. He looked around him and do something that Yuko couldn't understand. She just watched him pick up his different kinds of grass. Soda looked at her and said, why don't you hunt some slime while I'm finding a strong enough grass so we could complete the quest faster? Yuko just looked back at him. Seeing this, Soda sighed and took out the quest paper. He pointed at the picture of a slime on the paper. Here, defeat this, and took out the core. Yuko nodded her head. It seemed that she understood what he meant, but Soda was really doubtful about that. Finally, I've finished modifying it, Soda exclaimed in a loud voice as he raised the communicator above his head. He looked around and saw Yuko running towards him. What? He was surprised when he saw her. After all, she was holding a slime in both of her hand, one on the left and one on the right. She stopped in front of him and opened her arms showing the 2 slimes. She then lowered her head as if waiting to be praised. This? Soda was speechless. He brandished his sword and stabbed the slime in the core. The slime disintegrated, leaving only the core. Moo. Yuko was shocked when she saw him kill the slime. She thought that he wanted to play with slime, so she brought them here. She never thought that he would kill them. I order you to hunt them. Well, it doesn't matter. Soda sheathed his sword and picked up the core. Well, let's think about that later. Let's see this first, Soda said, and he showed the communicator to Yuko. Yuko looked at it before she sniffed it. Come, let me put it on you, Soda said, and he carefully put the communicator on her neck. He picked a tough grass before so that it could support the communicator on her neck. It will not snap easily. Here, and it's done. Soda looked at the communicator on her neck with a satisfied expression. His effort wasn't in vain. It fitted her right. Come on, try saying something. He spoke eagerly. Moo. Yuko was confused. What? What's wrong with this communicator? Ah, I forgot this is a magical one. I needs mana to activate. Soda put his hand on the communicator and controlled his mana. He poured a little amount in the communicator. Yuko couldn't control her mana. She couldn't even manipulate it. In the battle, she always used brute force to dominate her enemies. The communicator lit up as it started functioning. Come. Say something, Soda said with a smile. He waited for a while before he heard a small little voice coming out of her. Master? Oh. It works. It works, Soda laughed loudly. Although he couldn't understand it, it seemed that she pronounced some word. From now on, he would be able to communicate with her. It's just that this communicator needs mana to work. If it didn't receive a mana it will stop functioning. It seems that he need to buy a non-magical one. But it needs a battery. It would drain his wallet. Well, if he could communicate with her then it's worth all the money. Okay, let's finish the quest and buy communicator as soon as possible, Soda said before he turned around leaving Yuko with a dumbfounded expression. After a few minutes of walking, Soda found a slime. Let's finish it quickly. He brandished his sword and rushed towards the slime. Swoosh. He didn't even let the slime react as he pierced its jelly body directly to its core. With the level of his sword mastery, he could accurately pinpoint the core of the slime. Soda didn't stop and continued to hunt more slime. He only stopped when he collected 10 slime cores. With this, the quest was complete. He just need to report it to the guild. Soda went back to the guild to report. You've finished it? The receptionist asked him. Well, the slime was not that powerful. As long as you've found its core, you can kill it, Soda said as he placed the 10 slime cores on the table. The receptionist counted the cores before she gave him the reward. She also recorded the quest that he did to his ID. Ding. Congratulations for completing a monster subjugation quest. You've received 300 exp. Soda ignored the system prompts and picked up his adventurer's ID. He then exited the adventurer's guild. Soda went to the shop and bought a communicator for Yuko. He spent his money on this as it was important to him. He also bought a lot of meat for her as he knew that she was hungry right now. Another day had passed and nothing big happens. The city was still lively and there's new people that's coming in and out of the city every day. Soda, don't forget what I taught you. This is what you will need in the near future. A faint image with a male voice spoke. I understand, Grandpa, Soda answered. Then, he noticed a large machine-shaped circle. It's white and has a transparent glass surface. What is this? Soda asked. It's called Virtual Capsule. You play and be number 1 in this game. Alright, you will understand everything someday. Soda woke up just before sunrise. He looked around and saw that he was in his rented room. He stood up and did some warm-up exercise before going to the bathroom to wash his face. After he washed his face he went down for breakfast. Good morning. Soda greeted the owner when he saw her. He first orders food before sitting in the vacant chair. A few minutes later, the meal was served by the waitress at the top of his table. Thanks for the food. He didn't even have a second thought before he ate it. The cooked food was very different from what he ate when he was in the undead sanctuary. What he ate there was kobold and goblin flesh. When he thought about it, he did cannibalism. He was a goblin and he ate goblin flesh. He had nothing to say about it as he had to eat anything to survive. He had finished his breakfast a few minutes later. He drank water and thanked the food. Then, he got up and paid for the food before he came out. He went to Yuko and fed her. Just be here, Yuko. I'll be back later, too, Soda said before leaving. Yuko just stared at her back. Today is the day Soda will register with the Ladro Institute. He must register before getting the entrance examination. It's better than what it is in the game, Soda said as he gazed in front of a large building. This building was the Ladro Institute, the best and most popular school in the city of Ladros. Many have completed their studies here which have become popular throughout the country. Some of them became the city lord and the leader of the royal guard. Soda is in front of a large gate with the inscription Welcome to the Ladro Institute. He no longer hesitated and he quickly entered the Ladro Institute. There were many students inside the school. Different breeds of creatures can be found here. The beast, the human, and even the elves were here. He went around the place before finding the place where he would register. Soda walked over and stopped in front of a man. The man was wearing a dark blue-colored coat and it has a white pattern on its end. He had blue hair at shoulder's length. Soda approached the man before he said, Sir, I will register here to get the entrance exam. Just ask the lady over there at the counter, said the man. Soda nodded and said, thanks before looking at the counter. He saw a beautiful woman with brown hair and brown eyes. He approached the woman and repeated what he had said to the man earlier. The woman understood what he was saying, so she took a piece of paper and placed it in front of him. "Please, fill this up first," said the woman to Soda. Soda nodded before taking the pen and writing his information on the paper that the woman had given him. After he wrote his, he handed over the paper to the woman. The woman glanced at the paper before looking at Soda. She opened his mouth and spoke. "Sir, you have to pay 100 gold coins for entrance examination." Soda put his hand inside his pocket and took out his purse. He counted the coins before he placed the coins on the desk. "Thank you for registration, sir. You can come back in a week for entrance examination." The woman smiled after giving her the money. He gave Soda a roll. "That's the stab. Don't lose it because you need it in the examination." "Thank you." Soda first toured the institute before leaving. He had 1 week to do what he needs. The test will cover the history of the city and the country. He wasn't worried about it cause he know the history of this country. For other examiner, a week was a time given to them to prepare for the exam, but for Soda it's his chance to raise his rank as an adventurer. Soda went to the store first and bought the meat and fruit that Yuko likes. Yuko didn't really eat the fruit. She just kept it like a treasure. Even he doesn't know why she likes keeping fruits. "I'm back." Yuko yanked Soda and the two of them fell to the floor. He patted Yuko's head so she stopped. Sniff. Sniff. Yuko turned her attention to the bag that Soda was carrying. She quickly opened it and picked up the fruit inside the bag. She picked up the fruits and hid them before returning to Soda. "Ha ha ha, do you like it?" Soda laughed at what Yuko had done. He even thought that Yuko wouldn't hesitate to exchange for some fruits. "Master." Soda heard Yuko's gentle voice. It was a little girl's voice. "Is master the only word that you know?" Soda said as he patted Yuko's head. "Master." Yuko stuck out her tongue and licked his cheek. He had already given the food he had bought to Yuko. He sat down to the side and watched Yuko eat. He confirmed something since the first time he met a person in this world. The people here in this world were not bound by any computers. They were not artificial intelligence that have limited actions. The talks and laughs between Jimmy and the Gale group were the proof of it. An artificial intelligence wouldn't be able to do that. Their conversation. It's not scripted like in the game. They have their own thoughts and intentions that do not belong to artificial intelligence. If so, then this world will run into a future he does not know. Being a game, all moves of the NPC were limited. They just do what they were programmed to. It looks like he needs to be careful about his next step. He will understand and observe what will happen before he made a move. Well, it's not that those powerful people will notice him as he was too weak right now. First, he will enter the Ladro Institute to become a mage. His ability will be greatly enhanced when he became a mage. It's not just the increase of stats. He will also have a specialty and the mage's skill tree will open up for him. That's why it's important to have a class. Also, now was the right time for the second evolution. He contemplated the next evolution of the high-end goblin. His first evolution was focused on strength attribute. After a few minutes, he thought of the path that he will take. This will be good for my next evolution. Soda couldn't help but smile. Level 20 was the level where the difficulty in leveling up was starting to increase. The XP required to level up were more than 50,000. There's also a change after a player reached level 20. The next evolution wasn't level 30 but level 40. 20 levels are needed before he can evolve again. Level 40 was the level cap of version 2 in Battle Worlds Online. This was also the beginning of the player's ability to change the game's story started to appear. This level already has the potential to become a top-rank adventurer. It was especially to the monster-type player. The change in the level 40 was no small feat for the monster-type player. This level was the start and they will slowly caught up with the other players. The increase in abilities was incredibly huge to those monster-type players. Before all those things, Soda need raise his adventurer rank first. To make that happen, he need to complete 10 rank F quest. Have you finished your meal? Let's go out now. We will do some quest. Soda said to Yuko who was cleaning her red fur. Yuko stopped what she was doing and looked at Soda. Even though she have a communicator, Soda was still having difficulty communicating with Yuko. After all, the only words that she know was master. Soda stood up and patted his clothes before he approached Yuko. He grabbed Yuko's soft fur and repeated his words. Let's go now, Yuko. I know you want to get out of this place, right? Yuko stared at Soda's face. After a few seconds she stuck out her tongue and licked Soda's face. Stop. Stop doing that. I will always tell you that I don't like it. Both of them went to the Adventurers Guild and took a quest. Soda, don't put your real name on it, use your name if something real happens. A man with a faint image said. Why? The boy asked. You will know when the time is right. Just remember that our family was one of the strongest in ancient times. The man calmly told the boy. Aeshi? But I have never read Aeshi in Japanese history. The boy looked at the man in doubt. I'm not from this country. I'm from a far distant place. Go ahead and play. The man looked at the cloud before he said, "All right, Grandpa. Blood? Is this your chosen name here in this game?" "Yes. Next time when something similar happens, then use your real name, Sota Ayeshi. There will be people who will help you because you are an Ayeshi." "I understand. No matter what happens, don't forget what I had said today." Sota woke up early in the morning. He quickly got up and took a shower. Afterwards he came down and ordered breakfast. "The same as always," he said loudly for the waitress to hear. The waitress understood what he was saying, so the waitress went inside the kitchen. After a few minutes, the waitress came out with Sota's order. She put the food on the table. "Thanks for the food." He quickly ate his breakfast. He's in hurry because today was the exam day at the Ladro Institute. Right, today the test will be held. He cannot be late on this test because it depends on whether he enters or not. Since it's the examination day, this only means 1 week had passed. A lot of things happened this week. One of these was Sota becoming a rank E adventurer. During this time he completed 10 quests that needed to rise in rank. He have an outstanding record. The completion rate and completion speed were high. He quickly finishes the quests he had taken. Within a week, he was already became a rank E adventurer. He completed the quests he had taken with Yuko. The rank F quests are easy to complete, so it's not surprising that he completes it within a week. After he finished his meal and paid the bill, Sota went to Yuko and he fed her delicious food that she likes. "Just stay here for now. I will quickly finish the test," Sota said to Yuko while patting her head. "Moo." Yuko stopped eating and she looked at Sota. "Okay, I will bring you back the fruits that you like so much." Sota smiled wryly at her. He changed his clothes and went to the institute to take the exam. He arrived in the place 20 minutes before the exam. He opened the door and stepped inside. There, he saw a lot of people were already in their seat. The other examinees looked at him and he just ignored those gaze. He took out his stab and looked at his seat number. "Seat 52, huh?" He looked around and found his seat in the back. He sat there and observed his surroundings. The people here were too tense as he could see sweat forming in the forehead, even though the weather was quite cold today. The whole room was devoid of any sound as nobody dared to make a noise here. Turning his head to the left side, he saw a beautiful girl seating beside him. She has a beautiful silver hair that draped down to her shoulders onto her back. Her golden pupils that have a hint of red were like a piece of expensive gem. She was wearing a simple white blouse and black miniskirt with red linings. Sota could feel some sort of strange aura coming out of her. Yeah, it was really weird. It feels that was not her true appearance and she's concealing her real identity. The girl noticed his gaze, so she turned her head and looked at him in the eyes. "What is it?" she asked with a cold tone. "And nothing." Sota gulped and turned his head. He was captivated by those beautiful eyes of her. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. After 30 minutes, a man with short orange hair wearing a black coat entered the room. He walked straight to the table in front, which was reserved for the examiner. He placed down the bunch of paper he was carrying on the table before looking around. "Cough. I'm John Meyer, your examiner in written exam." The man cleared his throat and introduced himself. "There are 70 examinees in this room, so don't cause any noise as you all could overwhelm me." Some of the examinees sighed in relief when they heard his words and tone. They were glad that he's not a strict person like the other examiner. It feels like a huge burden has been lifted off their shoulders. As you have know, the entrance exam have 2 types. The written and practical exam. You need to pass this too for you to enter the institute. John, the examiner, said while looking at every people's face inside the room. "All right, we will start the written exam now." John placed a stock of papers on the desk of the people in the front row. "Take one and pass the rest to your back." The examinees started to pass the test paper around. In just a minute, all the people here were holding a test paper. The passing score is 70 and below that is fail, so answer it carefully. You all have 2 hours to answer the test. That's it and good luck, John said before sitting down in the front. He was observing every examinees looking out for cheaters. Sota turned his attention on his test paper. He read it silently. "I don't know some of the questions, but it will not hinder me," he thought when he finished reading all the questions. He will still pass the test even though there's a question that he doesn't know the answer. After all, the passing score was 70. Time passed by quickly and one by one the examinees finished answering their test papers. And he, Sota, was the first one who finished answering the test. Everyone looked at him, but he knew that he had only answered all the questions that he know. Why would he answer a question he doesn't know the answer? So some of the questions in his test were blank. "Since you've all finished before the time, you can go now to take the practical exam," John said as he arranged all the test papers. The girl beside Sota stood up as soon as the examiner said those words. Sota looked at her as she left the room. He then also stood up and left the room. The others followed them and went to the place where practical exam will be held. The practical exam were the place where examinees going to showcase their skills and abilities. They were in a very wide place. Dummies for practicing close combat were neatly arranged at the corner. There's also weights and shooting target here. This place was one of the training ground of the Ladro Institute. Those things that needed in training were all made from tough materials. It couldn't easily break or shattered. Even using a yellow equipment wasn't enough to break those things here in the training ground. The examinees were gathered in the center of the training ground. In front of them was a man wearing a black tank top. His muscles were bulging out of his clothes. "Yo. I'm the one that's going to test you," the examiner said with a smile on his face. "I'm going to record your abilities here and check if you're really eligible for the institute." Sota knew that as long as a person knew some skills or have enough firepower, that person will pass the exam. It's a simple test to check the potential of a person. Right now, he have 3 spells in his arsenal. Ice Shot and Fireball were enough for this kind of test. "Who want to go first?" the examiner asked while looking at the examinees. "Me." Sota raised his hand while walking to the front. "Okay, as long as you've hit me, that's enough. I will give you 1 minute," the examiner said with a smirk. He then placed an alarm. Sota nodded and the other examinees took a distance away from the two. "I'm going." Sota smirked and he dashed towards the examiner. He doesn't need to defeat the examiner, he just need to showcase his abilities. He knew that even if he uses full power he wouldn't be able to defeat the examiner. Sota opened both of his palm and casted 2 spells simultaneously. Fireball, Ice Shot. The 2 spells went straight towards the examiner. He was surprised for a second, but he quickly regained his composure. He lifted up his thick arm and waved it towards the 2 spells. Bang! Bang! The fireball and ice exploded in his arm. But it didn't leave any scratches at all. Sota expected, so he once again dashed towards the examiner using the skill, Dash. "You're going for close combat." The examiner looked at Sota, who arrived in front of him. "Of course, after all, this is my specialty," Sota said, and he threw a powerful punch containing his mana. Swoosh! The examiner tilted his head and avoided the punch. Then he noticed a light above him. He looked up and saw 2 fireballs going straight at him. "Good." The examiner smiled and took a deep breath. Powerful mana burst out of him. Pouring his mana, he blew the 2 fireballs away. He then quickly waved his arm towards Sota. Sota bent his body, barely avoiding the arm of the examiner. He kicked the ground and using his feet as a medium, he casted Ice Shot twice. He then opened his mouth and Fireball came out. This level of control? The examiner crossed his arm before him to block the spells. Bang! 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 Sota was about to attack again when a powerful aura swept out. He then saw a fist appeared in front of him. "You're still smiling, huh?" the examiner said as his fist was going straight to Sota's face. The shadow of his fist slowly covered Sota's smirk. Suddenly, ring! A sound of alarm echoed in the whole training ground. Ring! The sound of alarm echoed in the whole area. The fist of the examiner stopped an inch away from Sota's face. "That was close," Sota whispered before he moved away from the examiner. He patted his clothes before looking back at the examiner. He asked, "Did I pass the exam?" He knew that he doesn't necessarily need to defeat the examiner. He just needed to showcase his skills, and if his performance was good he would automatically pass the exam. "You're good, but whether you pass or not you will know it later," the examiner said with a smile. He was impressed by Sota's ability and he wouldn't deny it. He then turned around and looked at the rest of the examinees. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, who wants to go next?" "I'll go." A cold voice sounded. Sota turned his head to look. He saw the girl with long silver hair. She's the one seating beside him in the written exam before. "Be prepared, as I will give you 1 minute," the examiner said as he walked towards the center of the room. The girl distanced herself from the examiner. She just stood straight at her place while waiting for the signal of the examiner to start the examination. The examiner set the alarm before giving her a go. Go! The girl lifted up her right hand and her magic power flared up. Freeze! The floor beneath the girl's feet quickly turned into ice. It spread out and the examiner observed the spell before he jumped backward. Ice Spike! Sharp spike that was made of ice burst out of the ground. The examiner looked at the spike coming at him. He imbued his mana in his hand before waving it. Bang! His force shattered the spike and he looked at the girl that was continuously casting magic spells. The quality of this spell is much better than the boy before. He thought as he landed on the ground, causing the ice to break into countless tiny particles. The boy before was a fighter that was an expert in managing his spell. He knew how to utilize it perfectly. And this girl was a textbook example of a magician. Cold wind. Cold and powerful wind swept out in the area. The examiner raised his mana to protect himself from the cold wind. "It's time for me to attack." He took a deep breath and roared loudly that shook the entire ground. Tiger's roar. Boom. The examinees who were watching the fight covered their ears. They felt their strength leaving their body. Ice wall. A wall of ice appeared in front of the girl, but it was shattered immediately when it made contact with the sound wave. Boom. The examiner burst forth towards the girl, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. Ice blade. A blade made of ice formed in the midair, and the girl grabbed it before launching towards the examiner. Bang. The blade and the fist collided, creating a loud sound. Oh? So you know close combat. The examiner was slightly surprised at this development. He didn't expect the girl to know close combat. Ring. The alarm sounded. It means that 1 minute had passed since the battle started. The ice blade disappeared in the hand of the girl, and she turned around and left like nothing happened. The examiner looked at the girl's retreating figure and shook his head. He then turned to the rest of the examinees and said, "Okay, next." Soda peered at the girl. He didn't expect that she was that strong. The magic spells that she cast were much more powerful than his magic spell, and it seemed that she was still hiding her real strength. He tried to recall if there's someone that's proficient in ice magic and the powerful influential figure in the game. He recalled a lot of people that were proficient in ice magic, but nothing looks similar to her. It took 1 hour to finish the examination. Not all the examinees demonstrated skills like Soda and the silver-haired girl, but there were also others that show skills not losing to Soda. Some of the beast folk demonstrated strength surpassing Soda. John came inside the training ground. He went straight to the examiner and whispered something in his ears. "Sir John, the one in the written exam, have finished checking your papers. Now, with me here, we will show you who passed the entrance examination," the examiner said in a loud voice. John stepped forward and opened his arm, and a semi-transparent screen appeared in the midair. It was made of magic. Names of examinees were written on the screen. Soda and the other examinees checked the words that were written on the screen. In just a few moments, Soda found his name. As expected, he passed the entrance examination. The other examinees looked dejected. They were the ones who didn't pass the exam. "For those who passed the exam, come with me," John said before he turned around and left. Soda and the other examinees who passed the exam followed John. Soda looked around, and just as he expected, the silver-haired girl also passed the exam. 30 out of 70 examinees passed the exam. They were cut above the other and all have superb skills. The group entered a door, and inside there was another wide area. It was as wide as the training ground. This was the stadium of the Ladro Institute. This place could host more than 20,000 people at the same time. At the front, on the stage, there was a group of people who were standing on the stage. They were all wearing a black coat with black pants. "You can pick your major course," John said to the examinees. The people on the stage said their class: swordsman, brawler, healer, mage. It was until that Soda heard his main class that he started to move. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with short blonde hair. He was a professor of mage students at Ladro Institute. Soda was major in magic spell, so it's only natural that he's taking the mage course. The silver-haired girl also took the mage course. He looked around and saw that the other people were already forming their own group. He then looked at his own group and found 5 people, including him and the silver-haired girl, took the mage course out of 30 examinees who passed the exam. "I'm Bargain, one of the professors in mage course." The middle-aged man introduced himself first. He added, "Follow me." Before he started walking, Bargain toured them around the institute before they went to the mage building. He explained a lot of things about the institute and history about how it was built. The group went inside a room. The room was huge, and at the corner were spell books piled neatly. "This is the gifts of the institute to all of you, so pick 3 spell books there and learn it," Bargain said to them with a smile on his face. "The institute is generous to its students, so don't worry about it. As long as you study earnestly, it's okay. And the institute will not hesitate to provide you more resources." This was what Soda was waiting for. The free gifts of the institute. This was what he wanted. The spell books to complete the requirements in getting a class. Thanking Bargain for the gifts, the other 3 went to check the spell books. Soda noticed that the silver-haired girl wasn't checking the spell books. She was just standing there on her position looking at the spell books. He opened his mouth and asked, "Do you also want to check the books?" The silver-haired girl turned her head and looked at him. She slowly opened her mouth and replied, "No, I'm okay with leftover." "I see." Soda nodded and turned his attention to the spell books. He didn't hesitate anymore as he went there and checked the spell books one by one. Most of the spells were basic spell, just like his: Fireball, Ice Shot, and Light Heal. There were a few high-level spells, but all of these were in the range of Tier 1 spell. Well, even if there's a Tier 2 spell here, he wouldn't be able to learn it. It was because only those that promoted their class to level 2 class would be able to learn it. Mage was just a level 1 class. There were a lot of paths after the mage, but he would choose the path he chose in the game. Mage becoming a battle mage, then a great battle mage. In the end, he picked the agility boost, strength boost, and mudslide spells. The 2 spells that he picked were buff spells that he needed. Back in the game, he was proficient in buffing himself while adding debuffs to his opponent. He got stronger while his opponents got weaker. Even those abnormal status wouldn't affect because of his different kinds of buffs he casted on himself. Well, he was experts in different styles as a great battle mage. These 3 are the ones I choose, Soda said while looking at Bargain. Bargain looked at Soda and then at the spellbooks that he chose. He was wondering if Soda was planning on taking a support-type mage. He was wrong at that. Soda was planning on supporting himself. Soda finished choosing the spellbooks. He picked the spell that's suitable for the current him. The silver-haired girl picked random spellbooks after they finished picking their own spellbooks. She wasn't that excited like the other people. More like, she doesn't show her emotion. Okay, now that you've chosen your own spellbooks, it's time to measure your body for the uniform, Bargain said. He turned his head and added, "Don't worry, you don't have to pay anything." The group walked out of the room as they followed Bargain. "Hello, since we're all in the mage course, I hope I got along with everyone," a boy wearing a simple white shirt and black pants said. He has short spiky black hair and some strands of his hair fell on his forehead. He has pitch black eyes and his build was average, not too thin and also not too bulky. "I will start with myself. I'm Brian Dagrule. I hope we got along." The boy introduced himself as Brian Dagrule. "I'm Joshua. I've been living here in Ladros City ever since I was born." "I'm George. It's really my dream to enter the institute." The other 2 introduced themselves. George was a beast folk, specifically, a rabbit people. Joshua has dark brown skin and he was also not a human. He was a wood elf. There were many types of elves in the whole continent. The high elf, wood elf, sea elf, mountain elf, dark elf, etc. They were very proficient in controlling their mana and have a high mana pool. Soda then turned his head to the silver-haired girl. He saw that she was staying silent. He sighed and opened his mouth. "I'm Soda. I just arrived here in the city last week." Then, the silver-haired girl opened her mouth and said, "I'm Alice." "That's good. I hope I'll get along," Brian said with a smile. "We're here." Bargain's voice sounded. The group arrived in front of the 2 rooms, one for the girls and one for the boys. "You can go inside the room and someone will assist you there. You will get your uniform next week and you will start attending in class," Bargain said to them. Soda, Brian, and the rest nodded and went inside the room designated for boys, while Alice went to the room beside it. It was the room for the girls. In the room, they could choose whether the uniform could enhance their mana or a defensive uniform. Soda has chosen the one that could enhance his mana. After half an hour, all of them finished measuring their size. They come back in a week to get their uniform and start their class. "Okay, you can go now, don't forget to come back next week," Bargain said to them. "Yes, Sir Bargain," Brian said enthusiastically. Soda, Alice, and the other just nodded their head. "Good." Bargain nodded and left. Brian looked at them and asked, "Do you want to eat something? We can use this chance for us to know each other." "I have another plan for today," Alice said before she turned around and left. "Sorry, I also have something to do." Soda smiled wryly at James. "I understand." Brian nodded and looked at the other 2. "How about the 2 of you?" George and Joshua looked at each other before they nodded at Brian. "That's good." Brian smiled widely. Before coming back to the inn, Soda didn't forget to buy Yuko the food and fruits that she likes so much. He gave the fruit and meat to Yuko before he went to his room. He closed the door and took out the 3 spell books he got from the institute. "Okay, I will start." Saying this, he opened the spell books and he heard system prompts inside his head. Ding. "Do you want to learn agility boost spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Do you want to learn strength boost spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Do you want to learn mudslide spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Yes. He said mentally and used 6 skill points for learning the 3 spells. Ding. You've learned agility boost. You've learned strength boost. You've learned mudslide. The knowledge about the 3 spells was poured in his head. About the structure and composition of each spell. Other people would need to read and study the content of the book before they could understand its spell structure. Understanding the spell structure didn't mean that they could cast the spell. They still need to build it in their mind for them to cast it. But Soda was different. Just using skill points he would understand all the content of the book and even cast it without a problem. But getting skill points was hard. Apart from leveling up, he could only get it from the quest he received. In the latest version of the game, the level cap there was level 80 and it means that a player only gets 80 skill points from leveling up. Soon, another system prompt popped in his head. You've reached the requirements for mage class. Do you want to become a mage? Yes/no? Yes. Sota said without hesitation. Ding. Processing information. Getting the class mage. Ding. You've successfully become a mage. Strength, agility, dexterity, and vitality attributes have increased by 10 points. Intelligence attributes have increased by 20 points. Mana pool increased by 50. Magical damage increased by 100%. Magical resistance increased by 100%. Sota sighed when he read all the system prompts. His magical damage was much more stronger now. Before his spells couldn't damage the examiner, but now he was sure that he could damage him. But this wasn't all the benefits he received in getting a class. There's also the skill tree of mage class. With him becoming a mage, he would be able to unlock its skill tree. Ding. Please choose your attribute. Darkness, light, fire, water, earth, wind. Choose one of the elements and you would be able to use its skill tree. Sota didn't hesitate and select the darkness. You've unlocked darkness element skill tree. A skill tree appeared in front of his vision. Various spells were still locked, but he would be able to unlock it with enough skill points. Looking at this familiar skill tree, a smile appeared on his face. He could see a single spell from the lowest part of the screen. It was the Shadow Bind spell. Above it were 3 more spells that were still dark. The requirements to unlock it was leveling the Shadow Bind to level 5 spell. Shadow Bind was a spell that could restrain and slow down his target. It uses the target's shadow to bind them. He tapped the Shadow Bind spell and a prompt appeared. Ding. Do you want to learn Shadow Bind spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Yes. Ding. You've learned Shadow Bind spell. He once again tapped the Shadow Bind spell. Do you want to level up Shadow Bind spell for 2 skill points? Yes/no? Leveling up a skill to level 2 needs 2 skill points and leveling it up to 3 needs 3 skill points. That was the pattern of leveling up a tier 1 spell. He used all of his skill points to level up the Shadow Bind spell to level 5 and unlock the 3 spells above it. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any skill points to learn it. Ever since he came here in this world, he earned a total of 31 skill points. He used 8 for his first 3 spells and 1 skill. Last week he used 1 skill point for learning Nerman language. Lastly, today he used the remaining skill points to learn 4 spells and leveling 1 spell to 5. He earned most of his skill points in leveling up in the quest to conquer the dungeon. Rank F and E quest in the Adventurers Guild could give him more XP than the quest in conquering the dungeon, but it doesn't give him XP. Although the XP rewards in conquering a dungeon were 100, it still has a skill point as a reward, so it's better. It only if he was conquering low-level dungeon. If it's about conquering a mid-level dungeon, then the reward he would get was higher. 5,000 XP was the minimum reward plus the skill points and free attribute points. After all, the bosses in low-level dungeons were just ordinary monsters in mid-level dungeons. Sota shook his head once he became a rank D adventure. This thing will not be a problem for him. The reward has at least 1 skill point. It's better than nothing. He checked his stats. Name, Sota Ayashi. Race, high-end goblin. Level, 17. Class, rank 1 mage, darkness. Health, 246. Stamina, 148. Mana, 260. Strength, 138, 128 plus 10 plus. Agility, 104, 99 plus 5 plus. Dexterity, 91, 86 plus 5 plus. Intelligence, 105, 95 plus 10 plus. Vitality, 103, 88 plus 15 plus. Free attribute points, 13. Skills, dash, stab, sword mastery, mana manipulation, blessing of the great. Spells, fireball, ice shot, light heal, agility boost, strength boost, mud slide, shadow bind. Traits, extraordinary body. Equipment skills, harvester of the soul. Soul collected, 162,600. Skill points, 0. He was satisfied by the improvement of his status. He was a rank 1 mage. He would be able to rank up by learning 3 spells of his specialty and upgrading 1 spell to level 10. Once he rank up, his stats would increase once again. Every class has 3 ranks, and promoting to rank 3 was a requirement to upgrade a class to a higher class. Well, he doesn't need to worry about this for now. The Institute gave him another 1 week, so he would use this time to complete some quest. Sota stretched his body as he finished getting a class. He checked his equipments and nodded. He then went downstairs to Yuko. Yuko was in her room taking a good rest. Come, let's go. Sota shook Yuko's body. Moo. Yuko slowly opened her eye and looked at Sota. Yuko, we'll leave this city and do some quest, Sota said to her. Yuko stood up and licked his face. Sota planned to get some of his equipments this week. Getting a piece of dark grade equipment was enough. Dark grade equipment was just lower than universal grade equipment. Vajra's sword Saya. He had a lot of equipments back in the game, and Vajra's sword Saya was one of his weapons. Aside from flesh-eating scythe and hell-fiend spear, the Vajra's sword Saya was his favorite to use. It was also the easiest to get among his other powerful weapons. It was within the vicinity of the Hebrei kingdom, so a week of time was enough for him to get it. For his current style, Vajra's sword Saya was suitable for him. Come, let's go. Sota patted Yuko and opened the gate. Yuko kept licking his cheek. She showed no sign of moving away from him. Ha ha ha, I've gotten stronger once again. I could easily defeat you now, Sota said as he laughed. Since she was his pet, he would train her to become powerful. He doesn't want her to stay at her level forever. Both of them left the inn. They went to some shops and bought the food they need. Then, they went straight to the Adventurers Guild. Like always, a lot of people gathered inside the guild. Some of them were drinking and some were laughing. Sota went straight to the quest board. He looked at the quest board looking for a suitable quest. This is good. He lifted his hand and picked up an escort quest. He then went straight to the receptionist. I want this quest. The receptionist nodded and she recorded the quest that he picked. She recorded it in a machine that looks like a computer. Ding. Quest triggered. Escort, escort a merchant to Bulmar village. You will fail if the merchant died. Rewards, 500 exp. The reward was only exp for a rank E quest. Skill points would only appear in rank D quest or above rank D. Sota was going to the Bulmar village, that's why he picked an escort quest. He just needs to protect the merchant, and he wasn't the only one who accepted this quest. There were also other adventurers going to the Bulmar village. Sota picked up his luggage. Sadly, I don't have inventory. He then turned toward Yuko and said, let's go. Both of them went to the gate of the city. It took them a few dozen minutes before they arrived near the gate. Is that it? Sota saw carriages lining up near the gate. He walked towards the carriage with a red falcon symbol. It was the symbol of the merchant that he was going to escort. A huge man wearing a leather armor saw him walking. Oh? So I'm going to work beside the tamer of Red Fur Bear. Sota smiled wryly at the man and asked, where is the owner? He's inside. The man replied while pointing at the carriage behind him. Thanks. Sota thanked the man and knocked on the door of the carriage. Knock. Knock. After a few knocks, the door opened and a short man came out. He has curly hair, a long beard, and a thick mustache. He was a dwarf. The dwarf looked at Sota for a while before he nodded. He then looked at the adventurers gathering near the carriage and said, since all of you are here, we will leave now. The adventurers nodded at the dwarf before they packed their belongings. The man before walked towards Sota and extended his hand. I'm Jack, a rank D adventurer. I hope we get along during our quest. Me too. Sota shook hands with Jack. He added, I'm Sota, a rank E adventurer. Jack laughed and looked back at the other adventurers before shouting, guys, we're doing a quest with the tamer. Who? The adventurers shouted. They were excited because they were doing a quest with the tamer. Sota was quite famous in the circle of adventurers. He always brings Yuko with him when he entered the guild, so a lot of people knew him and his pet. Sota smiled wryly while scratching the back of his head. He then called Yuko to come. Yuko walked forward with small steps. He introduced her to the adventurers. This is Yuko, my partner. We're counting on you. Yeah. We're also counting on you this time. One by one the adventurers introduced themselves. There's a total of 8 adventurers that was going to escort the dwarf. 3 rank D and the rest were rank E including Sota. The dwarf peeked at the window and said, I'm counting on you guys until we reach Bulmar. Yeah, leave it to us. They started packing and went inside the carriage. Is everyone aboard? In that case, let's go. The carriage was being pulled by a lion horse. It's a horse that has a lion's hair around its neck. It was stronger than a normal horse, so one lion horse was enough to pull a carriage. But the lion horse didn't know how to fight like a real lion, so the people only used it to pull carriages. So you went to Ladro City to enter the Ladro Institute. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Sota nodded at Jack. Then, why did you become an adventurer? Jack asked. The other adventurers just listened to their conversation, sometimes butting and making everyone laugh. Well, I need money in the institute so I became an adventurer, Sota replied to Jack's question. Life is really hard, huh? Jack said as he looked outside through the window. Yeah. Sota nodded and he also looked outside. He reached out his hand and patted Yuko. Yuko was walking outside the carriage. She couldn't fit inside this place so she had to walk outside. Sorry about this Yuko, Sota said to her. Master. A small voice escaped from her mouth. She then turned her head and looked around. Grrr. Sota knew that something was wrong when she was acting like this. There's an enemy. He shouted. Jack knocked on the front wall of the carriage. He told the dwarf to stop moving because there's an enemy. You sure about this? Jack asked while getting out of the carriage. Yeah, Yuko is the one who sensed them. Sota nodded and he also exited the carriage. The other adventurers followed suit. They pulled out their own weapons and looked around them. They were inside a small forest, so trees were all over the place. A few silhouettes appeared in their vision. As I thought. Jack frowned when he saw this. Terror wolf, Sota said in a low voice when a pack of wolves walked out of the shadows. He grabbed the handle of his sword and pulled it out. Go! Yuko! Yuko dashed forward as soon as he shouted. The huge bear charged straight to the pack of wolves. Terror wolf was just a low-level monster. In the game, their level was between 1 to 10. Some players wouldn't even bother killing these wolves. They were no match against a level 21 red fur bear. Grah! Yuko roared as she waved her arms towards the wolves. Bang! 2 wolves flew and crashed in the tree. A loud cracking sound could be heard from their bodies. She grabbed the wolf in front of her before smashing it on the ground. Bang! The impact caused the dust and smoke to shot up in the air. Swoosh! 2 wolves jumped on her back and bit her flesh. Sota just watched her fight while holding a sword. He wanted her to gain more battle experience. She was a level 21 red fur bear. A pack of wolves was nothing to her. The other adventurers were fighting the other wolves. Looking around, Sota estimated that the number of wolves was more than 30. But this number wasn't a problem for a rank D adventurer. Jack was killing wolves left and right. He didn't even use his weapon. The blood of the wolves coated his fist. He then turned back his attention to Yuko. Just like before, she was still rampaging, but there were some bite marks on her body. His mana started to circulate around his body. He focused his attention on the wolves that fighting Yuko. Shadow bind. The shadows of the wolves moved upwards and strangled their bodies. All of a sudden, the 5 wolves in front of Yuko stopped moving. The level of his shadow bind was 5. The wolves had no way out of this even if they were an evolved wolves. A level 5 shadow bind could restrain a total of 25 targets. Every level, it increases by 5. With a sigh, Sota walked towards Yuko. He placed his palm on her body and casted light heal. That's enough, Yuko. Sota raised his sword and walked towards the wolves. The wolves couldn't do anything as the shadow bind was restraining their movements. They watched Sota kill them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All of your soul will become a nutrition to make me stronger. Sota turned around after he killed the wolves. He noticed that Jack and the others were looking at him. What? As expected of a student of Ladro Institute, Jack praised him. The other adventurers nodded at his words. They saw how he bind those wolves using magic. They only thought that he was a swordsman, but to think that he was also a mage. Nothing less from the one who passed the entrance examination of Ladro Institute. Back then when I was young, I also took the entrance exam of Ladro Institute. Sadly I failed, Jack said. You took an exam? Sota looked at Jack. Yeah, it was 10 years ago. Jack nodded at Sota. Well, enough talking, let's go back now. They packed up and went back to the carriage to continue their journey. It was late at night when they arrived in Bulmar Villager. They settled themselves in the plaza of the city. Bulmar Village was a preposterous and huge village. More than 5,000 people lived here in Bulmar Village. But compared to Ladro City that have a population of 50,000 people, this village was small. This village was close to the kingdom, so it received some of its benefits. The Adventurers Guild had a branch in this village, so Sota and the rest of the adventurers could record their quest here. Thank you. I'll give you your rewards and I hope that I can work with all of you again. Bye. The dwarf said to Sota and the other 3 adventurers. The remaining adventurers, such as Jack, would continue to escort the dwarf to the next village. They would stay here and sell some of the dwarf's products before they leave this village. Ding. Congratulations on completing the escort quest. You've received 500 exp. Sota heard the system prompt in his head telling him that he completed the quest. I hope I can see you in Guild War, Jack said to them. I hope too. Sota nodded and he patted Yuko. Both of them left and went to the nearest inn. The Guild War that Jack was talking about was the tournament of the Adventurers Guild. Countless adventurers would go to the Nivari Kingdom to participate in this tournament. Rank D to the highest rank were all going there to join the tournament. There's no solo battle in this tournament. All the fights were group battles. It was a chance for the other adventurers to raise their rank. Also, the rewards in the tournament were huge. It held every year in Nivari Kingdom. Sota was laying down on Yuko's fluffy fur. He was trying to recall every quest in this village. The quest related to the Vajra Sword Saya. Actually, he could go down in the underground and get the Vajra Sword Saya, but that wouldn't do it all. He wanted to maximize his benefits and get some quest along the way. After a few minutes of thinking, he stood up. Yuko lifted up her head and looked at him with confusion in her eyes. It was like she's asking him, why did you get up? Let's go, Yuko. We will go to the Adventurers Guild, Sota said to her. Moo. Sota went to Adventurers Guild and completed his quest. The receptionist recorded his quest in his card. A few more quests and I'll meet the requirements to promote to D rank, Sota said while looking at his adventurer's card. He then looked at the quest board and picked up the herb gathering quest. He walked back to the receptionist and placed the quest on top of the desk. The receptionist picked the quest and read it. She then looked back at him and said, the one who made this quest have a little request. He wants to meet the one who accepted this quest. Okay. Sota nodded his head. He knew this already and the quest was connected to the place where he found the Vajra sword Saya in the game. Please wait here for a moment, sir. The receptionist said with a polite tone. Sota just stood there in the corner waiting for the man who made the quest. He crossed his arms in front of his and closed his eyes. The receptionist sighed in relief when she saw him waiting patiently. After a dozen minutes, the receptionist called him. Sir, this way please. Sota opened his eyes and saw the receptionist. She guided him in a closed room. There, he saw a man in his 40s looking well. He has short white hair and a wrinkled face. Good evening, sir. I'm Mark, the one who made the quest. The man stood up and introduced himself. I'm Sota, an adventurer. Sota replied and sat down in the chair opposite of the man. The receptionist bowed down and left the room. The room was devoid of any sound as no one said anything. Sota was the one who broke the silence. I need to find the evening grass, right? Sota said to Mark. Mark nodded in response. But evening grass is not something that can be found here, Sota said. Evening grass can be found in a place rich in dark energy like Kerr Cemetery. But there is a place where evening grass grow in this village, Mark replied to him. There it is. Sota smirked inwardly. I'll tell you where it is if you really accept the quest, Mark said to him. He proposed a condition that Sota shouldn't tell anyone about this. I understand, I will not tell anyone about this, Sota said while closing his eyes. Good. Go to my shop tomorrow morning. I'll warn you, don't wander in the night. They only attack the outsiders. Mark nodded before he stood up. He didn't forget to tell Sota the meeting place before he left. At the same time, Sota heard a familiar sound in his mind. Ding. Quest triggered. Herb gathering. Mark asked you to bring him the evening grass. Rewards, 5,000 exp, 5 free attribute points. Sota smiled and he opened his eyes. There's still one quest that he wanted to get before meeting Mark. Sir, don't wander in the night. The receptionist warned him before he left the guild. He went out of the guild and met with Yuko. She was always waiting for him when he goes inside the guild. It was the same in Ladro City. Let's go. There is a place that we need to go first. Sota and Yuko went to the southern part of the village. It was a place where slum lives. He told Yuko to hide and he concealed himself behind a box. He looked at the dark sky while waiting for someone to appear. The players called this event encounters. An event where a player would accidentally encounter a special person. That person would give them a quest with high rewards. But what he was doing was not accidental encounter. He's waiting for that person to appear and make it look like an accidental meeting. Back then, he's the one who triggered this quest. This quest led him to the Vajra sword Saya. After a few minutes of waiting, Sota heard a sound of crying. Here it is. Sota smirked before he stood up and patted his clothes. He waited for a few moments before he walked forward and turned in an alley. Ack. He bumped there into someone. The figure who bumped on him fell on the ground. Sorry, Sota apologized and saw a little boy. The boy has tears in his eyes. He has short black hair and big black round eyes. He was wearing ragged clothes full of dirt. Boy, why are you crying? Sota asked while helping the boy. Mister, thank you. The boy thanked Sota for helping him. It's okay, but why are you wandering in this place? It's already dark and children should stay in their home. Sota asked the boy with a hint of concern in his voice. He noticed that the boy had bruises all over his body. He lifted up his hand and casted, light heal. The boy felt a warm energy entered his body. He looked and saw that the bruise on his body was gone. Thanks, mister. He looked at the man in front of him. He doesn't know what happened, but he knew that this must have done something to heal his bruise. Sota smiled and he patted the head of the boy. He asked, can you tell me why you're wandering here at night? The boy hesitated first before he explained. At first, he and his sister were living here in this village peacefully. His sister was the one who took care of him after their parents died. She did all kinds of jobs to raise him. But one day, everything changed. His sister started to act differently. She was always in daze and muttering some words. Last month, he personally witnessed his sister killed a man using a strange sword. A demon with horns appeared behind her. After that day, his sister didn't show up. She didn't leave any trace, so he doesn't have any idea where to find her. A demon possessed my sister and took her. I don't know where my sister is, but I saw it with my own eyes. A demon possessed my sister. Do you believe me, mister? Yeah, I believe you. There's really a demon in this world. Soda nodded with a smile. The boy looked at Soda and recalled that he was a mage. The people didn't believe him when he told them that a demon took her sister. They just told him that his sister got tired of taking care of him. That's why she left. The boy looks like he wanted to tell him something. What is it? Soda asked. Can you help me find my sister? The boy asked him to help him find his sister. Sure, the sword that your sister was holding at that time. I came here to retrieve it. Soda said to the boy. Really, mister? A bright smile appeared on the face of the boy. Yeah. Soda nodded. Ding. Quest triggered. Rescue. Find and rescue the sister of the boy. Rewards. 10,000 exp, 10 free attribute points, 2 skill point, 2 skill points, huh? Soda smiled and said, you don't have to call me mister, just brother will do. Okay, thank you, brother. The boy smiled at him. A pair of deep red eyes gleamed in the shadows. It looked at Soda with crazed eyes. Soda finally noticed that the rewards were higher than before. It only means that the difficulty was higher. 2 skill points were one of the rewards of the quest to rescue the boy's big sister. It means that this quest was harder than conquering a low-level dungeon. Conquering a low-level dungeon only gave him 1 skill point. It seems that getting back that sword is not that easy, huh? Soda said in a low voice. Tack. 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 A sound of footsteps echoed in the dark alley. No other sound can be heard except the sounds of footsteps. Soda turned his head and saw a figure of a man approaching him and the boy. The man has deep red eyes that gleamed in the dark. He frowned and observed the man. The man was walking in unsteady steps. It feels like he would fall any second, and white liquid was flowing down from his mouth. What's this? This is not an undead. Blood vessels pop out in the forehead of the man. The man gritted his teeth before pouncing towards Soda. Yuko. Soda shouted and a huge bear appeared in the corner. Yuko stood up and pinned down the man on the ground. Arg. It hurts. It hurts. The man groaned in pain as a huge bear was pinning him down. Don't move, Soda said to the boy before he approached the man. He squatted down and observed him. He was sure that it was not undead. The man has berserk energy around his body. This energy drives him wild and insane. This led him to attack Soda. Soda suddenly recalled what Mark said before. I'll warn you, don't wander in the night. They only attack the outsiders, was what he said. There's no scenario like this in the game. Also, the boy saw a demon behind his sister before she disappeared. Soda knocked the man unconscious using his fist. He looked at Yuko and said, you can let him go now. You did a good job today. Yuko then turned around and growled angrily. Soda also turned his head and saw a dozen figures in the shadows. This is bad. There is something wrong in this town. Soda raised his hand and the shadows beneath the figures burst out of the ground. It moved quickly and restrained everyone. Shadow bind. Let's go, Yuko. Soda turned around and he carried the little boy on his shoulder before he left. What's happening, brother? The boy was flustered. I don't know. Soda shook his head and made a turn in the alley. There were people there waiting for him. Soda clenched his fist and restrained those people using Shadow Bind. Soda ran over those people while Yuko smashed them on the walls with her thick arms, causing them to fall unconscious. If I'm alone I could just jump over the roofs, but Yuko is here with me. Soda thought while glancing at his back. Yuko was following him. Every step that she made caused a loud sound attracting other people. Soda smiled wryly at this. He then ran at the direction of the carriage of the dwarf, the plaza. Just like what he expected, the carriage was also under attack by those abnormal people. The 3 adventurers who left with him were also here. Jack was knocking unconscious those people with the help of the other adventurers. Damn. What is wrong with these people? Jack cursed loudly as he delivered a blow to the stomach of a crazed man. Bang. The man was knocked back to the other people before falling unconscious. They keep coming. There's no way end. Then, they saw a huge bear behind the crowds. They were familiar with this bear. Soda circulated his mana around his body. With a boom he rushed towards those abnormal people. Smash them, Yuko. Yuko roared and followed him. She smashed those people that tried to stop him. She kept waving her hands while following behind Soda. Help them, Jack shouted as he rushed towards the abnormal people to make a way for Soda and Yuko. Who? The other adventurers followed Jack. Bang. 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 Soda waved his arm and smashed the abnormal people in front of him. Those people flew away, knocking the other abnormal people. He speed up and broke through the group of abnormal people, who glancing back at the abnormal people, Soda went directly to Jack. I have a plan, Soda said to Jack. Tell me, Jack replied. I will stop all of them. I will need you and the others to knock as many as you can before they break free from the restraint. Sota explained his plan to Jack. Can you really do that? Jack asked with a doubtful expression. There were more than 100 abnormal people here and Sota told him that he could stop all these abnormal people. Why would I lie in this situation? Sota replied as he shrugged his shoulder. Ha ha ha, good, as long as you stop them. I can knock them out easily. Jack laughed loudly. He then looked at the boy on Sota's shoulder. By the way, did you kidnap that child? No, I just met him and the abnormal people attack us all of a sudden. Sota shook his head. His expression turned serious and said, I will start now. He placed the boy on the ground telling him to wait. He then focused his attention on the abnormal people. Jack, Yuko, and the rest of the adventurers were defending the carriage. The abnormal people kept coming in all directions. His magical energy flared up and reached the peak. With a wave of his hand, he casted Shadow Bind consecutively. He felt that he consumed more than half of his mana. Casting Shadow Bind consumed 10 mana. Using it consecutively drained half of his mana. Swoosh. Hundreds of shadows burst out of the ground. Seeing this, Jack and the rest stopped moving. They watched as the shadows bind every people in the whole area. Go. They regained their senses when they heard Sota's voice. Ha ha ha, let's finish this. Jack laughed and he charged at the group of abnormal people. Sota didn't sit idly as he rushed towards those people. He looked at Jack who was knocking unconscious those people left and right. He asked, I thought you would kill them. Why you let them live? Someone came and warned us before but we didn't heed his warning, Jack said while punching the abnormal people. He added, he came and requested us not to kill them. We didn't kill them as we also didn't heed his warning before. We all treat his warning like a joke but. Look now. Who's that man? Sota asked. The village chief came to us after you left, Jack said. I'll tell you more later after we finish this. Sota nodded at his words. He rushed towards the abnormal and chopped the back of their neck knocking them out. It took them half an hour before they knocked all those people out. It was tiring to hold back while fighting against many people at once, so Jack and the rest were gasping as beads of sweat formed in their forehead. Thank you for your effort, everyone. The dwarf came out of the carriage and thanked them for their effort. A green man was following the dwarf. This man gathered everyone's attention. Village chief. One of the adventurers called out. So that's village chief. Sota thought as he observed the man. The man has a green-colored skin. Some part of his body has green scales and a green long tail was moving on his back. The village chief noticed Sota and exclaimed, Oh, a brethren. Eh? Sota was surprised that the village chief called him his brethren. Well, it's not that surprising as both of them have green color skin. You're a halfling, huh? The village chief said after he observed Sota. He noticed that Sota doesn't have a tail and scales so he thought that he was only a half reptilian and half human. Ah. Yes, Sota smiled wryly. It's fine for them that they misunderstood his race. A high-end goblin was a rare species of a goblin and only a few people have seen it. They were almost extinct because of the constant killing that humans and demis did in the past. Those rare species can only be found in those forbidden areas. Thank you for helping these people. The village chief thanked him. I'm also an adventurer also, can you please tell why is this happening? Sota said. Even though he formed a speculation in his head, he still wanted to hear it from the village chief's mouth. Yeah, can you tell us what are them? Jack asked while glancing at the unconscious people. The village chief looked at their face before he started to narrate them what happened. All of this started 2 months ago. Back then the residents of this village started to disappear. Day by day received many reports about the disappearance of their husband, child, neighbor, etc. Every day 1 or 2 people would vanish. It happens every night. It was strange that no one found them. About a month ago, he received a report about people going crazy attacking other people. It was like a disease that slowly spread out in the village. But they didn't attack the people living here in this village, they only attacked the outsider. When he looked at those abnormal people it feels like those people wanted to attack them but they were holding back. It feels like someone was telling them to attack people but they resisted against the people here in this village. They let it all out when outsiders came here. Many people got infected by this strange disease. They attacked and killed every outsider that came here. He sent a report to Hebrew Kingdom to help them fight this strange incident. But no one came. Up until now the Hebrew Kingdom didn't even bother to investigate this incident. Those people went wild during night and they would forget everything that happened the next morning. It was really weird. Right now, half of the village folk have that kind of disease. Half? The population of this village is 5,000 and half of that is, Jack said with widely open eyes. If that's really the case then they would have to fight more than 1,000 people and what happened this time was just the first wave. Come to me, to my house. They wouldn't go there, the village chief said. He led the group to his house. They should not expect the help of Hebrei Kingdom. A village like this wasn't even drawn in the map of the continent. For huge countries and kingdoms, this kind of village could disappear at any time. It was either by the monster tide or strange disease like this one. Sota looked back and saw that Yuko and the boy were following him quietly. He was sure of one thing. This incident happened because of the Vajra sword Saya. The difficulty of the quest was many times harder than in the game. This world was going into the future that he doesn't know. There were no players to investigate and complete the incidents like this one. There were no adventurous players that would discover weird things left and right. He even wondered what's happening in the other village right now. It seemed that his sword, Vajra sword Saya, was taking the route of hard to get. Sota, Jack, and the rest arrived in the village chief's house. The house was quite wide so it could hold all of them including Yuko. The group listened to the story of the village chief. The story about the mysterious possession or what they called disease spreading in this village. Based on what you said it started 2 months ago. And from my analysis, it will take another month before all of you become like those people, Jack said to the village chief. I also thought about that, but what can we do about it? There is no point as we could only wait for the people of Hebrei Kingdom to arrive, the village chief said with a sad expression. I don't think I've heard this kind of disease at all nor I've seen something like this. Jack shook his head. He wouldn't be able to help if he knew nothing about it. He was an adventurer expert in fighting, not a doctor. It's hard to dispatch a knight. The kingdom only uses them in war or other big situations. If this situation got worse to the point that it could harm the kingdom, only then they would dispatch a force to eliminate the threat. First of all, this village wasn't a part of Hebrei Kingdom. That's the reason why they wouldn't send a force to help, the dwarf said. As a merchant, he knew a thing or two about the affairs of the kingdom. Boy, tell them what you know, Sota said as he patted the little boy's back. His words gathered everyone's attention. All of them turned their heads and looked at Sota. What do you mean? Did this boy know something? Sota shook his head and said, it's better if you hear it directly from him. Come on boy, tell them what you told me before. The boy lifted up his head and looked at Sota. Sota nodded when he saw the look of the boy. The boy didn't hesitate anymore and he began to tell them what he told Sota before. There's something like that? A demon? A monster from legend. I've heard that there's no demon right now. The ancient civilization destroyed them all. Various exclamations sounded after they heard the boy's story. Even Sota, the owner of the Vajra sword Saya, doesn't know the origin of the sword. He only knew that it was a piece of dark great equipment. Suddenly, the village chief bowed before them and said, please help us solve this case. I'll give you anything that you want. The village chief begged them to find the boy's sister. After listening to the story of the boy, he was now sure that the sister of the boy and the demon the boy saw that day was the culprit in this incident. The culprit why all these people were going insane was because of the demon. We didn't know the strength of the demon so it's better to check it first before we promise you, Jack said and the rest of the adventurers nodded. They wouldn't accept a quest that easily. They couldn't determine the difficulty of this quest so they couldn't accept it easily. There's a reason why the Adventurers Guild divided the quest into different ranks. The village chief looked at Sota with hopeful eyes. Sota was still the one who hasn't declined him. But Sota wasn't looking at him. He was looking at the prompt that received. Quest triggered. Elimination. Find and eliminate the cause of this incident. Rewards, 15,000 exp, 5 free attribute points, 2 skill point. Savior. Don't kill anyone and help them regain their senses. Rewards? Looking at the quest, Sota felt that he really was quite lucky today. He didn't expect that he would receive more quests and the rewards for these quests were as high as the previous quest. But the difficulty was also high. He doubted that he could finish this quest with his current strength. He also had to hold back as once he killed one of those people he will fail the quest. Sota accepted these quests without hesitation. He then looked at the village chief and said, I'll do what I can to help. As expected of my brethren, a really good heart. The village chief felt like he was about to cry from Sota's reply. Oi oi. Sota, do you know what kind of danger lies in this quest? Jack said to him. I have a vague idea, Sota replied. No, you don't have any idea what a demon is, Jack said. If a demon is really here then they would be long dead, Sota said seriously. He received a lot of feats in the game and one of these was the Demon Annihilator. He received this feat from annihilating an army of demons. So his knowledge about demons far surpasses the people present in this place. Also, he knew that there's really no demon here. That was just the Vajra sword Saya. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Sota said. Jack nodded when he saw how serious he was. Anyway, let's rest for now. Let's continue this later. Sota shook his head and said. Yeah, I will prepare your room for now, the village chief said. No need, I will sleep with Yuko, Sota said before he walked towards Yuko. He preferred to sleep in her fluffy fur. Just like what the village chief said before, the abnormal people didn't enter his house. The group fell asleep quickly as they were quite tired from what happened this night. Sota woke up before the sunrise. He felt a heavy feeling pressing on his chest. He looked down and saw that Yuko was hugging him tightly. He removed her hands and stood up. He looked outside and found that everything went back to normal. Only the traces of fight can be seen outside. The abnormal people were already gone. "Oh? You're up." A voice sounded behind him. Sota turned around and saw Jack. He nodded at him before turning back to look outside. "Are you really planning to help them? You don't know what danger lies here," Jack said as he walked beside Sota. "I just want to eliminate the cause of this incident," Sota said. Then, he turned around and walked toward the bathroom. Jack looked at Sota's back without saying anything. Sota washed his face and thanked the village chief for letting them in. He ate the breakfast that the village chief made before he left the house with Yuko. He went to the shop of Mark. Mark was a herbalist and he made some medicine using his knowledge. That's why he needed the evening grass. He found that the shop was still closed. Nevertheless, he knocked on the door before he entered the shop. "Oh? You're here. It seems that you've heeded my warning yesterday." A man with white hair greeted him. "NN." Sota sat down in a chair and said, "Let's talk about the quest. I want to complete it quickly. How about some tea?" Mark said to him. "No, I want to go there right now." Sota shook his head as he declined the tea that Mark offered. "Okay, wait here for a few minutes," Mark said before he went inside the room. "Good." Sota closed his eyes while waiting for Mark. After a few moments, Mark came out with a small bag. He looked at Sota and said, "Let's go." Sota nodded and walked behind Mark. Mark led him to an abandoned church in the village. Sota looked around the church. Moss already covered the entire walls and ceiling of the church. It seems that no one was maintaining this church for almost 10 years. At the back of the church, Mark opened a secret compartment that will lead someone under the ground. "There are other paths, but this is the safest among all the paths," Mark explained to Sota. He then gave the small bag to Sota. "Just put the evening grass inside the bottle there in the bag," Mark said while Sota opened the bag and saw a transparent bottle. "I just need to put the grass here," Sota muttered as he closed the bag and hung it on his waist. "Be careful there. Although it's the safest this place, there are still dangers lurking in the dark," Mark warned him. Of course, there's a danger downstairs. If not, Mark would go down personally and he wouldn't place a quest in the Adventurers Guild. "Yeah, I know." Sota nodded at Mark. Just looking at the rewards, he could vaguely guess the difficulty of a quest. "I'll go now," Sota said, and he turned to Yuko. He asked her to stay here with Mark. She was too big to fit inside the narrow path. She wouldn't be able to move comfortably and she would only become a burden if she followed him downstairs. The underground was an abandoned place and it became a dungeon. A place where Vajra Sword Saya stayed. He doesn't know the lore of this village, but he could guess that this was a prosperous city before it became the Bulmar village. He raised his hand and tapped the walls made of bricks. The bricks were still sturdy despite its looks. The floor was wet and sticky. "Gra." A pair of deep red eyes appeared in the darkness. "Just like what I expected, some of them are here," Sota said with a laugh. It seemed that there was a type of abnormal people that live here underground. They didn't return back to normal even though it's morning. "Come. It's getting exciting this way. The power of Vajra's sword exceeds my expectations." Back in the game, the only person that Vajra's sword Saya possessed was the sister of the little boy before. The existence of abnormal people wasn't present in the game. Sota dashed forward and the figure also charged at him. Swoosh. Sota ducked down to avoid the hands of the figure before he delivered a blow to the stomach of the figure. Bang. The figure flew away and Sota chased after it. He chopped the neck of the figure, knocking it down. "It's harder to hold back against this kind of people," Sota said in a low voice while looking at the unconscious man. "He won't kill anyone in this place. It's not that he's against killing someone. It's just that he still retained a part of his humanity and want to avoid killing as much as possible. If it comes to the situation that he needed to kill someone, then he won't hesitate and he will do what he needed to do." Also, the quest this time was asking him to save them from the possession of the Vajra sword Saya, not to kill them. Help them regain their senses and clarity. Release them from the grasp of the Vajra sword Saya. "I wonder if the Vajra sword can possess me," Sota muttered before turning to look at the dark path. There was some grass on the floor, but this was not the evening grass. Evening grass looks like an ordinary grass, but it has a different color. There's a blue dotted around the leaves. The unusual energy here was getting thicker the more he got deeper in the underground. Then, "I will turn here and..." Sota stopped as he saw 5 figures with gleaming red eyes. "Here they come." He clenched his fist and charged straight to the 5 figures. Bang. 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 "Who really? They attack anyone who enters this place," Soda said as he wiped the sweat forming on his forehead. There were locked rooms everywhere. This place was really an underground base built for sheltering people, but who knows how long people abandoned this place. He walked to the end of the corridor, and he found that one of the rooms was not locked. The door had been left half open, and the lock was broken. He noticed some scratch marks on the door. He reached out his palm and traced the scratch marks. There's no dust, Soda muttered. Just from seeing the marks, he could guess that someone made this recently. Maybe a few days ago. He slightly pushed the door open, only to find rows of tables placed in the corner of the room. Transparent bottles with an unknown liquid were neatly arranged on top of the tables along with strange devices. Opposite of it was a cabinet full of books which were covered in dust. Picking up one of the transparent bottles, he shook it a few times. The orange liquid inside the bottle emitted a dim light. The light wasn't that bright, but in this dark room, it was extremely noticeable. A monster potion? Huh? A monster potion was a potion that will let someone borrow the power of a monster. But it comes with a side effect due to harnessing the beast's energy. Beast energy, or also called Bestseller by ancient people. Powerful and destructive energy that monster uses. A monster that could harness beast energy was a dangerous individual, and countries would use forces to eliminate those monsters when it appeared in their territory. Only level 40 monsters have this kind of power. Once he reached level 40 he would be able to use beast energy or Bestseller. But that's far in the future. The side effect of this potion is something I don't want to experience. Soda shook his head and then he went to the books. The books were covered in thick dust. He reached out his hand to pick one book. He used his other hand to wipe the dust off the cover of the book. He saw the characters that he couldn't understand. It's not a Nerman language, huh? He said in a low voice and opened the book. He saw a humanoid creature, a man with a horn sticking out on the side of his head. He has red hair and a pair of deep red eyes. The sclera was black and the pupils were red. Black stigmata were on the forehead of the man. If he wasn't wrong, this was one of the ancient races, the Vajra race. But even when he spent more than 10 years playing the Battle World online, he still hasn't met one Vajra race. Soda frowned and he closed the book. He placed it inside the small bag that Mark gave him. He will have a time to study it later after he finished the quests here. He exited the room and a thick stench hit Soda. What's this smell? Soda said as he pinched his nose. He walked forward and saw two pathways. One on his left side and one on his right side, and behind him was a path going straight to the surface. Soda looked at his left side and said, if I'm not wrong, there's an evening grass in this direction. He walked forward while looking around. When he looked at the walls, his gaze was attracted by something. The walls were filled with scratch marks. It looked scary, like some beast was rampaging here recently. Soon, he reached the end of the path. There's another path on the right side, and there's a half-open door on the left side. The wooden door was slightly twisted and it was also full of scratch marks. He approached the door and pushed it open without hesitation. Inside it was a wide room filled with grass. At the center of the room, he could see a grass with blue dots. At the back, he could see a figure with crimson eyes. The man was exuding a very dangerous aura. This man was clearly different from those abnormal people. Oh, of course, I wouldn't get the evening grass that easily. It wouldn't give me such a reward if those weaklings are the one guarding it, Soda said with a smirk. He stepped forward and revealed himself to the man. Soda attracted the attention of the man as soon as he walked forward. Soda clenched his fist as his magical energy started rising at a fast rate. The man gritted his teeth and veins pop up on his arms. Soda didn't stop as he continued to walk forward with a smirk on his face. Boom! A gust of wind swept out the whole room as both of them collided against each other in an instant. Soda smiled and he once again dashed towards the man. He coated both of his fists with mana. Bang! 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 He launched a barrage of powerful punches containing great force behind it. But it only causes the man to stagger backward. The nails of the man grew longer and sharper. He swung it towards Soda. Swoosh! Soda slightly bent his body backward and the sharp nails passed in front of his face. He twisted his body and took a distance away from the man. But when he looked up, he already saw the man was rushing straight at him. Shadow bind. The shadow beneath the man moved. It emerges from the floor and strangled the man. Soda opened both of his palms and casted Fireball and Ice Shot simultaneously. Boom! He then placed his palm on the floor before looking at the man covered in smoke. He knew that he would not be able to defeat that man with just that. Fireball and Ice Shot were just a level 1 spell. Grah! The man roared loudly and it swept the smoke and dust around him. His aura was continuously rising. It also snapped the shadow that was binding him. You're finally getting serious, huh? Then allow me to show you a bit of my power, Soda said with a smile. He then used Agility Boost and Strength Boost to buff him up. Agility Boost. was a spell that could raise the target agility by 10. It has a time limit of 10 minutes. During this time his agility attribute would increase by 10 points. It was still a level 1 spell, so the increase in attribute was quite low. If he levels it up, the added attribute and time limit would increase. Strength boost. Spell was the same as agility boost spell. The only difference was that it increased the target strength instead of agility. He cannot stack up these spells. Even if he used it on himself once again, the added stat wouldn't increase. These two spells consume 10 mana points per use. Good. This is enough. Soda looked at the man, and the man also looked at Soda. After a few seconds, the man rushed straight at Soda. But before he reaches Soda he stopped. He looked down and saw his foot was sinking in mud. He was confused. He knew that there's no mud in this grassy room. Mud slide. I've already prepared it before, Soda said before dashing towards the man. In just a second, he arrived in front of the man and pulled back his fist. Soda poured his mana on his fist and threw it on the stomach of the man. Bang! Pulling back his other fist, he threw another powerful punch. Bang! Arg! The man groaned and he raised both of his hands. I won't let you. Shadow bind. Once again the shadow emerges and strangled the man. It restrained his movements. Good, let me finish this, Soda smirked as he clenched both of his fists. Boom! The man flew away and crashed in the wall of the room, creating a spider web cracks on it. Debris of rocks fell on the ground and it caused the smoke to rise up. Soda looked at the man with a frown. After a few moments, he opened his mouth and said, still conscious, huh? He bent his knees and launched himself towards the man like a rocket. Bang! The man suddenly lifted up his head and looked at Soda. He clenched both of his fists and collided with Soda. Boom! You're really good. Unfortunately, the quest said I need to save everyone including you. If I only didn't accept the quest then I would kill you right here because you're giving me trouble right now, Soda said as he used more force and pushed his fist against the man. Grah! The man roared in front of him and his aura burst out. He managed to resist Soda's strength. Good. Soda smirked and his mana flared up. Boom! A figure flew away and landed on the ground. It was Soda. Soda looked up and saw the man rushing at him. He hurriedly moved sideways, avoiding the man. Bang! The first of the man missed Soda and it went straight to the ground. But before it reaches the ground suddenly turned into mud. His first sunk through the mud deeply. And follow up by Shadow Bind, Soda casted his spell once again. He grabbed the face of the man and casted the Fireball spell. Boom! 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 The flame exploded on the face of the man. Soda gritted his teeth and he smashed the man on the wall. Bang! Soda removed his hand and observed the man. The maid was convulsing like he has some sort of sickness. The shadows moved and restrained the man. This is enough. With his current strength he wouldn't be able to escape easily, Soda said before he turned around. He looked at the evening grass in the center of the room. It was still standing there like nothing happened. Soda approached it and he squatted down. He opened his bag and took out the transparent bottle that Mark gave before. He carefully pulled the grass and placed it inside the transparent bottle. Okay, I just need to get out of this place, Soda muttered as he placed back the bottle inside the bag. He then stood up and exited the room. Oi! Oi! You people really wouldn't let me leave this place peacefully. He saw a group of abnormal people waiting for him outside the room. They were crammed together on a narrow path. There were so many of them that he could not see a way out of this except fighting them. I didn't get a class before coming, then I would truly be in trouble, Soda said before he casted Shadow Bind repeatedly. Luckily, he learned a spell that could restrict the movement of a target, or else he would be having a hard time this time. Swoosh! Soda gathered his mana on his fist before throwing it towards the people in front. Bang! The abnormal people couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch Soda knock them out. Bang! 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 Several bone-cracking sounds echoed in the whole area. It's not that he couldn't break their bones. As long as he doesn't kill anyone he will not fail the quest. It will be fine if he beat them close to death. Even if I break your limbs it's fine as long as you're still alive. Soda smirked as he used his strength to smash the abnormal people. Bang! 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 He threw powerful punches in all directions. He doesn't need to aim at all as there were so many of them. On the surface, hey, do you think your master will be okay? Mark looked at Yuko and asked. Moo. Yuko looked at him and she tilted her head. What am I doing, talking to a bear? Mark shook his head. He should have put a quest for more than 2 people. He knew that some of the people with a strange disease were living underground. Although those people wouldn't attack the residents of this village, there's always an exception to rules. If they, the residents of the village, came down, then the people with a strange disease wouldn't hesitate to attack them. Your master looks like a strong man, so he should be fine, right? Mark said in a low voice that only he could hear. Several footsteps sounded behind him. Mark turned around and saw the village chief with other adventurers. Village chief. Mark was surprised to see the village chief here in this place. Mark. Is Soda the one who accepted up your request? The village chief asked. Yeah. Mark nodded in response to the village chief's question. And he's there right now? The village chief pointed on the stairs leading to the underground base. Yes, but why are you here, village chief? Mark nodded and asked the village chief while glancing at the adventurers behind the village chief. They are the ones who will help us, the village chief said while looking at Jack and the rest of the adventurers. Help us? Mark looked at the village chief with confusion in his eyes. He doesn't know what the village chief was saying. Yes, help us save the village, the village chief said. Mark turned his head and observed the adventurers behind the village chief. Jack and the other adventurers accepted the village chief's request. They didn't accept it to help the village, but they accept it to help Soda. They will go there and see for themselves if there was really a demon here. If there's really a demon, then they would take back Soda with them and report it to the kingdom. The kingdom wouldn't sit back if they knew that there's a demon here close to their territory. Jack stepped forward and asked Mark how long Soda has been underground. About 30 minutes, Mark replied to Jack's question. Suddenly, Yuko moved forward and stopped in front of the stairs leading to the underground base. This gathered everyone's attention. They focused on Yuko, wondering what she's up to. What she's doing? The village chief asked. I don't know. Mark shook his head. Maybe her master is coming now, Jack said with an unsure expression. After a few moments, Jack's words came true. Soda really came out. Yuko greeted him first as she wrapped her huge body around him. He just finished putting those abnormal people in their place. They wouldn't be able to bother him even if he went there a second time. Still, he knew that that's not all the abnormal people. He knew that the strong one must be beside the host of the Vajra sword Xianxia. After hugging Yuko, Soda noticed the village chief and Jack. He looked at Mark and asked, what are they doing here? They are here to help you. Before Mark could answer him, the village opened his mouth first and answered his question. We're here to help you. Once we see if there's really a demon, then we would force you out with us, Jack said with a serious expression. Oh. Soda didn't know what to say in this situation. He didn't think that Jack was that close to him. Well, suit yourself. Soda shrugged his shoulder before giving the small bag to Mark. Of course, he took the book he picked first before giving the small bag to Mark. Mark received the small bag and took out the transparent bottle inside it. He inspected the grass inside it. Good, this is really the evening grass. Ding. Congratulations on completing the herb gathering quest. You've received 5,000 exp and 5 free attribute points. Experience points reached. You've leveled up. Strength attributes have increased by 8. Intelligence, agility, dexterity, and vitality attributes have increased by 5. He leveled up from the XP received from this quest. He was now a level 18 high-end goblin. 2 more levels and he will reach the level requirements for the next evolution. But it will take him more time to reach that level. After all, he played the game for 10 years and all he reached was level 80. His leveling speed was quite fast. He's been here for a month and he almost reached the level cap of version 1. It's easy to level up from 1 to 10 as the XP needed was quite low. But after that, especially level 20 and above, was really hard to increase level even by 1. He knew the pattern of the XP system. It was the Fibonacci system. That's why after level 20 it will truly be hard to level up. Soda turned his head to the village chief and said, well, we'll submit it first to the guild. The village chief nodded and Soda left with Mark. So what should we do? One of the adventurers asked. Let's wait for him, Jack said as he shrugged his shoulder. That's a good idea. Soda and Mark went to the guild to submit the completion of his quest. Soda, Jack, and the rest were in front of the pathway that leads to the underground base. Shall we go now? Asked Jack. Let's go. Soda nodded at him and the rest of the adventurers also nodded. Good luck. I hope you return well, the village chief said with a nervous expression. He and Yuko would wait here outside. Well, I wouldn't return if I don't finish it. Soda shrugged his shoulder and he walked downstairs. Let's go, Jack said to the rest of the adventurers and they followed Soda. The village chief and Yuko looked at their back with a worried expression. They reached the underground and there was a split in the road. The corridor on the left was open, and the one on the right was close. A locked wooden door was blocking their way. Before, Soda went straight to the left road, but now that he came here to subdue the host of the Vajra sword, he would take the road on the right. Where should we go? Jack asked Soda. He asked Soda because he knew that Soda came here before. Here. Soda pointed at the locked wooden door. Let me do it. One of the adventurers stepped forward. He was the one expert in this kind of situation. He was a scout and was an expert in opening a lock. With his skills, He could detect some traps. Soda made a way for the adventurer. He just watched the man open the lock in just a few seconds. "Good job," Jack said. "Don't worry about it. That's not a problem for me." The scout said. "Good." Soda nodded and stepped inside. Perhaps it was their imagination, but once they entered the corridor, it felt like someone was observing them. The atmosphere here was clearly different from the other corridor. A chilly wind would sometimes caress their faces. This atmosphere? It felt like I enter a mid-level dungeon. Soda thought. But only he knew that the strength of the abnormal people was far enough to become a mid-level dungeon. They walked for a half-minute before red letters started surfacing around them. "I'm warning you. Don't hear. I don't want to kill you. We don't want to kill someone. It's not us. It's a demon. You should go back now. I know. You also want to become like us, don't you?" Some of the words appeared on the walls, some were on the ceiling, and some were on the floor. Soda stopped when the red words appeared. He looked around and read the words. "The abnormal people are warning us." Soda thought. This scenario wasn't in the game at all. Ever since he came here in Bulmar Village, he discovered many things that can't be found in the game. What's wrong with this? Are they warning us? The adventurers started to discuss among themselves. The red words spooked them, but as an adventurer, they have their own fare of experience. They quickly regained their composure. "Let's go." Soda shook his head and he continued to walk straight, not minding the red words around him. Then, words appeared in front of him saying, "You'll regret coming here in this place." "You're wrong. I'll regret it if I don't get that Vajra sword, Xianxia." Soda thought as he grinned slowly appeared on his face. He felt funny that they were threatening him. Do they really think that they could easily kill him? They should at least know it from the abnormal people that he took down before. He wouldn't go down without taking some of them with him. At least he would take the mastermind behind this, the Vajra sword Xianxia, with him. He thought that he should threaten them too. If they don't give the Vajra sword, then he would beat them half to death. Well, let's leave it like that and see it for myself. Soda shook his head and continued to walk. At the end of the corridor was another split road. One was the stairs going deeper, and the other one was dark. There's some words painted on the walls. The words was different from those threat. Unlike the words before that was written in Nerman language, these words were written in an ancient language. "So where should we go now?" Jack asked him. "Let's go here first." Soda went to the left side where the ancient characters were written on the walls. Actually, the path downstairs was the one that will lead him to the Vajra sword, but there's something here in this road that he needed to take. "Okay, let's go." Jack nodded at him. They walked for half a minute before they found themselves in front of a metal door. The metal door was left half opened and there was a key inside the keyhole. The scout walked forward attempting to push the door open, but Soda stopped him before he could do so. "Don't." Soda grabbed the wrist of the scout. The scout looked at Soda with confusion, but he didn't resist and let Soda open the door. Soda walked forward and wrapped his fingers around the doorknob. He pulled it in, closing it tightly. He knew a trick about this door. If he opened the door just like that, then it would lead them to a room full of traps that could kill all of them. But if he closed it and used the key to open the door, then it would lead them to another room. He couldn't forget those vicious traps that killed him in the game. He got careless in the game thinking that it was an ordinary door, but who knew that it hides some sort of secret room. If not for him accidentally closing it and using the key, then he wouldn't discover the secret room. Soda sighed and he twisted the Jew before pushing the door open. Inside the door was a room with a single table in the center. A cabinet filled with books was on the left side of the room. Opposite of it was another cabinet, but above there were transparent bottles with green liquid inside. And old papers were scattered across the floor. "This is it," Soda muttered as he entered the room without hesitation. He directly walked towards the cabinet on the left side of the room. He tapped his chin and tried to recall where was that item that he wanted. After a few moments, he squatted down and picked up the red book without title in the cover. Actually, this was not a book. The book was just a cover to hide the item inside. Soda opened the book and saw a silver amulet with a silver string. Good, a blue equipment. Soda was satisfied with this. He picked the amulet and wore it around his neck. This amulet was higher than all of his equipments except the soul blood earring. He registered it in the system as equip and saw its details. Amulet of Psychic. Blue, an amulet that was made of dark stone and psychic serpent scale. Effect, plus 10% energy resistance, plus 50 health, plus 5 health recovery. Durability, 15-20. He checked his stats and nodded. The resistance and recovery rate was the most important things in the effect of the amulet. Energy resistance has more worth than magical resistance. It was because magical resistance could only resist those mana-related skills and spells. But the energy resistance could resist all types of energy such as mana, best Ferrum/beast energy, ki, etc. Soda stood up and went to the bottles with green liquid inside. Jack and the rest of the adventurers were already checking all the corners of the room if there was some sort of treasure here. Jack saw a soda and he asked if he knew what's the green liquid inside the bottle. You can divide it yourself. This one was an antitoxin potion. It can increase your resistance by 100% for 5 minutes. Soda said before he picked up 3 bottles and placed it inside his pocket. 3 was enough for him and he will share the rest to others. After you're done, we will continue deeper, Soda said as he leaned his back in the walls. Ever since they walked this path, they haven't met a single abnormal people. They only warned them through the writings on the walls. Even Jack and the rest of the adventurers talked about why they haven't met a single abnormal person here. It will get serious once they go deeper. That's what Soda thought. It was strangely calm and peaceful here, but he knew that it was just a calm before a storm. Although there's no scenario like this in the game, he could still guess that the strong abnormal people were deeper, close to the Vajra sword. It took them 5 minutes before they settled down. Are you done? Soda asked them. Yeah. The adventurers nodded at him. Then, let's go. Soda turned around and left. The group went downstairs and the scenery here was different from the floor above. The ceiling was high and the area was wide compared to the floor above. The place looks like a mining area and carts specialized for moving pieces of rocks were around. Also, the density of the energy here was quite high, even those people who were not sensitive in energy would feel it. This place is really creepy. Yeah, I haven't been to a place with a chilly atmosphere like this one. Of course you haven't because you're only taking a quest near the kingdom. The adventurers talked to each other in a low voice. Suddenly, the scout shouted, "They are here." The adventurers stopped talking and quickly brandished their weapons. Their expression quickly changed into a serious one. Oh? Soda looked ahead and saw several pairs of red eyes in the dark. He opened his mouth and said, "Guys, we will not kill anyone, so you shouldn't use a weapon that could easily kill them." He paused for a moment before he added, "Well, if you're having a hard time holding back, then it's okay if you break 1 or 2 of their limbs. As long as they are breathing, then it's still passable." Jack rushed forward in the group of abnormal people. He clenched his fist and threw a very powerful punch. Bang! 3 abnormal people flew because of the power behind his fist. A few of their bones broke as they crashed in the walls. "I will stop holding back." Jack stretched out both of his hands and grabbed 2 abnormal people in the head. He smashed them together before kicking them away. Bang! He once again grabbed 1 abnormal person and used the person to ash the other abnormal people. Bang! 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 The scout moved swiftly as he appeared behind the abnormal people and chopped the back of their neck, knocking them out. The other adventurers too were doing their best to knock those abnormal people down. The battle started in this wide place. The adventurers were facing more than 100 of abnormal people. Bone-cracking sounds echoed in the whole area. The abnormal people have simple movements, so they were easy to predict by the experienced adventurers. Even though they were easy to predict, if a veteran adventurer got surrounded by 100 of them, then the outcome would be the adventurer's defeat. After a few dozen minutes, the adventurers knocked out 100 of abnormal people, but the abnormal people kept appearing with more numbers than before. They started to show the signs of exhaustion as sweat flowed down from their bodies. Nevertheless, they didn't stop moving and continued to beat those abnormal people. Boom! A loud sound crashed behind them as one of the adventurers crashed in the walls. It shook the ground a few times as smoke rises up and covered the area. Jack and the other adventurers stopped moving. They turned their head and looked at the adventurer that was embedded in the wall. How? What happened? Soda turned his head and saw a strange one in the middle of the abnormal people. That one was giving off a different aura and vibe compared to the other abnormal people. "It's the same as that one," Soda muttered as he recalled the one he fought when he was trying to get the evening grass. The one that gave him trouble. A strong abnormal person. "We have a strong one here," Soda said to Jack and the rest of the adventurers. They all looked ahead and saw the man with the black veins popping out on its forehead. Just looking at it, they immediately knew that this one was a strong one. The man was panting heavily while looking at them with crazed eyes. "Jack, follow me, let's finish this quickly," Soda said before he dashed towards the man. He lifted up his hand and casted Shadow Bind. The shadow strangled the other abnormal people so that they could not bother him while they finished the strong one. "Okay." Jack nodded and followed behind Soda. He saw Soda clashed against the strong one. They exchanged dozens of blows within a few seconds. When Soda ducked down, he jumped above Soda and punched the face of the strong man. Bang! The strong man didn't fly away because the shadows were grabbing his limbs. He couldn't escape even if he wanted. "Let's finish this." "Yeah." Soda pulled back his hand and Jack too. Then both of them delivered a devastating blow on the stomach of the strong one. Arg! The strong man's body bent backward as he received the first of Soda and Jack. The man fell down on the ground with a loud thud sound. Now, Let's finish the others, Sota said as he turned his head and looked at the rest of the abnormal people. You're right, let's finish it quickly, Jack said with a smirk. Both of them rushed and bested those abnormal people. After half an hour, they finished putting all the abnormal people down. They checked the other adventurers and found that they only received some bruised in their bodies. They still have the energy to continue deeper. We are good. Yeah, we still have enough power to knock dozen of those people. Good. The group continued to walk forward. Sota looked around as they walked deeper. Trolleys were everywhere and it was carrying huge boulders of rock. The railway was already covered in rust. It's hard to determine how long it has been since someone left them here. I don't think there's precious stone here. Sota tried to recall if there were any good items here or any other things as long as it could give him some money. What's really this place? Jack looked curiously around him. He knew what was the railway and its uses. It was common in the eastern part of the continent where the mechanic country lies. But here in the southern continent, it was pretty rare. The mechanic country is a newly founded country, so why does this railway here? Jack muttered while looking at the rusty rails. He's right. The mechanic country was founded 20 years ago after the brutal war of the Calamity Desert. The country rises too quickly and in just a mere 20 years it could be compared to the three great countries. It was so fast that it bothered the surrounding countries beside it. This will lead to the event that Sota knew. The rise of the mechanic country. In this event, the mechanic country will become unstoppable and will truly rise to the ranks of the three great countries. But this base has the technology of the mechanic country. It seems that the ancient civilization was quite advanced than he could imagine. Sota glanced at Jack. Even though he played the game for 10 years, he still knew nothing about the ancient civilization, the chaotic era before this fake peace era of the three great countries. He only knew that the ancient civilization fought the demons and pushed them out of the continents. The more they go deeper, the wider the place becomes. There were many small paths on each side of the place, but Sota knew that place was just like a maze. Soon, they reached the end of the path. The area was wide and it was filled with hundreds of abnormal people. There were 15 noticeable auras in the group of abnormal people. They have the same aura as the one they fought before. These 15 were the strongest among these abnormal people. There's no doubt about it. Behind the abnormal people was a girl wearing a simple pink one-piece dress. She was different as she looked at them calmly with those blood-red eyes. In her hand was a simple plain-looking sword. It was a one-handed sword and the color of its blade was different from a normal sword. The blade has a deep red color and there's a black orb attached on the handle of the sword. Except for these two characteristics, the sword looked plain. Sota remembered this sword. It was one of the most familiar weapons to him, the Vajra sword Xianxia. A dark-grade weapon. I finally see it after a long time, Sota said with a smirk, and he circulated his mana around his body. He turned to Jack and the other adventurers and said, I'll leave all of them to you and I'll fight the mastermind in the back. What? Wait. What are you saying? Jack couldn't understand what Sota meant in those words. That girl in the back is the sister of the boy before. Do you remember the boy before, right? Sota said while pointing at the girl with a sword in her hand. Yeah, I remember that boy. Jack nodded and he looked at the girl in the back. So that's his sister. Wait. How did you know that is her sister? Easy, the boy asked me to save her sister, so I let him describe her appearance. Sota shrugged his shoulder before pointing at the girl. And that girl matches the one that the boy described. Actually, Sota didn't ask the boy about the appearance of his sister. He just knew it in the game. Because in the game the only enemy here in the underground base was the host of the Vajra sword Xianxia, and that was the girl. He just made the excuse so that Jack wouldn't be suspicious of him. I see. Jack believed his words. He looked at his opponents, the hundreds of abnormal people including those strong ones. He looked back at his comrades and asked, Can all of you still fight one more time? Yeah. We don't have any problem. As long as there's a reward, we would do this. We're all adventurers. The adventurers replied to him with confidence in their voice. Okay, then let's do this, Jack shouted as he raised his fist in the air. I'm going first. Sota smiled at this and he charged forward in the group of abnormal people. He looked at his stats and saw that he had a total of 18 free attribute points. He allocated 5 to his intelligence attribute, another 5 to strength attribute, and divided the 8 points to agility and dexterity attribute. Then, he casted agility boost and strength boost on himself. Good, this is enough. Sota clenched his fist tightly and with a boom, he charged toward the girl, leaving a trail of smoke behind. The girl looked at Sota and she slowly raised the sword in her hand. Swoosh. Sota pulled out his sword and collided against the girl. Clang. Hee. It's been a while, Vajra sword Xianxia. The true owner of the sword is here. Sota grinned. Clang. 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 Sota and the girl fought at the high-speed battle. Both of them were fast and extremely well versed in using swords. In just a few seconds, both of their swords collided hundreds of times. It was unbelievable for a village girl to show a power rivaling Sota. In terms of stats, both of them reached over 100. Sota slashed his sword horizontally and the girl quickly parried his attack. Sota frowned and he jumped backward, taking a distance away from the girl. It's been 5 minutes since their battle started, and in these 5 minutes, he hasn't even managed to scratch the girl. Both of them were just attacking and defending. No one managed to hit each other. Sota took a deep breath and gripped the handle of his sword tightly. The durability of the sword he was holding fell by 3 points from that exchange blows. Stronger than before, huh? Sota muttered as he fixed his posture. He knew why an ordinary village girl could go toe-to-toe with him in a battle. The added stats of a dark grade equipment could even make a child beat an adult. Especially the dark grade, Vajra sword Xianxia. The added stats of the sword was even higher than his incomplete universal grade treasure. A universal grade treasure that could only increase his stats by 10 points? Is that even a universal grade? There's a reason why the Soul Blood Earring was a universal grade treasure, and it was because of its skill, the Harvester of the Soul. The added stats using the soul was permanent. Even if he tossed the earring away, the added stats would still be left to him. It was unlike that Vajra sword Xianxia, that once the girl let go of the sword, her stats would go back to the normal stats she is before equipping the sword. Also, there's another skill the Soul Blood Earring holds. Once he got the other pair of the earring, he will be able to use its other skill. Here I go. Sota charged at the girl and casted Shadow Bind. The shadows moved and were about to restrain her when she emitted a strange aura and disintegrated the shadows. She looked at him in the eyes and slowly raised the Vajra sword. The blade of the sword emitted a bright crimson light. A skill? Sota opened his eyes widely and he immediately turned his head and shouted, "Cover yourself." He casted Shadow Bind and pulled those abnormal people down on the ground. He doesn't want anyone to die as it would fail his quest. He then turned his head back to the girl. The crimson light got brighter and Sota pointed his sword at her. He casted Fireball and Ice Shot simultaneously. The girl just slowly slashed the sword in his direction. It was a simple move, but the spells he casted disintegrated immediately. Swoosh. The crimson light got closer to him. It illuminated the whole area in crimson color. Damn. Boom. A huge explosion occurred that shook the whole area. It caused some rocks in the ceiling to fall down. Thick smoke and dust swept out and covered the area of the explosion. Sota, Jack and the other adventurers shouted as they covered their eyes with their hands. After a few moments, all of them put down their hands and all they saw was a huge crater with smoke coming out of it. The girl looked at the thick smoke before she waved her sword. The force from the sword blew away the smoke, revealing the bloody figure of Sota. Sota smiled wryly at this. He luckily managed to get out of that attack with just a little damage. Still, that little damage took half of his health points. The power of that skill was something that he wouldn't underestimate even if a village girl was the one firing it. The girl has low base stats, so she couldn't bring out the power of the Vajra sword. If she really could do that, then he wouldn't survive that attack just now. I guess this will do for now. Sota looked at his left arm. The skin of his arm was gone and he could see his bare flesh covered in blood. It was disgusting if he was to say it. He only took this amount of the damage because of the preparation he did before. He placed Mudslide in front of the girl, so as soon as she stepped forward and slashed her sword, her foot sunk through the mud. He then used Shadow Bind to pull her down so the trajectory of the slash was slightly off. After that, he used the skill Stab on the ground 4 times before slashing it. He shot the boulder in front of him to block the attack of the girl. Even with all that, it still took his left arm. He couldn't leave because the other people will die if he avoided the attack. TSK. Not bad. Sota threw the handle of the sword on the ground. His sword broke from the collision and he used his left arm to block the attack after the sword broke. Jack. Give me your sword, Sota shouted. Jack came back to his senses when he heard Sota's loud voice. He gripped his sword and threw it towards Sota. Swoosh. Sota caught the sword and quickly used Dash to zoom in the distance between him and the girl. He then used Stab 4 times in a row. Swoosh. Swoosh. The girl lifted up her sword and parried his attacks. Clang. 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 Gra. The abnormal people growled loudly as the shadows that were binding loosen. They grabbed the shadows and tear them apart. They all looked at Sota with crazed eyes. Guys. Let's stop them, Jack shouted as he charged towards the group of abnormal people. Don't interfere in their fight. I won't let you. The scout and the others shouted as they rushed towards the abnormal people. I will show you why I become a rank D adventurer, Jack shouted as he released a very powerful mana. He grabbed the head of the abnormal person and smashed it on the other people. Bang! Jack looked up and saw 2 strong abnormal people going down straight at him. Good. Come. Jack pulled back both of his hands and clashed against the strong abnormal people. Boom. They did everything they could to stop those abnormal people. Even those strong ones were stopped by them. While Jack and the others were fighting those abnormal people, Sota was fighting the host of the Vajra sword Xianxia. Clang. 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 I just need to separate the sword from her. Sota closed the distance and slashed his sword. Clang. 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 Metallic sound echoed in the whole area. Sparks flew each time their sword clashed. Bind her. Sota jumped and casted Shadow Bind. The girl simply cut the shadows in half. Swoosh. Then, her foot once again sunk down in the mud. She raised her sword and she was about to stab it on the ground when Sota once again casted Shadow Bind. You're quite lucky that it's only a level 5 spell. If Shadow Bind is a level 10 spell, then you wouldn't be able to cut it with your current powers. Sota smirked and used Stab quickly so that she would not have a time to cut the shadows. The girl wanted to jump away, but her right foot was deep inside the mud. She parried his sword attack, but then the shadows bind her arms. Slash. A cut appeared on his right arm. It caused her to loosen her grip on the sword. Sota used this opportunity to smash the Vajra sword in her hand. But before he could smash the Vajra sword, the girl opened her mouth widely and screamed. This was no ordinary scream, as there was force behind it. Sota gritted his teeth and raised his injured left hand to block her attack. Blood burst out of his left hand as the veins inside it exploded. He didn't stop and smashed the Vajra sword out of the girl's hand. Clang! The sword flew in the midair before it fell down, piercing the ground halfway in. At the same time, the girl and the other abnormal people stopped moving. It was because Sota managed to separate the girl from the sword. The Vajra sword Xianxia was the one who's influencing the other people through the body of the girl, the host of the sword. So the link between them snapped the moment the sword got separated from the girl. Sota took a long breath as he lowered his hands. The girl fell down and Sota caught her before she reaches the ground. He looked around and saw the other people falling down like a domino. Thud. Thud. Is it over? Jack looked around. Nice. It was hard to fight them without using a skill to kill. At last. Yes. The adventurers started discussing among themselves. Their tone was different from before. It has a hint of happiness. At the same time, Sota heard a familiar sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the rescue quest. You've received 10,000 XP, 10 free attribute points, and 2 skill points. Ding. Congratulations on completing the savior quest. You've received 15,000 XP and 3 skill points. Sota checked the rewards that he received and felt quite satisfied with it. He then noticed something. He only completed 2 quests and he received a total of 4 quests before. He finished the herb gathering before and now he completed the other 2. It means that he still hasn't fully completed the other quest. He checked the quest and was surprised. Elimination. Find and eliminate the cause of this incident. Rewards. 15,000 XP, 5 free attribute points, 2 skill points. Eliminate the cause? Sota quickly turned around and saw the sword was emitting a crimson light. The aura was stronger than before. Oi oi. This is not in the game. A silhouette of a woman appeared before the Vajra sword Xianxia. The figure of the woman was red and it has 2 horns sticking out on the side of its head. It has no face and doesn't have genitals, but its figure was like a woman. Is this the demon that boy talked about? But this is clearly not a demon. A figure of a woman appeared before the Vajra sword. Her skin was red in color and there were 2 horns sticking out on the side of her head. She has no genitals and face. She was emitting a powerful energy to the point that people could see it with their own 2 eyes. It was red in color and looked like blood vessels that were pulsing in the air. What the hell is this? Sota looked at the figure of the woman before the Vajra sword. If he wasn't wrong, the Vajra sword doesn't have a skill like this one. It only has 3 skills, and that was the Crimson Moon, Cross Moon, and Possession. The Crimson Moon was the skill that the girl used before, and Cross Moon was a combat arts just like the first skill, while the Possession was a skill that will increase the user's stats. Jack. Be careful, this one is different from before. Be ready to wake up everyone and take them away from this place, Sota said in a loud voice. His eyes didn't leave the woman for a single second. He was wary at this unknown woman who appeared out of nowhere. The woman reached out her hand and grabbed the handle of the Vajra sword. She slowly pulled it out and roared in a loud voice. Rah! The roar shook the entire ground as debris of rocks started to fall down. Should I test her out? Sota muttered and he looked at his stats. Health, 164 336. Stamina, 81-148. Mana, 120-280. He lost too much health from the attack before and he consumed his stamina because he was fighting non-stop since morning. There's only 120 mana left in his mana pool and for him, this was enough to finish some low-level boss. He could still fight with these stats. Sota lifted up his head and looked at the red woman. He slowly took a step backward and placed the girl in the corner. The girl was the host of the Vajra sword Xianxia. He then bent his knees and threw himself towards the woman. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and swung it toward the red woman. Swoosh! The red woman slightly bent her body backward and avoided his sword by a hair's breadth. She then waved the Vajra sword in front of her. Clang! Sota pulled back his sword quickly and used it to block the Vajra sword. He felt his hand getting numb when his sword and the Vajra sword collided. Tap! Sota kicked the ground and jumped away, gaining a distance. He observed the red woman with his eyes. From that little exchange, he knew that the red woman was a strong opponent. He received 10 free attribute points and 5 skill points from completing the 2 quests. He didn't think that he would use these points as soon as he received it. He added 10 free attribute points to his intelligence attribute. Warm energy flow in his body as it made him a little bit stronger than before. His mana increased because of the increased in intelligence attributes. He then quickly checked his skill tree. There were 3 skills above the Shadow Bind spell. They were the Shadow Spike, Shadow Blend, and Shadow Ball. Shadow Spike spell was an attack spell that could pierce the target's body. He could create a total of 5 shadow spikes with this spell, and every level the spikes increases by 5. Just like the other spells he had, there's no cooldown using this spell. Shadow Blend was a spell that will let him hide his body in the shadow. The darker the place, the more he blend in the shadows. He could hide in the shadows for 5 minutes, and once he attacked or took damage, the camouflage will be gone. Every usage drained 10 of his mana points. The time limit will be longer as the level increases. Shadow Ball was a spell that throws a ball of shadow, and he could teleport to the position of the ball of shadow anytime. It cannot be casted repeatedly. Once the Shadow Ball was gone, only then that he could cast another Shadow Ball. As long as the ball was in the field, he could not cast it again. Every time it levels up, the number of the ball of shadow that he could throw increases. All of these spells consume 10 mana points per usage. Above these 3 spells were 4 locked spells. He needed to level up one of these 3 spells to level 5 before he could unlock those spells above. He used 2 skill points to learn the Shadow Spike spell and another 2 skill points to learn the Shadow Ball spell. This will be enough. Sota nodded and said loudly, "Jack, wake up the rest and take them out of here." "But are you sure you can fight her alone?" Jack asked him unsurely. He was sure that the red woman was strong just from seeing the red energy that was seeping out of her body. He still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Only those strong people's energy could be seen with naked eyes. Their energy was so thick and dense that people could see it in their own eyes. From his experience, only those rank C and above could do this. "Don't worry about it, I'm sure I can do this," Sota replied with a grin while looking at the red woman. "I'm going to start. Here I go." Jack and the other adventurers looked at Sota, who was battling the red woman. Jack actually wanted to help Sota fight, but from his tone, it seems that Sota wanted to fight the red woman alone. They will have a chance to defeat it if they fought together, but if they do that, who's going to protect these people? If he wanted to help Sota, then he should wake up these people as quickly as possible. "Let's wake them up," Jack shouted at his comrades. The adventurers looked at each other and nodded. They went and started to wake up every people in this area. "Hello. Are you there?" Jack said while shaking the body of an unconscious man. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jack. "Where am I?" he asked in a low voice. Just from the way he speaks, Jack could tell that the man was tired. "Hold it for a while. Help me wake up everyone and leave this place." Jack knew that these people would become a burden to Sota if they stayed here in this place. It will be hard to fight that red woman if he still had to protect these people. Sota raised his injured left hand and opened his palm. He casted Shadow Ball towards the red woman. A palm-sized black ball flew over and sped up straight to the red woman. The Shadow Ball still could damage an opponent, though it was close to nil. Swoosh. The red woman shifted up her body slightly and the black ball passed over her. Good. Sota suddenly vanished in his position and appeared in the position of the black ball behind the girl. Swoosh. He quickly swung his sword as soon as he appeared behind the red woman. The red woman noticed his arrival and she managed to react quickly by lifting up the Vajra sword to block his attack. Clang. Sota then raised his feet and launched a powerful kick at the belly of the red woman. The red woman saw this as she moved her other hand and caught his feet. Bang. Sota then aimed his palm on her head and casted Shadow Bind on her. The shadows moved upwards, attempting to strangle the red woman. The red woman pushed him away and slashed her sword towards the shadows around her. Sota looked at her as he landed on the ground and casted Mudslide. Casting a spell like this was a very crucial thing, as it could save him sometimes and it could also create an opportunity to attack his opponent. Shadow Ball. 3 seconds was what he needed before the black ball disappeared. The black ball needed to disappear first before he could cast this spell once again. Rah! The red woman screamed before she jumped in the midair, dodging the black ball. She raised the Vajra sword above her head and swung it down on him. Swoosh! The sword only hit the air as Sota disappeared into thin air. The red woman turned around, but a sharp object pierced her belly. Pucci! She looked down and saw 5 black spikes burst out of the ground and pierced her body. Shadow Spike. Sota smirked and dashed towards the red woman. He gripped his sword tightly. Grah! The red woman ignored the spike in her belly as she crossed swords with Sota. Clang! 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 In terms of strength, Sota knew that he wasn't the red woman's match. Just from exchanging a few blows, he could already feel the numbing sensation in his hand. He jumped backward and the red woman chased after him. Suddenly, she stopped and Sota revealed a wide smile. Otto! Do you know that I've already placed Mudslide across the whole place here? Sota smiled widely as he rushed towards the red woman. Well, it's not that you understand what I'm saying. GRR. The red woman swung her sword towards the approaching Sota. Since she couldn't evade, she would just fight him head on. Clang! Sota gritted his teeth as blocked her attack. He saw cracks forming on the blade of his sword. He waved his injured left hand. Shadow Ball. Shadow Bind. Shadow Spike. The shadows beneath the red woman burst out. It strangled her limbs and pierced her body. Pucci! The red woman ignored her wounds as she looked at Sota with crazed eyes. Good. Sota pulled his sword and executed stab repeatedly. Bang! 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 Holes kept appearing in the body of the red woman. Despite that, there's no blood that was pouring out of her wounds. There were many strange creatures in this world, so Sota thought that everything would be possible with her. After a few moments, Sota stopped as the spells that he casted dissipated into thin air. Huff. Huff. He was extremely tired and he drained his mana to 0. In his current condition, he couldn't even cast a single spell. Jack looked at Sota and saw the situation. Some of the people already leave this place, but there were still people left here. It was because they have injuries that they couldn't stand on their own. Jack sighed as he thought that Sota won the battle. Then he noticed something from the red woman. Sota! She's still alive, he shouted as he stood up and rushed toward Sota. Swoosh! Sota lifted up his head and saw the red woman slowly stood up. Even after all that, she still stood up. Ha ha, this is bad. Sota smiled wryly at the red woman. Grah! The red woman charged at him with great speed. She was still fast even though she has an injured body. Bang! Jack appeared in front of Sota and shot a punch at the red woman. He quickly followed it up by kicking. Bang! Bang! Huff! Sota took a deep breath and looked at the red woman that was battling Jack. After a few moments, he saw an opportunity and he immediately threw himself on the red woman. Stab! His sword pierced the shoulder of the woman. The red woman grabbed the sword and her body shook as Jack delivered a powerful blow on her belly. GRR! She raised the Vajra sword. She was about to slash it when an arrow pierced her wrist. Pucci! Jack and Sota turned their head. Both of them saw that the other adventurers were going to help them fight. We already wake them up. They said that they will go up on their own. Yeah, they said that they will help each other and they don't need us there as you need us more than them. A grin slowly formed on Sota's face. Okay, let's finish this one. Clang. 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 Sota crossed sword with the red woman. Jack and Sota were the ones fighting in the front while the other adventurers provided support to them. Jack and Sota jumped backward and several arrows flew straight to the red woman. Swoosh. Swoosh. The red woman just blocked those arrows using her sword before charged towards Sota and Jack. Jack stepped forward while swinging a double-handed sword in his hands. He borrowed this sword from one of the adventurers so that he could fight in front. The red woman shifted her body as the sword passed beside her. She then slashed her sword towards Jack, but Sota blocked it. Clang! Jack let go of the double-handed sword that was embedded in the ground and launched a punch at the red woman. He followed it up by kicking her away so that he could pull out his sword. Bang! Bang! The red woman retreated 5 minutes away and Sota chased after her. Sota was actually worried about the skills of the Vajra sword Saya. Just one skill and he would be done for. But he guessed that she couldn't use it in her current condition. Clang! 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 Sota launched a fierce sword attack on the red woman. He kept swinging his sword in all directions, but the red woman still managed to block all those attacks. Clang! Soda was pushed back as the red woman parried his attack. The red woman then swung her sword horizontally. Swoosh. Auto. Soda ducked down and the Vajra sword flew above him. Then, another arrow flew over and hit the chest of the woman. The timing was really good. As soon as he ducked down, the archer shot an arrow precisely. The red woman was about to pull out the arrow in her chest when Soda kicked her knees, causing her to stumble forward. It was at that time that Jack appeared and tackled the red woman. Bang! The red woman flew 5 meters away before she rolled on the ground. Good follow-up. Soda nodded at Jack and he gripped his sword tightly. He jumped in the mid-air attempting to stab the red woman in the ground. The red woman opened her mouth widely and an earring-piercing sound came out of her mouth. Ra-ah! The scream was a sound attack that could damage him. Soda raised his left hand and the sound wave hit him. Bang! Blood burst out of his wounds and Soda just gritted his teeth. He was pushed back by the sound attack. He clenched his fingers around the handle of the sword and threw it toward the red woman. Swoosh! The red woman rolled sideways, avoiding the sword. She quickly stood up and raised the Vajra sword in front of her. Soda landed on the ground as several arrows once again flew towards the red woman. Swoosh! 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 The red woman looked at the arrows and she quickly moved the sword in her hands. She blocked all the arrows without letting a single one hit her. Soda picked up his sword and looked at the red woman with a frown. It was really hard to fight without using a magic spell. He only has dash and stab that he could use in this fight. The other spells were crossed out in his mind as he doesn't have any mana left in his body. It seems that he needs to work out some of the combat arts that don't use mana. He already planned to get it in the Institute, but he didn't expect that he would fight an opponent like this when getting the Vajra sword Xianxia. This quest greatly exceeding his expectation and the difficulty was higher. If he went to get it before becoming a rank 1 mage, then he wouldn't be able to finish this quest. It seems that he needed to prepare himself when getting his other equipments. The difficulty of getting those universal treasure was higher than this one. Also, he would postpone his plan to get the other pair of the soul blood earring. Soda shook his head and focused his attention on the red woman. The red woman was walking while staggering. She clearly doesn't have any strength left in her. It will not be long before she collapses on the ground. She's tired. Soda turned his head and saw Jack walk beside him. He nodded his head in response to Jack's words. Swoosh! 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 Another load of arrows fired through the air and went straight to the red woman. Grah! The red woman roared loudly and quickly cut those arrows, but unlike before, some of the arrows managed to get past her defense and hit her limbs. Let's go, Soda, let's finish it, Jack said to Soda before he started running towards the red woman with a double-handed sword in her hands. Soda smiled while looking at Jack's figure. He then also dashed towards the red woman. Clang! 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 Jack swung his sword horizontally, but the red woman stepped back, avoiding the sword. She then quickly zoomed in the distance between them and slashed Jack. A large cut appeared in the left part of Jack's chest and blood spurted out of it. He ignored his wounds and let the sword in his hands fell on the ground. Clang! He gritted his teeth and grabbed the wrist of the woman. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Now, Soda, finish her." The red woman was about to turn her head to look back when a sword pierced her chest. Pucci. Good, now you can die. Soda grinned and he swung his sword down, cutting the red woman in half. The red woman looked at him even though she doesn't have any eyes. Soda knew that she was looking at him. Pucci. Grah. The red woman roared loudly as her body slowly dissipated into thin air, leaving only the sword with a crimson blade. Soda, Jack, and the rest of the adventurers sighed in relief when they saw the red woman faded away. At the same time, Soda heard a prompt inside his head. Ding. Congratulations on completing the elimination quest. You've received 15,000 XP, 5 free attribute points, and 2 skill points. Although the fight was hard, the reward was great. It gave him another 2 skill points, and with this, he could learn the Shadow Blend spell in his skill tree. But he wouldn't do so. He already achieved the first requirements to become a rank 2 mage. Learning 3 skills of his specialty Darkness was the first requirement. The other one was leveling up one of the 3 spells to level 10, and once he completed that, he would become a rank 2 mage. His Shadow Bind spell was already level 5 and he just needed to level it up to 10. Soda looked around and saw Jack sat down on the ground while grabbing the cut on his chest. In that last attack, Jack didn't dodge the attack of the red woman even though he could do so. He chooses to receive it so that he could grab the red woman. Soda then noticed that he didn't receive any prompt or exp from killing that red woman. He checked his system once again and confirmed his thought. He really didn't receive anything from killing the red woman. If that's really the case, then she was still alive. Soda turned his head and looked at the Vajra sword Xianxia. It looks like that red woman was the incarnation of the will of the Vajra sword. The will of Vajra sword was connected to the skill, possession, of the sword. Back in the game, when he used the possession skill, the will of the sword was taking his body, but that's really not the case, as he was still the one controlling his body. It was only written in the description that the Vajra sword would possess him. His stats would only increase in the game when using the skill, but he doesn't know what will happen right now that everything became real. He should avoid using the possession skill of the sword for the time being. It will become troublesome if the Vajra sword really possessed him. Sota walked forward and grabbed the handle of the Vajra sword. At last, my dark great equipment, Sota muttered as he traced the crimson blade of the sword. It was really a beautiful blade. He hung the Vajra sword saya on his waist before he turned to look at Jack. We should go up now, he said to Jack, and Jack nodded in response. We will go first to see if there are people here in this place, the scout said to the two. Okay. The scout turned around and said, let's go, guys. They went upstairs to see if there were other people here in this place. Sota walked at the girl and carried her on his back. She was still unconscious, and it will take 1 or 2 days before she wakes up. She was the host of the Vajra sword, so she took more mental damage than the rest of the people. She was also the first one to become an abnormal person. Let's go up. Sota met with Yuko on the surface. This time she couldn't help him in this quest, as she couldn't even enter the underground base. If she could join the fight, she would be a great help to him, as she was stronger than Jack in terms of strength, but her skills were lower than him. Even with that, just her strength would be great in knocking down those abnormal people, as she could knock those people with a single strike. Sota looked around and saw hundreds of people laying down on the ground. The villagers who did not become abnormal people were helping them. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the boy from before. He approached him and called him. Hey, boy. The boy turned around and saw Sota. Then, his eyes widened as he saw the person on his back. That person was his sister's sister. The boy was shocked. After the people in the village came here, he also went here to find his sister. He wandered around and couldn't find her sister among those people. He thought that he would not meet his sister anymore. Oi oi. Don't cry in front of me. Tell me where are your house and I'll help you? Sota said to the boy when he saw his watery eyes. The boy wiped his eyes and nodded at Sota. Good. Sota turned his head and saw the village chief was talking to Jack and the rest of the adventurers. You already know that there are abnormal people down there, right? Yeah, but I didn't think that the mastermind were there. At least you should have told us everything you know before we get down there. Sota will leave the talking to Jack. He would leave this place for now, as he doesn't want someone to bother him. He looked in the sky and squinted his eyes. It was afternoon, as the sun was up at the peak, and it's quite got right now. He stepped forward and said, Yuko, let's go. The boy guided Sota in their house. The house was small and made of woods. Just from seeing this, he could guess that they were not doing well. Sota entered the house with the boy while Yuko waited outside. He placed the girl on his back on the wooden bed. Don't worry, she's fine. She will wake up after 1 or 2 days. Sota said as he sat down in the vacant chair and sighed. The battle before was really great, that it drained his mana and stamina. Also, he injured his left arm. It would take a week before he could use it in a battle. Thank you, brother. He heard the voice of the boy. He lifted up his head to look at him. Don't worry about it. Well, do you have any bandage here? Sota asked the boy. Yes, we have some here. The boy immediately went to the drawer and took out bandages. He handed it to Sota. Thanks. Sota received the bandages from the boy. He stood up and asked, where's your bathroom? The boy pointed at the bathroom. Even though Sota was acting like this, he still did what Sota said. After all, he was their savior, and without him, he wouldn't be able to meet his sister. Sota washed his left arm and dried it before he wrapped the bandages around his left arm. Washing his wounds gave him unbearable pain, and he could only grit his teeth. After that, he went outside of the house and sat beside Yuko. She licked his cheek and Sota let her be. He doesn't have the strength to stop what she's doing, as all he wanted right now was to rest. He looked at the blue sky and said, Do you know, Yuko, that I'm a powerful person in this world before? At that time, people called me the top ranker. Yuko just looked at him with a confused expression. Actually, I'm quite scared. When I first arrived here, no, even now I'm still scared about everything. I just hit it deeply in my heart and treat all this as a game to lessen it. Sota paused for a moment before he continued. I don't know what am I or why am I here. Even though I could clearly remember the me in the game, I couldn't remember the me on Earth. I only remember my name and some basic things in the past. Moo. Yuko tilted her head as she couldn't understand what he was saying. Sota found it weird that he couldn't clearly remember his past. It seemed that something important happened on the Earth before he came here. Although he couldn't remember, he still felt that it was very important to him. Let's stop thinking about gloomy things. Sota shook his head. He then grabbed the handle of the sword on his waist and pulled it out. Shing. This sword was the dark grade weapon, Vajra Sword Xianxia. It was a very powerful weapon among all the dark grade equipment. The blade of the sword was really beautiful with its crimson color. He registered it as equip in the system so that he could saw its details. Sota felt a huge increase in his stats by requiring the Vajra Sword Xianxia. It was especially great in his dexterity and agility stats. The increase was enormous to the point that he was 100% faster than before. No, more like 200% faster. Vajra Sword Xianxia. Dark, a powerful sword from ancient times. It's said that it was the sacred sword of the Vajra race, but no one really knows its origin. Effect: plus 200 agility and dexterity attributes, plus 50 intelligence and strength attributes, plus 50% physical damage, plus 80% energy resistance. Skill 1, Crimson Moon. It created a moon-like slash that could heavily damage the target. Plus 100% physical damage. Skill 2, Cross Moon. It could create a cross slashed in the midair and the user could control it in any direction. It deals true damage and corrupts the target energy pool. Cost: 50 mana. Skill 3, Possession. The will of the sword will possess the host and it will greatly increase all the attributes. Effect: plus 50% to all stats when activated. As expected of one of the most powerful dark grade equipment. With these stats, it could make the user become stronger multiple times. Just like what happened to that girl. She's just an ordinary village girl. But when she used the sword it made her strong enough to go fight him toe to toe. Luckily, her movement was that of an amateur and it's very predictable. She was just so fast and could react instantly to his every attack. She wouldn't be able to injure his left arm if not for him protecting the other people. Even with the skills of the sword wasn't enough to defeat him as long as Sota could predict its trajectory. The strange red woman too. Her strength was strong but it's not to the point that it was overwhelming. He felt that the added attributes of the sword didn't work on her. If that's really the case then she would become stronger than the rest of them and will not have any chance to defeat her. He wouldn't want to use the skill, Possession, because he doesn't know whether it was the same in the game that it will only increase his stats or like the abnormal people here that the will of the sword controlled them. This was the only sword he could use right now as the yellow grade sword that he used before only have 1 durability points. Durability point. After red grade equipment, the dark and universal grade equipments doesn't have any durability points. A person could only break this grade of equipment by fulfilling certain requirements. Back in the game, there was a certain guild that used all their resources to fulfill all the requirements needed to break the equipment of the guild master of their rival guild. Fulfilling the conditions was really hard as sometimes it can only be found on other continents. It's all worth it. Sota smiled and he hung the sword on his waist. He then stood up and patted his clothes. Suddenly, the door behind him opened and the boy came out. He looked at Sota before he bowed his head. Thank you, for saving my sister. Although I couldn't repay you now, but someday surely I will repay everything for what you did to us. The boy thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry about it. Sota smiled and waved his hand before he turned around. Let's go, Yuko. Yuko looked at the boy before she followed behind him. Someday, huh? Sota muttered and he looked in the sky. He doesn't know if the boy could really do it or not. Well, it doesn't matter to him as he didn't do it for him or his sister. He only did it for the quest and the Vajra Sword Xianxia. Sota and Yuko went to the inn that he checked in yesterday. He hadn't slept in this inn last night because of the appearance of the abnormal people. Now, he could finally relax his tense muscle. Sota woke up early in the morning. He groaned as he felt the pain on his left arm. He carefully stood up and went to wash his face. He didn't forget to clean the wounds on his left arm before he left the room. He went downstairs and ordered a meal for his breakfast. He noticed that the waitress was acting weird as she kept looking at him. She didn't even ask him to pay his bill. He guessed that the village chief told them that he was one of the saviors of the village. That's why she's acting like that. Well, he's going to leave this village later so it doesn't matter to him if they knew it or not. It's not that he's not used to it. Back in the game when he became the commander of the mechanic country, a lot of people respect him and kneel to him. Even the nobles of those weak countries bowed down their head in front of him. After he finished his breakfast, he exited the inn and went to Yuko. He fed her some foods before they went to the plaza. He saw the carriage of the dwarf was still here and the adventurers were also here. They were preparing their things before they go to the next village. He looked around and didn't saw any carriage except the carriage of the dwarf. It seems that there's no other merchant that arrived here except for the dwarf. He actually wanted to take an escort quest going to the Ladros city. That way he will receive some XP even it's too low. He walked forward and talked to the adventurers. Since they were going to leave, he talked to them. It's not bad to get to know other adventurers as it will also benefit from it. From their conversation, he got to know that they drunk last night. They wanted to invite him but they found that he's already resting. The dwarf then came out and talked to him. He thanked him for helping the adventurers and protecting the village last night from the abnormal. He let Soda pick one of his merchandise. Soda accepting it and picked a yellow grade sword. It's okay, I hope you accepted my quest sometimes, the dwarf said to him with a smile. Yeah, I will do that. Soda nodded at the dwarf. From your strength, it's not that long before you become a rank D adventurer, the dwarf said as he closed the door and locked it. Inside this door was his products that he was selling. Rank D. Well, I'll prepare myself for the promotion quest, Soda said as he rubbed his chin. It's easy for him to complete the rank D promotion quest with his current strength, especially now that he has the Vajra sword Xianxia in his arsenal. Thinking about the Vajra sword, Soda couldn't help but caress the sword that was hanging on his waist. Where's Jack? Soda looked around and asked. He hadn't seen Jack this time. He's still sleeping inside the carriage. He got drunk last night and he kept asking if you're going to join the party, the dwarf said as he rubbed his beard. I will go now, just thank him for me, Soda said and he waved his hand. Okay, I will tell him that. The dwarf nodded. Soda and Yuko went around the village. They bought everything they needed because they were just going to walk their way to Ladro City. There's no other merchant here so he couldn't do some escort quest. Also, there's no public transportation here in this place. This place wasn't advanced enough to have that kind of transportation. All the villagers that he met were looking at him with respect. They all treat him too well and some of the shops even let him took a thing that he wanted for free. Saving the village spread out really fast and in just one day almost everyone in the village knew that he was one of the saviors. It's pretty convenient, right Yuko? Soda smiled as he got free things from the shops. They even gave Yuko some foods and fruits that she likes. It made her happy when she received it. After that, they went back to the inn and packed his luggage. He organized his things in his room before he checked out. He found that the village chief was waiting for him outside the inn. Oh? What's up? Soda said as he was quite surprised that the village chief was waiting for him outside. I just want to thank you for saving this village, the village chief said in a polite tone. Ah. About that? Don't worry about it, I already got what I want, Soda said as he waved his hand. He already got the Vajra sword Xianxia, and that's enough for him. That was the only reason why he came here in this village. If not for that, he wouldn't even bother himself coming here when the class would start this week. Also, he received a lot of skill points this time and it let him learn the 2 spells from his skill tree. The benefits of this quest were higher than when it was a game. That alone was enough for him. Wait. The village chief stopped Soda from leaving. Soda turned his head and asked, what do you want? I hope you accept this little money from saving our village. The village chief took out a small pouch and handed it to Soda. Soda recalled that the village chief said that he would do anything as long as they saved the village. He's not going into details about that, but he will gladly accept the money they gave him. Okay. Soda reached out his hand and opened the pouch. He saw that it was full of gold and silver coins. He was satisfied with it as this was enough for the tuition fee in the Ladros Institute. Thanks for this. Soda thanked the village chief and placed the pouch inside his pocket. He then turned around and called Yuko. You can visit this village anytime you want and we will treat you with hospitality. The village chief bowed his head towards Soda. Soda walked away and he raised his left hand. Okay, I'll remember that. If you really want that, then build a house for the monster so that Yuko can sleep comfortably. Thank you. May God bless our race. The village chief once again bowed down his head. Thanks. Soda walked away with Yuko. Our race, huh? Soda thought as he looked on the horizon. If the village chief only knew that he's not from the same race and knew that he was a monster, then his attitude towards him would also change. He knew that it's only a matter of time before they knew that he was a monster. The unique energy of the monster, the beast energy, or what they called Bestseller. At level 40 he would gain that energy and everyone would know that he's a monster. It's the inevitable truth that he already knew a long time ago. That's why he's going to take all the quests in the institute first. No, he's going to learn without using the system. He will try if he could learn a skill without using the skill points. He's going to use his time in the institute to learn all the things that he needed to know. The village chief straightened his back and looked at the figure of Soda. His eyes filled with respect and admiration. Good luck. I hope you help a lot of people on your journey. He muttered in a low voice. In the carriage, Jack woke up when Soda left. He stood up and felt dizzy. Ah. Damn. He cursed as he exited the carriage and saw that everyone was preparing to leave. Where's Soda? He asked one of the adventurers. Him? He already left a while ago. The adventurer answered his question. Damn. That guy. Leaving without saying anything. Jack cursed. Actually, he bid farewell to us saying that he will go back to the city, the adventurer said while scratching the back of his head. Ah. Then, why didn't you wake me up? Jack opened his eyes widely at the adventurer's words. Well, you're sleeping here with a satisfied expression, so we thought that we shouldn't bother you. The adventurer smiled wryly. Damn. Why would you do that? It took Soda and Yuko 2 days before they arrived in Ladros City. The city was the same as before. Well, it's only been 4 days, so it's unlike that something will change the city. They went straight to the inn and left there as baggage before they go to the Adventurers Guild. He still has 3 days before the class starts, so he's going to use this time to complete some quests. Just like that, 3 days have passed quickly. It was his first day at the Ladros Institute as a student. Soda woke up early in the morning. He sat on the bed and looked outside the window. As expected, a lot of people were already awake at this time. They already start another day of their life even before the sun rises. What a good morning. Soda stood up and stretched his body. This was the start of his class at Ladro Institute, so he couldn't afford to be late on his first day. He doesn't want to leave a bad impression on his first day. After that, he went to wash his face in the bathroom. He also didn't forget to change to bandages on his left arm. The wounds were already closed, and Soda guessed that it would take 2 days before it completely healed. He then wore a normal white shirt and black pants. He knew that he will get the uniform of the Ladro Institute, so he couldn't wear the normal leather armor that he always wore. The uniform of the Ladro Institute was a yellow grade equipment, and it has the same grade as his armor. Even though they were of the same grade, the attributes he added from the uniform was higher than his leather armor that was made of high kobold's hide. He looked around and found the Vajra sword in the corner of the room. He picked it up and hung it on his waist. There's no weapon ban in the Ladro Institute, and every student could bring their own weapon in the institute. The institute didn't forbid it, as the institute didn't only teach knowledge but also skills on how to fight and defend themselves. Right now, he only used bandages to wrap the crimson blade of the sword, as it doesn't have any scabbard. He planned to go to a weaponsmith and asked a custom-made scabbard for the Vajra sword Saya. After he checked his things thoroughly, he went downstairs to have his breakfast. The same as always, Soda said as he sat down in a vacant chair. He waited for a while before the waitress came out with his order. The waitress placed down his order on the top of his table. While placing down his order, she opened her mouth and asked him a question. You've been out for 4 whole days. Where have you been? Soda shrugged his shoulder and replied, well, some escort quest to the village around the city. Escort quest? Huh? It's really hard to become an adventurer. The waitress said. At first it's hard, but once you get used to it you will find it enjoyable, as you will see many things that you wouldn't see in a city like this, Soda said as he picked up the fork and spoon. Thanks for the food, he said before he dug down the food that he ordered. Enjoy your meal, the waitress said before she left. Soda exited the inn and went to the ranch. He found Yuko there and fed her breakfast. Yuko, I'll be going to institute, so be a good girl and stay here for a while. Soda looked at Yuko, who was munching her food. He reached out his hand and patted her head, causing her to whimper comfortably. He smiled before he stood up. He turned around and departed. The city was already filled with different kinds of people early in the morning. They have different traits and skin color. Actually, only this part of the city was filled with people, as this was close to the market and Adventurers Guild. It's not like this in the residential area of the city where the folks live. The Ladros city was divided into 5 districts, and each district has its own huge market and residential area. The population of the city surpassed 50,000, excluding the adventurers who didn't have permanent living quarters. Actually, Ladros city was one of the smallest city in the whole kingdom and have the lowest population. After all, this city was just a border city. The Hebraic kingdom was a large kingdom, and it was founded 300 years ago. It was drawn in the continental map, and only huge countries or kingdoms have the right to be drawn there. They were not like small countries or kingdom that can be easily destroyed by some large monster tide or terrorist group. The Hebraic kingdom has a total of 120 cities around its territory, and border cities were the smallest cities in the whole kingdom, having a population of 50,000, and only 10,000 of them were military force. The other cities have a population surpassing 100,000. Comparing to border city, it's twice as huge as the border city. There's a reason why Ladros city was famous throughout the whole kingdom. It was because of the Ladro Institute. Ladro Institute was one of the greatest institutes in the whole southern part of the kingdom. It produces many powerful people, such as the captain of the royal guards. The only reason why Soda knew the ins and outs of the Ladro city was because he did some quests here in the game. If he wasn't wrong, it was about the time when the demon invades the continent. Soda entered the weapon shop. He looked around and saw many colorless grade equipment, and some of them were yellow grades. He approached the salesman and said, I want to order a custom-made scabbard for my sword. A scabbard, sir? The salesman was a man with purple color skin. He has a furry purple tail sticking out of his back, and his ears were pointed just like an elf. He must be a half-moon elf and half-beast folk. It's not pretty rare to see a hybrid in huge kingdoms. Yes, A scabbard for this one. Soda nodded as he raised the Vajra sword Xianxia. Please wait a moment, sir, the salesman said before he went inside a room. After a while, he came back with a dwarf. The dwarf looked at the sword in Soda's hand and said, "What a good sword." "Yeah." Soda nodded. If the dwarf knew that it was a dark-grade weapon he would believe his eyes. It was pretty rare to see a dark-grade weapon even in a huge kingdom such as this one. "Can you entrust your sword on me for a while? I will measure its size so that I can make a perfect scabbard for your sword," the dwarf said to him. Soda nodded and handed his sword to the dwarf. He's actually reluctant to hand the Vajra sword as he knew that there's a chance that the dwarf would be possessed just like those abnormal people in the Bulmar village. But when he thought that he already defeated the red woman he gave up his thoughts. He just needed to raise his guard in case the same thing happened. He was sure that he would be able to handle it easily. He would be able to separate the sword from the dwarf in this distance without having much problem. "You can do it here," Soda said with a serious expression. "Hey, I'm not going to run away with your sword." The dwarf felt that Soda didn't trust him. "I'm not worried about that, I'm worried about different things." Soda shook his head. "And what is it?" the dwarf asked. "Nothing," Soda replied and didn't say anything more than this. The dwarf also didn't say anything. He just went to get his measuring equipments and proceeded to do his thing. After a few minutes, the dwarf finished measuring the size of the scabbard. He gave back the sword to Soda and he talked to Soda about the quality of the scabbard. The highest grade of equipment that the dwarf could make was blue grade. A blue grade equipment was enough for now. They proceeded to talk about the price of the scabbard. Soda accepted the prize for 20 gold coins. "Okay, it will take 3 days to make that scabbard so you can come back after that," the dwarf said and he waved his hand. "Okay." Soda nodded and exited the shop. He then headed straight to the direction of the Ladros Institute. It took him half an hour of walking before he arrived at the gate of the institute. He looked up at the huge gate before he directly entered the institute. He went to the building where he would receive his uniform. Knock. Knock. Soda knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice sounded inside the room. Soda grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. He saw that there were other students lining up to get their uniforms. "Oi! Soda." Soda turned his head when he heard someone called his name. He found that Brian, the one he met in the entrance exam, was in the line with the other new students of mage course. "You all came here pretty early, huh?" Soda said as he walked towards the group. Brian noticed that Soda's left arm was covered in bandages. "Oi! What happened to you this week that you received that kind of injury?" "It's actually nothing. It's just that something unexpected happened in the quest that I was completing." Soda shrugged his shoulder. "Ah. You're an adventurer too." Brian raised his voice when he heard Soda's words. "You too?" Soda looked at Brian. "Yeah, I'm also an adventurer even though it's rank E," Brian said as he took out his adventurer's ID. "Well, I'm also an E rank," Soda said. "Okay, I've decided let's do some quests together," Brian said as he raised his right arm in the air. "Suit yourself." Soda shrugged and he looked around. Alice was also here. She was pretty noticeable because of her beautiful appearance, but not everyone could approach her as she's giving everyone a cold look. Only this guy, Brian, have the guts to talk to her. Even though they only met 2 times, Soda could guess that Brian was a simple and straightforward person. He talked to Brian and the other while waiting for their uniform. After waiting for a few minutes, it's time for Soda and the rest to receive their uniform. A faculty member assisted them and they received their uniform without any problem. Soda, Brian, Alice, and the rest of the mage course students received their uniforms and quickly changed into it. Soda changed into a white long sleeve and on top of it was a dark blue coat with linings partnered with a blue checkered tie. On his lower body was dark blue pants with black shoes. He was also wearing a dark blue small robe with a wand symbol on the left part of its chest signifying that he was a mage student. All of these were yellow grade equipment. Soda smiled and thought that this looks good on him. He exited the changing room and found that Alice already changed into her uniform. The girl's uniform was the same as the boys except for the mini skirt. "Already, finish. I thought that girls take more time in changing clothes than boys." Soda started a conversation with her. "Don't put me together with other girls as I'm different from them." Alice glanced at him and said in a cold tone, "Well, suit yourself if you really think that way." Soda shrugged his shoulder and leaned his back on the wall. He saw that Alice started to walk away. He opened his mouth and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "To the class." Alice gave him a simple reply. "We should go together with the rest," Soda said. He felt that this girl wasn't a talkative type. It felt that she's not comfortable talking with other people. Talking with other people? He's a master in that, and if he was to say it, all players were master. Always taking to NPC and asking them if they need help just to get a quest. That's what all players in Battle World Online did. One would be lucky if the one they asked was an NPC with a deep background. That way they would get a high difficulty quest with rich rewards. 10,000 players were enough to take all the quest in a single city as big as this one. The players would wander around the city asking every people they met if they could help. Now that Soda thought about it, he felt that their attitude was extremely weird from the perspective of NPC. Helping others without even asking for a reward and completed those quests at the risk of their lives. It's not that the players wouldn't receive a reward. It was the system that rewarded them, just like what happened in the Bulmar village. The village chief thought that he was only doing this to help them, not for any rewards, but he doesn't know that Soda would receive an exp, skill points, and free attribute points for completing such quest. He couldn't help but grin when thinking about this stuff. Alice frowned when she saw Soda grinned. He must be thinking about some weird things, she thought. Then, the door opened and Brian and the rest of the mage student came out of the room. They saw that Alice and Soda were waiting for them outside the room. Sorry for the wait. Brian smiled wryly when he saw the two waiting for them. Don't worry about it, Soda smirked. Humph. Alice snorted as she turned her head. Yosh. Let's go to the class, Brian said with a hint of excitement in his voice. He was eager to learn something new in this institute. He then took out a paper in his pocket. This was the map of the Ladros Institute that he drew. Okay, I've found it, just follow me guys, Brian said in a loud voice. He began to lead everyone to the direction of the class. What a simple man, Soda said with a laugh. He then followed Brian while putting both of his hands inside his pocket. Humph. What an idiot. Although Alice said those words, she still followed behind them. Soda just laughed at her words. They left their clothes before in their locker room. Every student here has their own locker, and inside it was the things that the school gave them. Notebooks, books, and pens. All of these were provided by the school and it was included in their tuition fee. Also, they didn't just receive a single piece of uniform. They all received 3 pairs of it. After a few minutes, the group arrived in front of the classroom. They could see that there were students inside the class. Brian stepped forward and knocked on the door without hesitation. Knock. Knock. After a few moments, a middle-aged man opened the door and looked at them. He has short blonde hair and yellow-color pupils. His build was average, but he was taller than Soda and the rest of the group. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants with 6 pockets. On top of his shirt was a dark blue robe with a wand symbol on the back. Soda remembered that this man was called Bargain, and he's also the one who assisted them after they passed the entrance examination. He felt that Bargain was quite familiar to him. Although all you know me, I would still introduce myself once again, Bargain said while looking at their face one by one. I'm Bargain, a teacher of the mage course and your teacher from now on. Yes, thank you, Teacher Bargain, Brian said in a loud voice. He didn't tell us his surname. Soda thought. He really felt that Bargain was familiar to him. Come, I will introduce all of you to the other students of Class 1B, Bargain said to them with a smile, and he moved his body to the side so that everyone can enter the class. Okay, thank you, Teacher, Brian said, and he directly entered the class without hesitation. He was quite excited right now. Ha ha, what an enthusiastic guy we have here. Bargain laughed. Soda, Alice, and the rest entered the class after Brian. Starting with Brian, they introduced themselves one by one in front of the class. I'm Brian Dagrule, a human, and I hope I can learn new things here and get along with everyone. I'm Soda, a halfling. Alice. The students inside the class weren't surprised that there were new students coming into the class. 4 entrance examinations would be held every month in the institute. The new students would be divided into Class 1A to Class 1I, and this was the time for the Class 1B to receive new students. The next batch of the new students would go to the Class 1C. It's a repeated cycle. Soda, Brian, Alice, and the rest of the new students sat down in the vacant seat on the back. Bargain started talking after everyone settled down. He started talking about the introduction and all the lessons that he will teach this year. Also, what should they expect in the class? He also explained the grading system of the institute. Soda listened to every words that came out of Bargain. He was quite interested in learning the structure of the spells. He took down some important information on his notebook. Oh, I'm quite excited to learn all that, Brian said eagerly. Soda smirked at his words. Brian was sitting on his right side while Alice on his left side. He was between the two, and the rest of the new students were beside Brian. It seems that they became close with Brian easily. Well, with Brian's personality, he wouldn't doubt that Brian could get along with everyone in the class in just a week. At the end of the discussion, Soda finally recalled who was Bargain. Bargain Heavifield, the fire master of the Molosa War. 20 years ago, when the Molosa country was trying to expand their territory, Bargain became famous as he single-handedly pushed back the army of Molosa in the western part of Hebrei Kingdom. He was called Fire Master because of his incredibly powerful fire attribute magic. And in the version 2 of the game, He defended the Ladros city from the demon along with the chairman of the institute and the city lord. I would learn more with this kind of teacher. Sota grinned when he thought about this. It would be great if Bargain would personally teach him one-on-one. That way he would learn more about magic. Alice noticed that he was grinning once again. She really didn't know why would he always smirk or grin. Who knows what kind of things he was thinking. The bell rung and Bargain dismissed the class. Oh. Finally, it finished. Some of the students came towards Sota and the rest and asked them different questions. Brian and the two new students were the ones who answered most of the questions. Some of the students asked Alice but she ignored them. Sota stretched his body and slipped away from the crowd. I should buy some fruits for Yuko. Will you believe me if I told you that magic is real, Sota? I won't. If I see it with my own eyes then I would believe it, Grandpa. Earth is too brittle and feeble. The things here were too fragile and weak. It's easy to break them. So using magic in this world could even destroy a whole city and that was just a tier 1 spell. What are you saying, Grandpa? Is magic really exist? I won't tell you. Just remember everything that I said and you would understand it one day. Okay, Grandpa. If a tier 2 spell user fought here in this world then they would destroy the whole continent of Asia. That's how brittle this world is. You know a tier 2 spell user is not even that powerful. The energy here is too thin, that's why this world isn't as strong as any other world. If you used an ordinary, fireball, spell here it will burn all the surrounding house here. The energy and heat coming from it are too strong for this world. I think even a slime would do a massacre in this world as there is no weapon that could stop it except the nuclear bomb. Then, Grandpa, what level is powerful to you? That's a good question. I think it will be the level of Amaterasu and Susano. Their level would be considered godlike here as they could easily destroy this world. But Grandpa, they are really a god. I've learned it in school. Ho ho, it seems that you're studying well. Of course, Grandpa, I'm listening well to my teacher. Sota woke up with sweat forming on his forehead. He felt that he dreamed something important but he couldn't recall it. Lately, he kept having a dream and that dream was important for him. He would understand why he was here in this world or how did he come in this world. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember it as soon as he woke up. It would answer all my questions once I remember my dream, Sota muttered to himself. He shook his head and put those thoughts in the back of his head. He stood up and prepared himself for the class. He went to the bathroom and washed his face before he wore his uniform. He went downstairs and ordered a meal for his breakfast. That uniform? The waitress was surprised to see him wearing the uniform of the Ladro Institute. Looks good on me, right? I've passed the examination so I'm a student at Ladro Institute. Sota laughed at her reaction. I'm surprised, the waitress muttered. The same as always, Sota said with a smile on his face. Good luck on your studies, the waitress said to him. I will. Sota nodded his head. After that, Sota left the inn and went to Yuko. He fed her some foods before he went straight to the institute. Sota was on his way to the institute when he met Brian. Oi! Sota. Sota turned around and saw Brian running towards him. Good morning. He greeted Brian. He then said, You're up early, huh? Of course, I would always wake up before the sunrise. Brian patted his chest feeling proud. I see, I forgot that you're an adventurer. An adventurer always woke up early and do various jobs so that they can earn more money, Sota said as he walked forward. We can do quests together if you want, Brian said as he walked beside Sota. We're of the same rank so I think it's good that we party sometime. No, we must party as we're also classmates. I don't even know how strong are you and you're saying that you want to party up with me, Sota said as he cast a glance at Brian. Huh? How can you be like that? You don't even trust your classmates. Brian complained at him. Okay, let's see. We don't have a class on weekends, right? Sota rubbed his chin. Yeah, why? Brian tilted his head in confusion. If you're strong enough you can help me in doing something, Sota said to him. Since he was level 18 now and he would reach the level requirement soon, he needed to prepare for his next evolution and complete all the other requirements. He already has a suitable race for his next evolution. It's still a goblin but it was much stronger than before. He planned to keep evolving as a goblin until he reached the level of the progenitor. That way he would be able to control all the goblins and he would build a kingdom of goblins. All the other species of goblin would worship him like a god and they would do everything he wants. If he wanted to build a kingdom of goblins then it would be suitable for him to establish it in the Dark Forest. Because if he created it in the eastern or western part of the continent the human and Demi countries would stop him. But creating it inside the Dark Forest would lessen his influence because of the monster lord living there. There's no shortage of monster lord in this world. It was especially in the Dark Forest, the largest forest in the whole continent, where a lot of powerful monsters live. Even the three great country would hesitate to go through that forest. So he would be having a hard time if he wanted to dominate the other monsters. Yosh. I can't wait for it, Brian said excitedly. I don't even know how strong you are. Soda said. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. I'm quite strong and you will see it later. Brian laughed as he patted his own chest. Well, let's talk about that later. Soda shrugged his shoulder. He was wondering if Brian could really help him. That way he would be able to complete all the requirements of his next evolution. The two arrived in their class and Brian quickly talked to their other classmates. Seeing this, Soda sighed and he sat down in his seat beside Alice. Alice was already sitting in her seating without saying anything. She's just waiting for the teacher to come here and start the class. He just glanced at her before he took out his notes and waited for the teacher to come in. After a few minutes, Bargain entered the class. Okay class, sit down, Bargain said as he placed down the book in his hand on top of the table. The students sat down in their own seat and the class became silent. All of their eyes were focused on Bargain. Today, we will check your magical aptitude. Bargain took out a first-size transparent orb from his pocket and placed it on the top of the table. We will thoroughly check how large is your mana inside your body and your affinities to elements using this device. This device is called Magical Scanner and it was developed by the Red Crystal Empire, one of the 3 great countries. Everyone looked at the transparent orb on top of the table. Some of them knew what it is and some were not. Bargain looked at them before he continued. Every creature in this world have affinity to at least one element. It doesn't matter if you're a human, demi, or even monster. As long as you're a living creature you have affinity to one element. Everyone nodded at his words. They already knew this thing as this was the basic thing. Your affinity will decide your future path of becoming a mage. Of course, not all people follow their affinity. For example, the city lord of Ladros City, Jarvan Detrios. His affinity is dark element but he decided to take the path of the light element opposite of his affinity. You will need double effort if you want to master a spell that is not your affinity. Although City Lord Jarvan's affinity isn't light element, he still became a powerful City Lord of Ladros City. Bargain paused for a moment before he added, one more thing, the effect of your skill will be 50% more powerful if you cast a spell of your affinity. Soda rubbed his chin. He wondered what is affinity and he was interested to know it. In the game, there's no such thing like affinity at all. Every player could learn every skill and spell as long as they met the requirements. They could even pick their own specialty once they got a class. About the energy capacity of each person. We will also check it today. We will know how large mana you can store up in your body. There are some races that are born with large energy capacity in their bodies, such as witches, magical humans, elves, mermen, etc. And there are some that aren't born with large energy capacity like barbarians, dwarves, giants, etc. Soda knew about it. Those races that weren't born with large energy capacity have other traits. Some were born with super strength and some were born with super speed. But don't worry about it even if you have low energy capacity as it can be trained. With proper training, a person can expand their capacity and store more energy in their bodies. In Soda's case, he will just add some free attribute points to his intelligence attribute and his mana capacity will increase. Alright, now that I've finished explaining the details, we will start measuring your energy capacity and affinity, Bargain said as he clapped. We will start it in the first row. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. The students said at the same time. Their voice echoed in the whole classroom. They couldn't hide their excitement. I'm first. A petite girl stood up. She has shoulder-length blue hair. Her skin was white as snow and her blue eyes were like a crystal of ice. She wears a white big ribbon on the back of her head. She have a blue, thick tail sticking out on her back. Her height was low as she was even shorter than Soda who was a goblin. For your information, Soda was the shortest among the boys in the class. She was the class representative of Class 1B, Lumilia von Osphairs. Good, come here. Bargain nodded at her. Lumilia walked forward and stopped in front of the transparent orb. Just place your hand on top of it and gather your mana. Bargain's voice sounded beside her. She nodded before she raised her right hand and placed it on top of the transparent orb. She closes her eyes and circulates her mana. The transparent orb emitted a white light as soon as it made contact with her mana. It's okay to remove your hand now, Bargain said to her. Lumilia slowly opened her eyes and removed her right hand. She saw some changes in the transparent orb. There were 2 things inside the transparent orb and both of them were color blue. One was like a whirlpool of water while the other one was a solid crystal. And on top of these 2 were the glittering stars. These 2 things were your affinities, Bargain said while pointing at the 2 things inside the transparent orb. You have 2 affinities and they are water and ice. And the small stars in the orb are your magical capacity. So teacher, what is my magical capacity? Lumilia asked Bargain. She wouldn't know what's her magical capacity just by looking at these stars. A big star like this one is equal to 50 mana and this medium-sized star is equal to 10 mana while the smallest one is equal to 1 mana, Bargain explained to Lumilia. So counting these stars, we would know how large your magical capacity. There were 6 large stars, 2 medium-sized stars, and 7 small stars. It means that her magical capacity was 327. She could store 327 mana inside her body. As expected of a demi, they really have a large magical capacity compared to a goblin like Soda. Well, they all have different starting points. Back in the game, a human character was stronger in the first version. It was because the stats added in every level. A human and demi's added stats were 15 per level while the ordinary goblin was 1 per level. The difference was so large that it was impossible to catch up to them without evolution. But not all goblin was weak. Out of all monsters in the whole world, the goblin was a monster that has a lot of subspecies, and most of them were very powerful and brutal. Back in the Great War, there was even a record that 3 goblin executioner, a higher species of goblin, killed an adult dragon and ate its flesh. It was recorded in the library of the 3 great country. Humans and demis feared this higher species. No, they all feared all the monsters. That's why they hunted and killed them when the monsters were still in their first evolution. Even the simple slime was fearful enough as long as it reached the level of higher species. Consuming a whole country was a feat of the really powerful slime in ancient times. One by one the students measured their magical capacity and got to know their elemental affinities. The students' magical capacity was between 200 and 300. And most of their affinity was 1 and some of them were 2 like the class rep. Should Soda say as expected of humans and demis? Their starting point was clearly higher than monster. No, there were some exceptions about that like dragons. Dragons were born powerful compared to the other monsters but their evolution was complicated and they would evolve once every 20 years. Other talented monsters would keep evolving in those 20 years and gain the power to slay them. Not every monster evolves, some of them stay in their lowest form and died of old age or in battle. Only a talented monster kept evolving and become a higher species of their kind. At this time, Alice stood up as it was her time to measure her magical capacity and affinity. She walked forward and stopped in front of the transparent orb. Without saying anything, she raised her right hand and placed it on top of the transparent orb. She poured her mana on her right hand and the transparent orb emitted a white light. After a few moments, Alice removed her hand and looked at the transparent orb. Soda looked curiously at her result. He was interested in her as he felt that she was different from the other students in his class. The result was Alice had darkness and ice affinities, and her magical capacity was 448. It was the highest recorded in their class. Her reserves were higher than all the students here in the class. Oh. What? Various exclamations sounded in the whole class. They were surprised that a new student has a higher magical capacity than the rest of them. Even Bargain was surprised when he saw this. He knew that she was talented but not to this extent. Alice was now the top in the class in terms of mana capacity. The second was Lumilia, the class representative. Darkness, huh? Soda muttered. In the entrance examination, Alice only used ice attribute spells. She didn't even use any other type of spells. Alice turned around and went back to her seat beside Soda. All the students looked at her and Alice ignored them by closing her eyes. That's a good result you have there, Soda said, and he stood up. I guess it's my turn. Actually, he didn't need to measure his magical capacity as he could see it in his system. Even with the added effect of the Vajra sword he only has 380 mana. If not for the Vajra sword his mana would be 280. He would only do this because of the affinity. Good luck, Soda, Brian said to him. Soda walked leisurely and placed his hand on top of the transparent orb. He controlled his mana using the skill, Mana Manipulation, and the orb emitted the same light as before. Alice, who was sitting in the back, slightly opened her eyes. She looked at the orb in front of Soda before she once again closed her eyes. That's good, you're the second highest here. Brian's voice sounded. Just like in the system, his magical capacity was the same in the transparent orb. Soda was quite surprised that this transparent orb could accurately measure a person's magical capacity. It could even compare to the system in terms of measurement. With this, Soda was the highest before Alice and the third was Lumilia as her magical capacity was only 327. Everyone looked at him just like what they did to Alice. Soda saw that his elemental affinity was darkness. Yes, only darkness. The darkness almost turned the whole orb into black. Darkness? Is it because of my specialty? Soda wondered. He already guessed it before, but to think that his specialty was really his affinity. Well, that's a good result. Soda shrugged and he turned around. Not much, Alice said. Soda looked at her and couldn't believe that she talked to him. There must be something wrong in her head. He shrugged his shoulder and sat down. He said, that's already passable for me. Soda then turned to his right side and patted Brian's shoulder. He said, "If it's lower than my result then I wouldn't bring you on my quest this weekend." "Ah? What are you saying? This is not related to my combat prowess. It's just a measurement," Brian complained. "Ha ha ha. I know," Soda laughed. He noticed that everyone was looking at him and then at Brian. They were wondering if Brian was like him and Alice that have a high magical capacity. Thinking about this, Soda couldn't help but smirk. He was wondering what would be their reaction if they knew that he only had a 2 mana capacity a few weeks ago. Brian stood up and walked straight towards the transparent orb. He couldn't hide the excitement in his face. The orb emitted a light as soon as he placed his hand on top of it. He then looked at Bargain asking if it was okay to remove his hand or not. "You can remove your hand," Bargain said. "Okay," Brian said, and he placed down his hand in his side. Everyone looked at his result. Both Soda and Alice have a high result, so they couldn't help but think that Brian was like them. And the result didn't disappoint everyone. His mana capacity was even higher than Soda. 411 was his mana capacity. It wasn't that shocking anymore as Alice was still higher than him, but still. Over 400 mana capacity was surprising. And the result of his affinity even shocked Soda, who was looking in the back. Everyone opened their eyes widely when they saw Brian's elemental affinities. Alice, who was in the back, also opened her eyes widely. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Four affinities. Soda didn't think that Brian has this kind of ability. 4 affinities? Everyone was shocked when they saw the result. Brian has 4 affinities, and that were fire, lightning, wind, and wood. This is? Bargain was stupefied. His eyes opened widely and his mouth hung open. He looked at Brian and the orb back and forth. Only a few people have 4 affinities and Bargain knew it. All those people were extremely powerful individuals. A mage with 4 affinities was destined to become an influential figure in the future. As long as there's a person that guided him, then he would stand at the top someday. To think that I would meet a person like him here. Soda laughed and tried to recall if there's a person named Brian Dagrul back in the game. But to no avail, he couldn't remember a person that has a name Brian Dagrul in the game. This is really something else. The future I know maybe not the same as the future here. Soda thought with a grin on his face. The present time was going in a direction that he doesn't know. Even Alice, who was always silent, was showing a surprised expression on her face. Brian turned around and went back to his seat under the gaze of all students in the class. "How is it?" "I have a good result, Soda," Brian said with a smile. "Yeah, I didn't expect that." Soda smiled and he closes his eyes. The result was really surprising. Alice glanced at Brian with a frown on her face. The students started murmuring to each other while looking at Brian. They were talking about his 4 affinities. "Silent," Bargain said in a loud voice, causing the students to stop talking. He then continued, "Okay, next." The person beside Brian stood up. "Good luck," Brian said to him. "Why yeah." The person smiled wryly. He didn't think that he would get a good result. He's okay as long as it's not bad. After half an hour all of them finished measuring their mana capacity and affinities. All of them have more than 200 mana reserves, and that was a good news to Bargain. They would be able to cast various spells if they have more than 200 mana reserves in their body. It was enough to last one battle. A tier 1 spell consumed 5 to 50 mana per usage. That's why in their current level their mana reserves were enough. They would be able to increase it through training hard until they reached the level where they could cast a tier 2 spell. At lunch break, Bargain went to the principal's office. He reported the students that have talent in his class to the principal. Is that true? A person with 4 affinities appeared here in our institute. A middle-aged man with white hair and beard said. He had white fox ears and tails. He's the principal of the Ladro Institute, Azrim de Reagan. If Bargain was the most powerful mage in the institute, then Azrim was the most powerful fighter in the Ladro Institute. Yes, principal. Also, 3 among the new students have astonishing battle prowess and skills, Bargain said as he placed 3 files on the table of Azrim. Good. As long as the students show willingness to learn, then we will not hesitate to teach them and provide them with proper resources, Azrim said as he picked up the files and looked at it. It was the information about Brian, Alice, and Soda. Only the basic things were written in the files, as they have no information about the background of the 3 students. It means that they weren't the people of this kingdom. We don't care about their background as long as they have a skill, Azrim said, and he turned his head to the other man in the room. He asked, Jess, what about you? Jess was an elf with blue skin. To be precise, he's an ocean elf. Ocean elf was a species of elves that lived in the depths of the ocean. Some people called them mermen or elves of the ocean, but only they knew that their origin was an elves, not mermen. 2 of the new students of the swordsman course show great talents, Jess said as he also the files of the new students on top of the table. Azrim picked it up and looked at it one by one. Our shield course also have new talented students. A man with a huge build stepped forward. He was wearing full plate armor. Train them well, Azrim said before he closed his eyes. Yes, what should I eat today? Sota stood up and stretched his body. He felt tired from sitting for a few hours without doing anything. Let's go to the cafeteria, Sota. Brian stood up and said, okay. Sota nodded, then he looked at Alice. Want to join us? I'm fine, I brought my own lunch, Alice said to him. That's unfortunate, Sota said, and he shrugged his shoulder. He wouldn't force her if she doesn't want to join them. He exited the room with Brian and the rest of the new students. They buy lunch in the cafeteria and ate it there. While eating, the group talked about the affinities that Brian has. See, then you wouldn't have any problem if you bring me in your quest? Brian said as he nudged Sota's side. Well, I remember that was only a measurement and it didn't show our combat skills, Sota said as he rubbed his chin. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be envious in my result. You can just praise me. Brian laughed loudly. This guy probably doesn't have any idea how great it is to have 4 affinities. Sota thought as he looked at Brian, who was laughing loudly. He rubbed his chin. This upcoming weekend, he was going on a journey to complete the requirements of his second evolution. His destination was the forest between Hebrae Kingdom and Mali country. There he would find the rotten venomous green apple. Yes, the one he needed was a rotten one. It was one of the requirements of the evolution that he chose. The other one was the flesh of the undead higher than level 20. Sota shook his head and said, let's go back now, the class is going to start. Oh? That's right, I forgot about that. Brian said. They went back to their classroom and after a few minutes, Bargain came and he started the class. Once a person learned a magic spell, the spell would be imprinted in their inner consciousness. A person would build up the structure of the spell and imprint the magic circle in their inner consciousness. The inner consciousness is like a soul of a person, but it is also different from the soul. It's inside our mind and we would build the spell there so that we could cast it easily. Bargain explained about the spells to the students. One of the students raised her hand. She was the class representative, Lumalia. What is it? Bargain said to her. Teacher, we could already cast a spell even without imprinting it in our inner consciousness. Lumalia asked. Yeah, all of us could cast magic even without imprinting it in our inner consciousness. Bargain nodded at her. Then, what's the difference between the two spells? Lumalia asked with a confused expression. The spells that people imprinted in their inner consciousness is called inner spell. It was 2 times more powerful than normal spells. Also, you can make it more powerful by modifying it and arranging the magic sequence in your inner consciousness. You will not need to build the structure of the magic circle when casting a spell. After all, you already have the structure of the magic circle in your inner consciousness. Bargain paused for a moment before he continued. A normal person could only imprint 4 magic circle in their inner consciousness. But it is not the same for everyone. Like me, I have imprinted 7 magic circles in my inner consciousness. The only problem is that the more you imprinted a magic circle in your inner consciousness, the harder the process becomes. Okay teacher, I understand. Lumalia nodded at Bargain as she sat down in her seat. Sota listened to Bargain's words carefully. He doesn't have any idea what's an inner consciousness or imprinting the magic circle. A spell wasn't like a combat skill that could be enhanced through training or repeated use. The thing was, he could enhance the spell by using skill points and he doesn't need to build a magic circle when casting his spells. He just thinks about the spells and the magic circle would automatically pop up. Sota closed his eyes. The structure of every spells that he learned was in his mind. It was forcefully put inside his mind when he used the skill points to learn it. In Bargain's description, the inner spell was like the same as the spells that he used. He doesn't need to build up the structure of the magic circle to cast the spell. What if all of his spells were inner spell and it was already imprinted into his inner consciousness? That's why he didn't need to build up the magic circle when casting a spell. If it's really like that, then he already has 9 inner spells. After all, he could cast all of his spells with just a thought. He just needed to enter his inner consciousness to confirm his guess. Sota, Brian, Alice, and the rest of the students were inside a 50 meters wide room. It was the meditation room of the Ladro Institute. All of them were sitting in a lotus position with their eyes closed. Today, Bargain taught them how to enter inside their inner consciousness. Getting inside the inner consciousness was the basis of being a mage. A lot of adventurers already knew how to enter their inner consciousness a long time ago. Sota confirmed his thoughts. All the spells that he learned using the skill points were already imprinted in his inner consciousness. He could see the structures of every spell that he had inside. So that's the reason why he could cast a spell with just a thought. It was impossible to cast a spell with building up the magic circle except if a person already built it inside his/her inner consciousness. Bargain said that he only has 7 magic circles inside his inner consciousness, but Soda has 9 magic circles, and it will increase more in the future as he still has many spells in his skill tree that he hasn't learned yet. After a while, Soda opened his eyes. Not just him but also the other students. They saw Bargain standing in front of them. Next time, I will teach you how to build a magic circle inside your inner consciousness. It is different than building it outside to cast a spell. It is also many times harder and it will consume a lot of your mental strength. Bargain paused for a moment before he continued. Remember to choose your inner spell wisely because you can't build an unlimited magic circle in your inner consciousness. It told you that normal people could only build 4 or 5 magic circles. The difficulty is not that high if it's only your first and second magic circle, but for the third and above it's hard. Also, it's better if you choose a spell related to your affinity, that way it will become stronger. Would I be having a hard time if I build a magic circle manually without the help of the system? Soda thought as he rubbed his chin. Since he already has 9 magic circles in his inner consciousness, then building up another magic circle without the help of the system would give him difficulty higher than Bargain. He still would try it if he can. It's not gonna harm him anyway, so why not try it? He's really grateful that he has a system in this world. Without it, he would still be an ordinary goblin trying his best to survive in the undead sanctuary. Speaking of undead sanctuary, Soda planned to came back there after he reached his 3rd evolution and gained the best Farum. There were still a lot of treasures there, especially in the deep floors where the high-level dungeons reside. He was really lucky that he found the soul blood earring easily. No one would notice that there was a secret door in that path, as the door was made of the same materials of the walls. Many dungeons have dead ends, so people wouldn't become suspicious of that path. Also, no one would have thought that by extinguishing the light of the lantern they would be able to open a secret door. Of course, no one would extinguish a light in a very dark place like dungeon. Dismiss, you can go to your other class, Bargain said to them before he exited the room. Ah. I forgot that we have another class. I thought magic is our only subject, Brian exclaimed loudly. Ah? Are you an idiot? You thought we only have a magic subject just because you enter the mage course. Soda smirked at Brian. It's not that. I actually knew it before, but I was too excited in learning magic that I forgot about it. Brian complained at him. That's what you call dumb, right, Alice? Soda smiled at Alice. Humph. Don't ask me something that you already know. Alice snorted, but she still replied to him. See? Even Alice knows that you're a dumb one. Soda looked at Brian and shrugged his shoulder helplessly. Even you, Alice. Brian looked at the two with a helpless expression. He doesn't know how or when these two got close that they could pick up on him. Well, let's go to other class now, Soda said as he stood up and patted his uniform. He placed his hand on his chin and said, if I'm not wrong, out next class is physical strength. Another course will be joining us. Physical strength? I'm confident with my physical power. Did you see what I did in the entrance exam, Soda? Brian said while showing his muscles. No, I forgot about everyone's match except Alice, Soda said bluntly. He then heard Alice harumphed at the side. They went to the changing room and changed their uniform. The boys wore fitted pants and a navy blue tank top, while the girls wore a tight blue shirts and black leggings. The Mage Class 1B students went to the training ground of the Institute. They remembered this place where the physical examination held. Here in the training ground, they met the students of the Shield course. Soda rubbed his chin while looking at the students of the Shield course. Most of them have huge build and males. There were only 6 females among the 47 students of Shield course Class 1A. All of them were armed with different size shields. Whoa. That's hot, Soda said in a low voice while looking at the girls of the Shield course. He could that the girls of the Shield course have abs. Alice tied her silver hair in a ponytail and she turned her head. She saw Soda casting a glance on the girls of the other class. What are you looking, Soda? Brian suddenly said beside him. Nothing. You wouldn't understand it even if I tell you. Soda shook his head and turned to look at the man in the front. The man has cat ears and tails. He was wearing a white jersey. This man was their teacher in this subject. He was holding a thin notebook in his left hand. He was not as huge as the other students in the Shield course. He was only a head taller than Soda, but he was the most powerful person here. I could guess that he was going to test our strength. Soda grinned and he stretched his body. Test our strength? Brian looked at Soda. Yeah, he's going to test our strength. Soda nodded at Brian. Quiet. Don't talk in front of the teacher. Lumalia, the class rep, shouted when she saw her classmates talking to each other with a loud voice. I don't know what test it is, but I'm sure it's related to physical strength. Well, it doesn't matter as I'm going all out anyways. Soda ignored the class rep and said while stretching his body. He was quite excited in doing some exercise. He hasn't used his strength ever since he obtained the Vajra Sword Saya. Thinking about the Vajra sword, Sota couldn't help but caress the sword on his waist. The Vajra sword Saya was inside the custom-made scabbard that ordered. He found a figure blocked his vision. He looked up and saw that it was the class rep, Lumilia. What is it, class rep? Sota asked her. Can you talk without raising your voice? Lumilia looked at him with a fierce expression. Then, she looked at Brian and said, You too. Huh? Sota turned his head and looked at Brian. Did I talk that loud? Yeah. Brian just nodded. The class rep always reprimanded him when he was talking out loud in the class. It was not the first time that class rep reprimanded him. Sota looked at Lumilia and said, Okay, I get it, I'm just excited. Then, he found that Lumilia was still in front of him. What? Nothing. Lumilia shook her head and she walked away. Sota looked at her back and said, What a weird girl. I know. Brian agreed in his words. Okay. Everyone look at me. A voice sounded in the whole training ground. Sota turned his head and saw that it was the teacher. I'm Alex Venelorna. As you can see, I'm a cat person and your teacher in physical strength subject. The man introduced himself as Alex Venelorna. This is our first meeting, so I don't have any idea who's strong among you, so I will test you. Looks like I'm right. Sota smirked when he heard the words of Alex. Alex opened the thin notebook in his hand and said, We have 3 hours, so list down all your names here in this notebook. Separate the female and male. He handed the thin notebook and the student nearest to him. After a few minutes, all the students finished listing down their names in the thin notebook. Alex looked at it for a while before he closed it. He looked at the face of his students before he opened his mouth and said, I will create a mini tournament and the one who wins all the battle can do what they want in my subject. I will arrange your name and after this, we will start immediately, so prepare yourself. His words shocked everyone. They didn't expect such a thing to happen in physical strength class. They started to murmur among themselves. What? A tournament? We're going to fight? No one anticipated this thing, even Sota. Sota only guessed that the teacher was going to test them, but he didn't know how would he do that. He didn't expect that it was through a tournament. Sota stopped moving as he heard a familiar sound in his mind. Ding. Quest triggered. Tournament. Fight and win in the tournament. Rewards. Base on your ranking. Oh? Then, I really shouldn't hold back. Sota grinned. Just this is a physical strength subject, so any usage of mana is forbidden, Alex said to the students with a serious expression. But teacher, we're a mage. A girl from the mage class said. If they didn't use mana, then they were bound to lose in this fight. A mage without mana was pretty much a trash. Alex raised his eyebrows at the words of the girl. He opened his mouth and said, Huh? What are you saying? I just said that this is physical strength subject, so it's natural that all of you will use your physical strength, not magical strength. He paused and looked at everyone's face before he continued. This is not a magic subject. This is physical strength subject. Did you get it? Just from the name of the subject, one would understand what we'll do, so why ask such a question? Sota smirked inwardly. Physical strength was not a problem for him, as his strength stats were even higher than his intelligence stats. A mage should at least have some physical power. What will you do once you drained your mana? Wait for your opponent to kill you? Or wait for someone to rescue you? You should have at least have the physical strength to run away so that you wouldn't become a burden to your comrades. If you have some, Alex said in a loud voice. Well, that's true. Sota said in a low voice. If the mage doesn't know how to defend himself when he runs out of mana, then he or she was going to become a burden to his / comrades. Alex clasped both of his hands and said, Okay, we will start the battle, so be prepared. He then turned around and placed a blackboard in front of the class. He listed the matches of the tournament on the blackboard. Sota, Brian, Alice, and the rest of the students looked at the list on the blackboard. My battle. Sota turned his head and looked at the class rep, Lumilia. Is with a class rep and it is the first match. Brian also looked at the class rep. He saw that Sota will fight Lumilia in the first match. What about you, Brian? Sota asked Brian, who was looking at Lumilia. How to say this? It's not from our class, Brian said. He doesn't know who's the one he's gonna fight. The name was unfamiliar to him, so he could guess that it came from the shield class. Sota then turned his head to Alice and asked, What about you, Alice? HMMPH. The same as him. Alice closed her eyes. She seemed that she's not going to answer if he asked another question. Sota smiled wryly at her response. He then shook his head and looked at the students of shield class. He knew that they have an advantage among the people of his class, as he knew that shield class was tackling physical strength and magical. They were focused on strengthening their body. If a mage was going to fight without mana, then he or she was bound to have a hard time. It was because they were not trained that way. Fighting close combat wasn't easy for a mage who preferred to fight long range. While Sota was thinking about this thing, Lumilia was observing him. After all, she was going to fight him in the first match. She was the third daughter of the Osphairs family. Osphairs family was a noble family of the Grippine city, the neighboring city of Ladros city. She inherited some of the sword skills of her family, so she knew how to fight in close range despite being a mage. Just what is that guy thinking? Looking at other class when he knows that he's going to fight me? Lumilia thought. Most of the students in the mage class were nervous. It was especially to the students who were going to fight the student of the shield class. It was easy to understand why they were nervous. After all, they were going to fight the people who trained physically in a physical battle when they were a mage. I will not meet you in battle, Brian said to Soda. Yeah, I'm from a different bracket. Soda nodded as he looked at the list of matches. If we somehow meet, then it's going to be the final battle. Yeah, I will fight you and show you my strength, Brian said with an excited expression. But before that, you have to defeat Alice first. You know that? Soda smiled at Brian. It's true that Brian will meet Alice if they both win their upcoming matches. They were in the same bracket after all. But Soda knew that it's not easy to win as they were going to fight without using mana. It's a big disadvantage for the mage. Soda looked at Alice. He saw her fight with the instructor in the entrance examination and he knew her fighting style. If that's all, then she's not going to win in this mini tournament. The students went to the side as the match was going to start. This place was the training ground, so there's a wide space here that could be occupied by thousands of people. It's natural that a training ground was huge. It was because they need a wide space, especially for the mage if they wanted a mock battle or spar. They also placed the equipments for training at the side, such as a dummy, shooting targets, and weights. Before they knew it, some of the teachers and students of other courses of the institute came here to watch the battles. Oh, it seems that Alex is doing it again, a man with fox ears and tail said while looking at the students. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black pants. His black coat was wrapped around his waist. He was the teacher of the sword class 2C, Kanda Yulong. It's not that bad to check the skills of his students. A woman with long green hair nodded at his words. She was wearing a navy blue coat and skirt. On top of her coat was a robe with the same color as her coat. She was the teacher of the mage class 3A. Both of them knew that Alex always does this in his class. It became famous in the whole institute and a lot of people came just to watch this mini tournament. Sadly, it's the student shield and mage class. Yeah, the mage is at a disadvantage in this kind of fight. What was it before? A brawler and lancer? Yeah. The two talked while waiting for the battle to start. The other teachers came forward and joined their conversation. The battle between Soda and Lumilia was going to start. It's time. Soda stretched his arms as he stepped forward. He removed the bandage wrap in his left arm and moved his arm, familiarizing himself to the feeling that he could use his left arm in a battle. I can use this, but I shouldn't overdo or else the wounds will open again, Soda muttered while looking at his left arm. Good luck, Soda. Beat the crap out of that class rep, Brian shouted as he cheered for Soda. Eh? Soda turned his head to look at Brian. Not just him but the other students also looked at Brian. Even Lumilia looked at Brian with a frown on her face. Did I say something wrong? Brian looked at everyone and was wondering why they were looking at him. Soda shook his head and walked to the center. He looked at the approaching Lumilia and he smiled at her. Alex looked at the two of them before he stepped forward and said, You do anything to knock down your opponent as long as you do not use your mana. Any of you can surrender if you felt that you can't fight anymore. I will be your judge and referee at the same time, so I will give you 5 minutes to fight. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Lumilia nodded her head with a serious expression. Yeah. Soda grinned as he cracked his knuckles. Lumilia looked at the sword that was hanging on Soda's waist and asked, Teacher, can we use a weapon? Yeah, as I said before, you can do anything as long as you don't use your mana. Alex nodded his head. Okay. Lumilia nodded and she walked to the side and picked up her sword. It was a beautiful sword with a blue gem on its handle. Soda thought that her sword wasn't meant battle but instead it was meant for display. Though, it was more beautiful than his sword, he knew that it was just a blue-grade sword. Let the battle start. You can fight to your heart's content, Alex said as he started the battle. Lumilia readied herself and she exudes a fierce aura like a lion looking at its prey. Good, let's finish this quickly. Soda grinned and he charged towards Lumilia while using the skill, dash. He opened his palm attempting to grab Lumilia's face. Yuko was in the ranch. She was looking outside with a dazed expression. Lately, Master didn't bring me out to play. He seems very busy with something that I can't understand. He only came here when he's going to give me a meat or fruit. Master, where are you? I want to play outside. Master, where are you? I want to play outside. Soda charged towards Lumilia. He reached out his right hand and opened his palm attempting to grab her face. So fast. Lumilia was shocked when she saw him instantly appeared in front of her. She quickly reacted by shifting her head sideways, barely avoiding his hand. Swoosh. Coo. What a speed. Lumilia gritted her teeth. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her side. Bang. Soda kicked her side and Lumilia was flung away. Swoosh. Lumilia rolled on the ground a few times before she stopped. She held her side and looked at Soda with a frown. She couldn't believe what's happening right now. Her nameless classmate was overwhelming her with boundless strength. She felt that Soda wasn't a student of mage class but instead a brawler. She was quite confident with her skills since she practiced sword skills when she was a child. I finally understand why he didn't bother himself to look at me, his opponent. Lumilia finally understood why Soda was only looking at the student of shield class, because for him she wasn't his opponent. The students watching from the sidelines were surprised when they saw Soda's speed. Is he really a mage? Yeah, I really doubt if he's mage. Only the first year doubted if he's really a mage. The other people were just shocked and surprised. They knew that in this institute the mage will have to train their bodies to the point that they could rival some of the strength-based class. It was just surprising to see a first year to have this kind of speed when he's just a new student. Both of them are your students, right? Kanda, the teacher of sword class 2C, turned his head and asked the man beside him. Yeah. Bargain nodded his head while looking at the battle between Soda and Lumilia. That boy showed some impressive speed, rivaling some of my students who excelled in speed, Kanda said as he turned his head and looked at Soda. I don't know about that until now, as he was one of the new students, Bargain said in response. From the information he gathered, Soda was an adventurer, and that proves his close combat skills. A strong new student, huh? Kanda muttered and he casted a glance at Bargain. Soda walked towards Lumilia and said, I'm not going easy on you just because you're a girl. Remember, on the battlefield there's no girl or boy, they're only life and death. So do not expect your opponent to go easy on you because of your gender. Lumilia gritted her teeth and she slowly stood up. She pointed her sword at him. Oh? Still fighting? Soda grinned and once again he dashed toward her. Swoosh. In just a second, he arrived in front of her. Lumilia slashed her sword horizontally. Swoosh. Soda quickly moved aside, dodging the sword before he delivered a powerful blow on her belly. Bang. Coo. Lumilia felt the pain in her belly. She kicked the ground, trying to distance away from Soda. Soda chased after her and lifted up his feet. He kicked her stomach and she flew 10 meters away from him. Gah! Lumilia spat a mouthful of blood. She stood up and she looked at Soda with a fierce expression. Oh? Soda was surprised to see her face. Judging from her expression, she clearly doesn't have a plan to surrender. Hey! Soda sighed and he scratched the back of his head. After all the things that I've said before, I'm still doing this. Well, it doesn't matter, as this is just a mock battle. Lumilia doesn't have any idea what he's saying. Soda looked at her and he stepped forward, causing Lumilia to flinch. He increased his pace and Lumilia readied herself. She gripped her sword tightly. Swoosh. Soda stopped in front of her and threw a punch, and Lumilia slashed her sword in response to his punch, but Soda opened his palm midway and grabbed her sword. Lumilia was shocked when she saw him grab her sword. She could see blood come out of his hand. While she was busy looking at his hand, Soda pulled back his other hand and threw a punch on her stomach. Bang! He then released his grip on her sword and grabbed her wrist. He followed up by chopping the back of her neck, knocking her out. Lumilia didn't even manage to finish her words as she loses her consciousness. She fell down, but before she reached the ground, Soda caught her. Soda checked if she was really unconscious before he sighed and placed her on his shoulder. He walked to the corner, ignoring the gazes around him. Everyone watched him place Lumilia in the corner. I said that I won't show her mercy, but in the end, I still show her mercy. Soda thought as he stood up and patted his clothes. The winner of the first match is Soda. Alex's voice sounded in the whole training ground. That's it, huh? Soda glanced at Alex before he went towards the direction of Brian and Alice. You didn't show mercy, Soda, Brian said to him. Ah? I show her mercy in my opinion. If not, then she would at least be put in the hospital with a few broken bones. Soda shrugged his shoulder. He caressed the sword on his waist. Actually, that was a cheat. With the added stats of the Vajra sword Saya, his stats were 2 times higher than his base stats. It's not surprising that she couldn't react in time. After all, his dexterity and agility were 295 and 308 respectively. Also, Soda guessed from the battle before that she wasn't that proficient in close-quarter combat. Although she has high magical power, her physique was too weak. A rank F adventurer was even stronger than her. Still, the first-year students here in the institute are stronger than some rank D adventurer. Soda thought. This was what he concludes after comparing the strength of the two. It's just that the student here don't have much experience, unlike those adventurers. That's something from a mage class student, Kanda said while looking at Sota. Yeah, his speed isn't something that ordinary mage students could possess. Bargain nodded. What about his mage skills? You're his teacher, right? Kanda asked. He was curious if Sota's mage skills were higher than his closer quarter combat. If that's the case, then Sota would be able to put up a fight to those third-year students. I don't know. I'm still discussing the basics. I think it will be a month before we went to practical. Bargain shook his head. Oh? A strong first year appeared. A man with shoulder-length black hair said. He has pitch black eyes and his skin was pale. He's Rain Venegram, the top ranker of the Ladro Institute. If I'm not wrong, when you were still a first year you won this tournament, right Rain? A man with rabbit ears and tail said. He has messy red hair and his build was average, but one could see some scars on both of his hands. He's called Zach Triton, one of the top ranker of the Ladro Institute. Don't talk to me, you trash. Rain snorted. As usual, your attitude is really bad. The man laughed at his words. Sota noticed that some people were watching the tournament. He looked around and noticed some powerful presence that didn't bother to hide their aura. It seems that this tournament is more famous than I could imagine, Sota said in a low voice. Yeah, a lot of teachers and students came here just to watch the tournament. Brian nodded at his words. The second match already started and it was between a girl from Shield class and a boy from the Mage class. It was a one-sided battle from the girl of the Shield class. The boy from the Mage class was beaten black and blue to the point that Alex sent him to the clinic. As time passed by, the people in the training ground kept increasing. The words about the mini-tournament quickly spread around in the whole institute. Sota watched how powerful was the students of the Shield class compared to him, as most of the students who won the match came from the Shield class. It was really a sight to see. It feels like they were bullying the students of the Mage class just because magic was forbidden to use in this tournament. He was pairing himself to the people who won their match inside his mind. After the 14th matches, it was time for Alice to fight. Good luck, Alice, Sota said to her. Good luck, Alice. Beat them up just like what Sota did before. Show them what you've got. Beat them. Defeat them, Brian said in a loud voice as he raised both of his hands in the air. Alice turned her head and looked at them fiercely. Oi! Stop doing that, you're ruining my concentration. It was Alice's turn to fight. She was going to fight a male student of the Shield class. Her opponent almost reached 3 meters in height. Alice walked forward with a calm expression. She observed her opponent's movement. The man stopped in front of Alice and he raised his huge shield in front of him. Sota rubbed his chin as he doesn't have any idea who's going to win this match. He doesn't know the abilities of both fighters, so it was hard to predict what's going to happen. Go! Alice! Brian cheered for Alice using his loud voice. It's not just him cheering for Alice, but their other classmates also were cheering for her. Sota turned his head and said, Brian, keep quiet. Why? Brian looked at him. Hey, Sota sighed and shook his head. For now, he's going to ignore Brian and will only focus his attention to the match. The whole area became quiet as Alex stepped forward in front of the two fighters. He turned his head left and right to look at the two fighters and asked, Are you two ready? Yes. Alice and the man from the Shield class nodded their heads simultaneously. Good, now let the match begin, Alex shouted as he officially started the battle between the two. Whoosh. Alice took out a small pipe in the pocket of her leggings. The length of the pipe was just 5 inches and its color was red. Release. Alice shouted and the red pipe started to transform. The pipe grew longer and a sharp blade appeared at its tip. Black metal dragon coiled around the pipe up to the blade and red gem appeared in the center of the triangular blade. In just a moment, the small pipe became a spear. Her opponent was surprised when he saw this scene. He subconsciously took a step back. Oi! Oi! That's an orange-grade weapon and it has compression ability. Sota was surprised to see that she had an orange-grade weapon. His guest was right. It seems that she's not an ordinary person. Orange-grade and red-grade weapons were already a weapon of a commander or general in a small country. But that's not the case here in a large country. Even ordinary nobles could possess 2 or 3 red-grade weapons. The fact that she took out an orange-grade weapon easily and show it to the public means that she has a higher-grade weapon in her arsenal. Sota looked at the sword on his waist. The Vajra sword Saya looked ordinary compared to other weapons. The handle and the scabbard of the Vajra sword were pretty lame. The crimson blade was the only thing that differentiates it from the rest. Whoa! What's that? Brian exclaimed. That's a spear, Sota answered him. No, that's not it. How did that happen? Brian shook his head. It was because of the compression ability of the weapon. Sota sighed and said, Compression? What's that? Brian asked him. He really doesn't know how did that spear appear. Damn. You're really an idiot. Soda cursed at Brian's ignorance. He looked around and saw that the students and teachers were not that surprised. They already knew that some weapons have that kind of ability. They were just surprised to see that she possessed that kind of weapon. Soda sighed and said, I don't know how it works, but compression is an ability that compress large objects into a small item. Some of the weapons possessed an ability and only a few have compression ability. In the game, the players didn't care if the weapon has compression ability or not. It was because all the players have inventory and compression or not that didn't matter, as they would store all the items in their inventory. I see. Brian nodded. Did he really get it? Soda thought. Whoosh. Alice waved the spear in her hand and looked at her opponent. She stepped forward and clenched her fingers tightly around the spear. Her opponent observed her every movement. He guarded tightly and prepared for her attacks. Alice didn't hesitate and charged towards the man. She raised her spear and stabbed it 3 times. Here she comes. The man saw this and he raised his shield to block her attacks. Clang. 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 Sparks flew out from the collision of the spear and the shield. Coo. The man felt her power from those 3 attacks. He was pushed back 1 meter away from Alice. I could defeat him by continuing this. Alice thought, and she stepped forward while stabbing her spear at the same time. Clang. 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 The man moved his shield and blocked her spears. The spear caused a few cracks to emerge from the surface of the shield. After all, his shield was just a blue-grade weapon. She quickly moved to his side and waved her spear. Swoosh. The man followed her movements with his eyes, so he reacted quickly when she appeared beside him. He tightened his grip on his shield and moved it to his side. Bang. Not good. My shield wouldn't be able to handle a few more strikes. The man thought and felt trouble with her higher-grade weapon. Alice didn't stop and she continued stabbing her spear. Swoosh. 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 Grrr. I don't have a choice. The man gritted his teeth and his aura flared up. He bent his knees and charged towards Alice. Shield charge. Combat arts. Alice was surprised when she saw this. She moved her body and jumped to the side, dodging the man's attack. Whoosh. Alice struck the man with her spear when he passed at her side. She wouldn't let this chance to knock her opponent. Shield bash. Clang. The man parried her spear using a skill. I forgot it, the mages have spells, the other class have combat arts. Soda muttered as he rubbed his chin. The shield class really has a huge advantage in this tournament. They could use all their skill, as it only consumes their stamina, just like his, stab, and dash, while the mage class couldn't use any of their spells in this tournament. It was pretty easy to win against a mage who couldn't use their spell. But if the mage knew how to handle close-range weapons and have combat arts like him, then they could fight a melee class to a standoff. Not good. Alice hurriedly jumped away from the man while pointing his spear at him in case he chased after her. Shield charge. The man didn't hesitate to use his combat arts once again. Alice prepared herself for the clash. She took a deep breath and also charged towards the man. Whoosh. The man was surprised when he saw Alice intending to clash at him when he's using his combat arts. Naive. He smirked and continued his way towards her. Clang. Both of them collided, causing a loud metallic sound to echo in the whole area. Alice was getting pushed back by the power of the man. Should I use it? She thought before she shook her head. She took a deep breath and pulled back her other hand. She then threw a powerful punch towards the shield. Bang. The man stopped for a moment and Alice used this opportunity to stab her spear on the ground. When the man continued to move forward, he noticed that he wasn't moving from his position. What? The man was shocked when he saw this. Alice jumped in the air and twisted her body. She raised her feet and used her own combat arts. Repulsion kick. Bang. The man was pushed back and Alice landed on the top of his shield. This is the end, Alice said before he punched the man on the forehead. She then used repulsion kick on his arm to loosen his grip on the shield. Bang. Once again she used repulsion kick. Bang. Gah. The man was pushed back 3 meters away and his shield wasn't in his hand anymore. Whoosh. Alice quickly pulled out her spear and charged towards the man. She waved it towards him and struck his stomach. Bang. 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 She continued to launch her attack until the man fainted. The man fell down on the ground with a loud thud sound. Alice looked at the man and the spear in her hand started to go back to its item form. She placed it back in her pocket before she turned around and left. The winner of this match is Alice. Alex's voice sounded in the whole area. That was a good fight, Soda said to Alice. Alice nodded and sat down in the corner. Soda glanced at her before he began to think about her fight. The man before was stronger than Lumilia, so it's natural that she drained her stamina in the fight. Stronger than Lumilia doesn't mean that he's overall stronger than her. If mana wasn't forbidden to use in this tournament, then Lumilia would be able to knock him down easily. He started to think about what sort of combat arts does the other students of the shield class had. He only has 2 combat arts, and that was the dash and stab. The next time the Institute presented a skill, he will pick a combat arts for himself. He doesn't need a spell as he already has a skill tree. Sota watched the tournament matches. He evaluated all the combat prowess of the participants based on what they showed in the matches. He also has a guess of Brian's strength. In Brian's match, he showed strength and speed that's not normal for a mage student. The power of his punches was strong and his speed was fast that he overwhelmed his opponents in just 2 minutes. Should he say that Brian gained this power as an adventurer? Just like him, Brian was very proficient in close combat, much stronger than Alice, and he entered here in the Institute to learn magic. He also saw a stronger fighter in the shield course, especially the one that was called Brando. Brando was a tough fighter and his defense was extremely hard to break through. If he wasn't wrong, Brando was the strongest fighter here in the tournament. Of course, if the magic wasn't forbidden here, then Lumilia and Alice would be able to match him. Now that the first round of the tournament was finished, it's time for the second round. They were going to fight those who won their first battle. Alex gave them 5 minutes to prepare before they start the first battle of the second round of the tournament. Zach, the 6th top ranker, turned his head to Rain, the 2nd top ranker, and said, "Now that we have a bit of understanding in their strength, wanna bet to me? As a 2nd rank in the Institute you possess great amount of points, am I right?" I said, "Don't talk to me, you trash." Rain snorted and looked at the participants. "Ha ha, I still have a lot of points here. What should I do with this?" Zach laughed awkwardly as he looked at the object that was attached on his wrist. The object looked like a wristwatch, and this item was a private property of the Institute. Their points and information were recorded in this piece of technology. They could also use this item to challenge the other students here to raise their ranks and earn points. The points could be used to redeem spell books and combat arts. The students could also use this to get a teacher to teach them a skill or spell one-on-one. Some of the students used these points to rent a living quarter here in the Institute, and some used it to use the training ground on their own. There were many uses of points here in this institute. All in all, these points were like the currency of the Ladro Institute. Sota and the others were still new here, so Bargain hasn't prepared the items for their use. "Ah, what a wonderful display." Zach heard a feminine voice at his left side, so he turned his head to look. Turning his head, he saw a girl wearing the uniform of the Institute. She has long lilac-colored hair that was tied in a ponytail. Her left eye was color blue while the other one was red. She's Yanagi Shina, the rank number 1 across the whole institute. The strongest students here in Ladro Institute. "I didn't think that she would come here," Zach muttered in a low voice. He knew that this girl has some screw loose in her head, so he wouldn't bother associating himself to her. He shuddered as he recalled those people that she destroyed. Across the whole institute, she dominated everyone ever since she enrolled here. Even Rain wasn't her match at all. To think that this small tournament would attract her attention. He knew that she didn't even watch the other tournaments that teacher Alex made in the other class, but now she really come here. I wonder who's the unfortunate person that attracted her attention. The second round of the tournament started. The battle was fierce and intense. It exhausted some of the students that don't have huge stamina. Although some of them won the battle, they couldn't participate in the next round because they don't have much stamina. They don't have enough time to recover their stamina, as Alex only gave them 5 minutes. So some of them could only surrender. Every battle the crowd that was watching the tournament grew larger. While the second round was ongoing, Sota noticed that Lumilia woke up. He patted Brian's shoulder and said, "I'm going to check if she's okay." Brian looked at Lumilia and nodded his head. He then closed his eyes to recover some of his stamina. Really good. Sota looked at Brian, who was resting, before he shook his head. He turned his attention to Lumilia and slowly approached her. Alice, who was also recovering her stamina, slightly opened her eyes and glanced at Sota's back. After a few moments, she shook her head and opened her mouth. "I can't. This form of mine is too weak. I can't use my full strength." She looked up at the matches. If she won her next match, then she would face Brian. She glanced at Brian, wondering if she could win against him in her condition. From the matches before, she knew that Brian's physical strength was higher than her and his close combat skills were extremely good, that he could rival Sota. Lumilia slowly opened her eyes. She saw her classmates' worried look. She was wondering what happened, and she was about to ask them when she recalled that she fought her male classmate in the tournament. "Are you okay, class rep?" "I'm fine." Lumilia held her head as she sat up and looked around her. It seems that the tournament was still ongoing. She clenched her fist tightly when she recalled her fight. She was knocked down in round 1 and she couldn't even fight back against that man. That's a huge humiliation for her. She's the third daughter of the Osphairs family, and she must show that she wasn't weak. She wouldn't forget why she enrolled in this institute. "Don't force yourself," one of her female classmates said in a worried tone. Lumilia heard her classmates' words. She shook her head and thanked them. She said that she's fine now and they don't have to worry about her. "Yo. You okay?" She heard a man's voice beside her ears. She turned her head and saw the man who defeated her before. He was called Sodayashi. "If she's not wrong, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Lumilia crossed her arms. "I'm glad. I just get a little excited earlier because I haven't fought someone for a long time," Soda said to her. "Actually, it's only been a few days since he fought the Red Woman. He just got out of hand this time as he wanted to test his power against the students here in Ladro Institute." "I see." Lumilia frowned as she looked at him. "Little excited?" She's thinking if he's a battle maniac or not. Yeah, the attitude he showed in the fight was different for his usual self. Normally, he's just a quiet student that only talked to Brian and Alice. He doesn't have any friends either except for those two. How did she know this? Of course, she's the class representative, so she thought that she needed to observe her class. She at least needed to understand the attitude and personality of her classmates. After the measurement of their mana capacity and their affinities, she focused her attention on these three. Brian, Alice, and Soda. Those three friends had potential that surpassed her. She knew about the rules of the Institute. The points were the most important things here. And she needed Brian, Alice, and Soda if she wanted to compete with other classes. Next week, their teacher would introduce them the usage of points. She already asked some of the upperclassmen, so she has an idea about it. If a student wants to get a powerful spell or combat arts, they needed points. They could even learn those high-level spells that the principal and Bargain knew. The Institute has thousands of spells and combat arts. It's not the most famous institute in the whole kingdom for nothing. What's wrong? Soda's voice snapped her out of her daze. And nothing. She looked up at him and shook her head. Really? Really? Lumilia stood up as she patted her clothes. She turned her attention to her classmates and talked to them. Soda just watched her talk to their other classmates, assuring them that she's fine. Hey. He sighed and put his hands inside his pocket before he looked at the match. He looked at the board and saw that it was nearing the third round and his fight was next. He walked forward and looked at the name of his opponent. From what he remembered, this man wasn't that strong. He could easily handle his opponent. I wonder if I could get some skill points in this quest. It doesn't matter even if I don't get XP, as long as I get some skill points. Then, it's worth it. Soda rubbed his chin as he pondered which one should he cheer. He looked at Brian and Alice back and forth. What? Alice noticed his gaze. She looked at him with a frown. Soda lifted up his hand and raised a thumb in front of her. He smiled and said, "Good luck." "What?" Alice took a step back as she pondered what he was doing. Soda didn't answer her. He just closed his eyes and ignored her presence. He could see it all. The students of Shield class and Mage class. All the strong fighter and weak fighter in the stage. They couldn't completely conceal their power to him. Among all the participants here, only a few people weren't breathing heavily. One of them was him. The other one was the student from Shield class, Brando. The other one was Brian. And lastly, his classmate called Jin. Jin was suspicious as he was hiding his true strength. He finished his fight but surrendered in his second match. He didn't even break a sweat from that. Right now, he was just leisurely watching all the battles in the sidelines. Soda didn't know the reason why Jin's hiding his real strength, but now that he got an idea about it, he will not forget Jin's name and face. Then about Brian and Alice's match. From his perspective, he could see that Alice's breathing was already heavy, clearly different from Brian. Soda opened his mouth and said, "You'll be having a hard time. It's better to surrender if you can't handle him." Alice looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. After a few moments, she opened her mouth and said, "What do you mean?" Soda shifted his eyes to her and replied, "Can't you see it? You're already tired from your previous battles, but Brian is different. Although you could put up a fight, you will not win this battle." Alice's eyebrows knitted together from his words. She turned her head to look at Brian. She understood what Soda meant. "Well, it's only my opinion." Soda shrugged his shoulder. Brian approached them and asked, "What you're talking about?" "We're discussing how to defeat you." "Alice was just asking me for advice." Soda replied. "What? Why are you discussing that?" Brian said in a loud voice as he looked at Alice and Soda. "Of course, we'll discuss it after all. You're pretty strong," Soda said. Hee, well, you can take your time." Brian laughed as he scratched his cheek. "Damn. This idiot. He thinks I'm praising him." Soda cursed inside his head. Soda shook his head and asked, "You will fight Alice in the next battle?" "Yeah." Brian nodded and he looked at Alice. He clenched his fist in front of him and said, "Let's both do our best." Alice looked at Brian in the eyes before she turned around. "Yeah." Soda smiled, looking at Alice's back. He guessed Alice wouldn't surrender easily from her reaction. Now they will consume some stamina in this fight. It will be easy for me to win this. The only problem is that Brando. Soda turned his head and looked at the students named Brando. Brandon was a 2-meter tall man. He has short brown hair and reptilian eyes. Some part of his body has green scales. From the looks of it, he was probably a halfling of beast kin. He was armed with a 1-meter silver-colored shield with black linings at its side. After a few minutes, Alex called Brian and Alice's name. It's time for their battle. Good luck, Alice. Do your best to tire him, Soda said to Alice. I know. I will knock him down and you're next. Alice replied as she turned her head. Oi Soda, why are you only cheering for her? Brian complained to him. Ha! It's already clear that she's more tired than you, Soda said. So I'm stronger than her. Brian mumbled. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that her opponent was stronger than you fought in your matches, Soda said as he patted Brian's shoulder. Huh? What's with that? Brian said in a loud voice. Damn. Don't talk, just go. Soda pushed Brian's back. Ah. Brian stumbled forward as Soda pushed him. He looked at his side and saw Alice. Soda looked at the two who were facing each other. Alice was wearing a cold face and Brian had a cheerful smile on his face. Now, I could only hope that they put up a good fight, Soda murmured as a grin appeared on his face. The crowd was excited to watch the battle between Alice and Brian. They saw them defeat their opponents with their strength, but now they will face each other. Even the teachers were eager to watch this battle. After all, they knew that unlike the other students, these two were quite strong in their own ways. Ever since the first battle, this one will be the fiercest, Kanda said while looking at the two. But Brian has the advantage, Bargain said. Yeah, but also Alice. Her weapon is an orange grade. After all, if she could properly utilize its strength, then she have a chance to win this match, Kanda said. Brian was standing 5 meters away from Alice with a smile on his face. He was excited to fight Alice as she was strong. Prepare yourself, Alice. I will not hold back, Brian said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Me too, I will not hold back, Alice nodded. She then took out a small red pipe and it transformed into a spear. It was her orange-grade weapon. Brian's was just a blue-gray gloves. His gloves were black in color and it has 5 black gems in the back of his palm. Alex looked at the two of them and nodded his head. He opened his mouth and said, 1, 2, 3, battle start. Brian immediately rushed towards Alice as soon as Alex gave the signal. He pulled back both of his fists and when he arrived in front of her he threw a barrage of punch. Alice took a step back and waved her spear blocking all the punch of Brian. Bang! 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 Huff! Alice took a deep breath before she lifted up her feet and launched a kick at Brian's side. Bang! Brian crossed his arm beside him and blocked her kick. He opened his palm attempting to grab her feet, but Alice already pulled back her feet. Brian is strong. Among all the students here, he's the one that could match up to Soda. Alice thought as she gained some distance. She gripped her spear tightly and executed a combat arts that she hasn't used before. Triple stab. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Brian opened his eyes widely. He gritted his teeth and waved his hands quickly to block her attacks. Bang! 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 Brian was surprised by the power of her attacks. He could feel a numbing sensation in his hands. He knew that he couldn't afford to block her attack. If that's the case, then he would avoid her spear. Strong, just like what Soda said. Brian muttered in a low voice. He smiled and once again dashed towards Alice. Alice calmly looked at Brian and when he entered her strike zone she stabbed her spear. Swoosh! Brian ducked to avoid her spear. He then rolled to the side before he threw himself at her. Alice gripped her spear tightly and clashed against Brian. Bang! 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 Both of them traded blows against each other. From the looks of it, a person wouldn't think that they were students from mage class. They fought like they were an expert in close-quarter combat. Bang! 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 Blow after blow they continued to attack each other. Ah! Alice shouted as she executed repulsion kick. Bang! Brian flew 5 meters away before he stabilized himself. He lifted up his head and looked at Alice. Alice also looked at Brian and she moved her spear at her side while her other hand was in front of her. She then placed her pivot foot in front and her expression calmed down. She exuded a fierce aura as she maintained her position. She waited for Brian to attack her. Brian smirked when he saw her like that. He knew that she was preparing to launch a powerful attack. In that case, he will also attack her with his own combat arts. He made a grabbing motion in the air and a flame emerged from his palm. The flame coated his fist. Oi oi, that's high-level combat arts. Soda was surprised that Brian knew high-level combat arts. Soda only knew 2 combat arts and that's only common arts. To produce flames without using mana. With just this, Soda already guessed that it was a high-level combat art. To create a natural phenomenon without using energy, it can only be achieved by using combat arts. "Let's go," Brian said before he charged towards Alice. He clenched his fist, which was covered in flames. He then threw it at Alice. Blazing strike. Alice clenched her teeth and executed her own combat arts. Berserk spear. Boom. Both of them collided and it shook the ground. Boom. The ground shook and a gust of wind swept out as Brian's and Alice's attack collided against each other. Smoke and dust shot up and covered the two. Swoosh. The crowd was waiting for the dust to clear up so that they could see the outcome of the match. They patiently waited while looking at the thick smoke. "Well, that's not bad." Soda sighed as he shrugged his shoulder. He already knew the outcome of the fight. To think that Alice would put up a fight like that with little words. She exceeded his expectations during this battle. After a few moments, the smoke dissipated and it revealed the two participants. Brian was standing and his fist was covered in blood, and Alice was lying on the ground. Her breath was ragged as she stared at the ceiling of the training ground. "Huff. I won," Brian said between his breath. He slowly turned his head and looked at Alex. Alex saw Brian looked at him, so he declared that Brian won the battle. I lose," Alice muttered in a low voice. She turned her head and looked at Brian before looking at Soda. She wondered how Brian going to fight Soda in his current condition. Brian was exhausted while Soda was still full of energy. Ever since the first match, Soda hasn't met anyone that could put up a decent fight to him. So it's natural that he still has a lot of energy left. Soda looked at the time and saw that there were still 10 minutes left before Brian's next match. With this time, Brian would recover a bit of his strength. Soda delayed his match and he didn't finish it quickly so that Brian would recover. He needed Brian's strength to probe Brando so that he could widen his understanding of Brando's power. He already concluded that he would fight Brando in the finals. If Brando was stronger than he expected, then the fight would become trouble for him. If not, then he would win the tournament and receive the rewards of the quest. If not for the quest, then he wouldn't even bother himself with this kind of tournament. He wouldn't even receive benefits from winning. He smiled and approached Brian. "You're stronger than I expected. See? I told you before that I'm strong," Brian said as he showed his muscles. Soda shook his head and turned to Alice. He extended a hand and said, "That was a good fight." Alice looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. She then turned her gaze on his hand. "Don't hesitate," Soda said. Yeah, you're strong too, Alice," Brian said at the side. "Hey." Alice sighed and took Soda's hand. "Thanks." Soda shook his head before he helped her stand up. The three chatted for a while as they went to the corner. Alex looked at the three before he said the next match. "It seems that they're a quite strong first year in this batch." The tournament continued and it entered the semi-final. Brian won his match and Brando too. These two were going to face each other in the finals. Unexpected things happened. Soda opponent in semis quickly surrendered as soon as the match started. This was outside of his expectations. He planned to delay the battle until the last seconds, but his opponent surrendered without putting a fight. Soda glanced at his opponent as he walked towards Alice and Brian. He will remember his face. Eugen Drun was the name of his opponent. He was also a student of Class 1B. Since both of them were classmates, there were a lot of opportunities to interact. He would know something about him in the future. He shook his head and he was greeted by Brian. "Ho ho, you enter the finals, Soda. Wait for me and we will fight in the finals," Brian said enthusiastically. "You're going to lose in your next match, and that's without a doubt." Soda thought as he looked at Brian. He knew that Brian was exhausted, but Brian was still cheerful despite his condition. "Go." Soda pushed Brian's back. "Right, I'm gonna win this and show you my power," Brian said as he raised his fist before he went towards the center. "Do you think he will win?" Alice asked while looking at Brian's figure. Soda glanced at her. He was surprised for a moment that she took the initiative to talk. He shook his head and answered her question. "No." He looked at her and saw that she wasn't asking why he thought that Brian wouldn't win, so he added, "You can think of this. We're mage and we're forbidden to use our mana in this tournament, so we have a huge disadvantage. Brian couldn't use his mana and he's clearly tired after your battle. If he's going to fight without any of those disadvantages, then he will probably win this fight." "Then, why?" Alice asked. "Why?" Soda repeated her. "Why are you encouraging him to win even though he won't win this battle?" Alice elaborated her question. Why?" Soda rubbed his chin and decided to tell her his reason. "It's because he will help me grasp the strength of his opponent. With his strength, he still could put up a decent fight. Well, it doesn't matter as I'm going to win in the end." Alice looked at him and saw his carefree expression. She opened her mouth and said, "You're pretty confident in your strength." "It's not that I'm confident in my strength. It's just that I know clearly how powerful am I. I know my weakness and strength, so I know if I could defeat someone or not, Sota said as shrugged his shoulder. Never mind that, the fight is going to start. Brian was looking at Brando with a serious expression. Even though he said that he was going to win this fight, he still knew that his opponent this time was strong, unlike his previous opponents. Brando was a tall man with a large build. He has short messy brown hair and blue eyes. Some parts of his body have green scales indicating that he was a half-beast. He was armed with a meter silver-colored shield. Just like Brian's gloves, his shield was also blue-grade. Brandon smiled and said, I saw your fight before. I will say that you're strong and it's making me eager to fight you. Me too, Brian said with a smirk. He then clenched his fists tightly. Both of them waited for Alex to start the match. 1, 2, 3, go. Brian disappeared from his position and instantly appeared in front of Brando. He pulled back his fist and threw it towards Brando. Ah! Brandon was surprised, but he quickly reacted by moving his shield. Clang! When he blocked the punch of Brian, Brando immediately used his skill, Shield Bash. Bang! Arg! Brian flew away and crashed on the ground. He wiped the blood on his mouth and a shadow covered him. He looked up and saw that Brando was going straight at him. Shield Smash. Brian quickly moved his body sideways to avoid the attack. Boom! Brando smashed his shield and it hit the ground. Spider web cracks appeared on the ground. Brandon looked up and saw that Brian was gone. Then, he felt something on his back. He tightened his grip on his shield and waved it behind him. Swoosh! Unfortunately, Brian reacted as fast as him, so Brian avoided the shield. Arg! Brian raised his fist and smashed the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust shot up in the air. Not good. Brando quickly waved his shield to disperse the smoke, but Brian was faster than him. What? Brando felt a pair of hands grabbed his waist. He turned around, saw that Brian was grabbing him with a smirk on his face. I finally got you, Brian said with a smile. Bang! 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 Brando's going to release his full power, Sota muttered while looking at the two. What do you mean by that? Alice asked him. Do you really think that's Brando's full strength? No, that's not his full strength. In his previous battle, he hasn't released his full strength. You can see that by seeing how he breathes and how tired he is. In the battle, it's okay if you overestimate your opponent, but you must never underestimate them. It will cause your downfall. Sota said. Alice glanced at Sota's face. After a few moments, she opened her mouth. Is it coming from your experience or not? Sota lowered his eyes and looked at her. You can also say it like that. Shielder's Aura. Brando emitted a greenish aura. This skill was one of the important combat arts of a shield class. It raised the user's defense by 100% and damage reduction by 20%. Although it was a low-level skill, the effect was higher compared to other high-level skills. Brando turned his eyes to Brian. He opened his mouth and slowly said, it would be great if you could use your spell, but unfortunately you can't, so there's no doubt that you will lose against me. Then I can only use my combat arts. Brian smiled. Even in this situation, he could still smile. You will not be able to damage with my Shielder's Aura on, Brando stated. I will try if I could learn that skill late. Sota muttered in a low voice while looking at Brando, who was emitting a greenish aura. He knew the effect of Shielder's Aura, so it will help him in his quest. If he could learn that skill, then there's a possibility that he could learn the skill of other classes. Thinking about other classes, he couldn't help but recall Yuko. He would try to learn the skills of Tamer class later. If he learned it, then he would be able to launch a combination attack with Yuko. He grinned thinking about Yuko. Alice looked at him and saw him grinning. She wondered why he's always like that, grinning without any reason. She shook her head and put those thoughts out of her mind. She focused her attention on the fight before her. Bang! 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 Brian fiercely attacked Brando using both of his hands. He threw several punches and Brando received it without taking any damage. Stop wasting your time, Brandon said, and he used Shield Bash to push Brian away. Bang! Arg! Brian rolled on the ground a few times before he stopped. He opened his eyes and looked at Brando. I said before that you will not be able to damage me with that kind of attack. Brandon paused for a moment before he added, I always want to become the greatest shield. I came from the green mithril turtle family. My family always boasted that they have the toughest body, but I'm just a halfling. I don't have their tough body. I just train nonstop ever since I was a child to become the greatest shield. Why are you saying this to me? Brian asked as he slowly stood up. I'm just saying this so that you understand that I'm different from your previous opponents. I'm not gifted like other people. I acquired this strength through hard work. Brandon said. Well, I'm going to start now. As soon as he said those words, he dashed towards Brian. Arg! Brian gritted his teeth and he clenched his fist tightly. Flames emerged and coated his fist. Blazing strike. Brandon raised his shield and it emitted a bluish light. Titanium crash. A shield and a first collided, causing a shockwave to swept out in the whole area. The floor beneath them cracked and debris of rocks flew away. Boom. The crowd covered their eyes as they were afraid that dust would go inside their eyes. The teachers and the rankers used their mana to protect them from shockwaves. Boom. Soda waved his hand and he controlled his mana. His mana protected him and Alice, also the students behind them. Really powerful. Soda muttered while looking at this scene. The students here really have strong combat arts while he only had dash and stab. Alex looked around and saw that some students didn't know how to control their mana, so he took the initiative to protect them. What a troublesome first year. He waved his hand and he emitted a large amount of mana. The mana covered the entire area and protect everyone from the aftershocks of the battle. Soda and the rest who were using their mana stopped when they saw Alex cover the whole battleground with his mana. What a dense and powerful mana. Soda muttered. He could see Alex's mana with his own 2 eyes. The mana was so dense that he could see it with his own eyes. The teachers here in the Ladro Institute were unfathomable. They were not the teacher of the most famous institute for nothing. Blazing strike. Titanium crash. Boom. The ground continued to shake as the two used their combat arts without minding their surroundings. Boom. Arg. Brian was pushed away. Blood flew out of his mouth. It's hard to fight without using mana, he thought while looking at Brando. Brando didn't escape their clash unscathed. He took a few burn marks in his body, but it was not as bad as Brian's wounds. I admire you. If you can only use your mana, then you would have a chance to defeat me, Brando said as he slowly walked towards Brian. Brando stopped in front of Brian and he slowly raised his shield. Let's fight again, he said as he brought down his shield towards Brian. Brian clenched his fist and used blazing strike once again. Boom. Shockwave swept out like ripples in the air as both of their attacks collided. Give up, now, Brando said as he used his strength to push down his shield. Arg, I will not fall down easily. Brian gritted his teeth as he pushed the shield using his fist. That's right, Brian, struggle until the end. Tire him out, so that I could defeat him without any efforts. Soda looked at the two with a smirk on his face. If he saved more stamina in this tournament, Soda would complete some quest after the class. He doesn't want to drain his stamina. To think that Brian would last for a long time is out of my expectations, Soda said. He still couldn't accurately grasp the strength of Brian. He looked at Alice and asked, if you win your fight against Brian, then how long do you think you can last against Brando? You're not asking me if I could win. Alice looked at Soda with cold eyes. She couldn't believe that Soda already assumed that she would lose to Brando. Yeah, if you could use your mana, then I'm going to ask if you could win, but unfortunately not, Soda said. Humph. Alice snorted and turned her head away. Fall down, Brando roared as he used every strength he has to bring down Brian. Boom. A large explosion occurred. It was larger than before as thick smoke blocked the vision of the crowd. The crowd couldn't see what's happening. They just waited for the smoke to disperse to see the outcome of the match. Bargain closed his eyes and said, the fight was already finished. Yeah, that was a good fight. Kanda nodded his head. They showed us some spectacular fight. This shows that some first year could already pull down those weak second year. Zach said. You're weak too, Rain commented at the side. Oi, I'm the 6th rank, so I'm not that weak. Zach smiled wryly as he scratched the back of his head. After a few seconds, the smoke slowly dissipated. Everyone saw Brando was still standing holding his shield while Brian was knocked out. Huff. Brando breathed as he looked at Brian, then at Alex. Brando win the match. Alex declared that Brando's win. Brando smiled and he raised his fist in the air. The crowd clapped because of the great fight he showed. Looking at this, Soda couldn't help but smile. He closed his eyes and felt the surroundings. Okay, I'm next. I'm not going to show any mercy as I'm gonna knock him out as fast as I can, Soda muttered as he crossed his arms. Can you really do what you said? Alice asked him. Soda looked at her and said, if Brando is stronger than what he showed in this fight, then I would only have a few problems, but I already expect that. But if he's 3 times stronger, then that's really a problem. You really have a lot of confidence in yourself, Alice muttered. Anyway, you became talkative today, huh? Soda looked at her with a smile. Alice looked at him with widened eyes before she turned her head. Don't mind me, let's just help Brian, Soda said as he approached the unconscious Brian. The clerics also approached Brian and they checked his condition. After learning that Brian didn't receive any grave injuries, Soda left. He let Brian rest there to recover his strength. Soda checked the time and saw that there's still time before the finals. He turned his head and saw that Brando was trying to recover his strength as fast as possible. That's not bad. He stretched his body to ready himself before the match. Alice took a distance away from Soda as he was the center of everyone's attention. After all, he was one of the fighters in the finals, so a lot of people were eager to watch his fight with Brando. Soda looked at his stamina in the system and saw that he still have a lot left. He would try to reserve his fight in this battle. Get ready, fighters. Alex's voice echoed in the whole area. Brando, who was resting in the corner, opened his eyes. He looked at Soda before he picked up his shield and stood up. Soda saw Brando's look and he smiled. It's already time, huh? He then walked to the center and faced Brando. The distance between them was 5 meters. Brando has a serious expression while Soda was looking as if he was amused by what's happening. Try to struggle as much as you can, Soda said to Brando. 1, 2, 3, go.